Chapter 4:17. Yi Qinghan slept for 3 days. When he woke up, his head was still heavy. "What's going on? I'm so dizzy," he murmured, but he did not dare to open his eyes. He shook his head and closed his eyes, not wanting to rest. An hour later, his mind finally returned to normal. Only now did he dare to recall what had happened before he fainted. That's right. He suddenly remembered that he had accidentally looked at the painting above his head and then fainted. No. Thinking of the painting, Yi Qinghan suddenly remembered the pair of terrifying eyes. Eyes? Why did he suddenly see a pair of eyes? The strange patterns on the top of his head formed a pair of eyes. Moreover, he seemed to have a vague impression of those eyes. He tried hard to recall the pair of eyes. They were huge, but they looked like real eyes. Within those two pitch-black pupils, there seemed to be a boundless starry sky. It felt so vast and boundless, as though there was no end in sight. As he thought about it, he vaguely felt that those eyes seemed to contain endless treasures. However, he could only stand outside and could not explore them. Should I keep looking? Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment. He had a hunch that the painting seemed to have a pair of eyes. If he could comprehend a trace of the concept like the painting of the beach in the rain, it would be very easy for him to become a god. However, he did not dare to continue looking. After all, he would definitely faint again if he looked at it. Moreover, he might not be able to comprehend anything just by looking at it. That's right. I can't see it with my eyes, but I can use my spiritual consciousness to sense it. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan thought of a problem. Now that he was at the sage realm, his soul was already very strong. He could slowly release his spiritual consciousness to sense the situation around him. As for the painting above his head, it was there to begin with. He could see it with a single glance. Why didn't he try using his spiritual consciousness to sense it? After pondering for a moment, Yi Qinghan decided to take a risk. At most, he would just faint again. If it worked, he would make a fortune. Elder Lu had said that the painting above was the most valuable treasure in the carefree pavilion. He immediately sat cross-legged and got rid of all distracting thoughts. Then, his spiritual consciousness slowly spread out. However, he did not immediately sense the painting above his head. Instead, it spread out toward the painting of the beach in the rain. No reaction. After sensing for a moment, he found that the image in his mind was still a smooth wall. Without hesitation, he spread his spiritual consciousness upward. Nothing. The strange patterns on the ceiling slowly appeared in Yi Qinghan's mind. Then, the patterns suddenly moved and converged into a pair of cold eyes again. Sensing the eyes, Yi Qinghan was instantly overjoyed. It was just that in this great joy, his radiating spiritual sense almost collapsed. He quickly calmed his mind and carefully again. It was a pair of very beautiful eyes. However, from the chilling intent and imposing aura emanating from those eyes, one could tell that the owner of those eyes was definitely an extremely arrogant supreme being expert. After sensing for a while, Yi Qinghan did not discover anything. Finally, he locked his divine sense onto the two pupils. These were two pure black pupils without any impurities. They were pitch black. These two pupils were as deep as the sea, as if they had some kind of special magic that could attract people unknowingly. Unknowingly, Yi Qinghan's mind had been completely attracted by those two pupils. The image in his mind slowly changed. It was as if he had passed through the two pupils and arrived in a pitch-black void. In this void, there was nothing but a person. A woman standing in the void. And it seemed to be a beautiful naked woman. Boom! Just as Yi Qinghan was trying his best to see the woman's appearance and her perfect naked body, the strange pattern on his head suddenly twisted, and then the image in Yi Qinghan's mind completely disappeared. What followed was a sudden roar in his head. His head felt like it was about to explode, and a pain as if all the meridians in his body were about to explode. Ah! At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt as if he had been stabbed 108,000 times at the same time. Every muscle in his body and every nerve was twitching. His body was like an earthworm that had been cut into two. He curled up and rolled on the ground. His handsome face had become incomparably hideous. He cried and rolled on the ground. After a while, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Buzz! At this moment, the soul ring on Yi Qinghan's finger emitted a gentle light. A white stream of air quickly drilled into his body from his finger. It healed his injuries and repaired his damaged soul. Just as the soul ring emitted a light, the patterns on the ceiling above Yi Qinghan's head suddenly blossomed with a dazzling light. The light illuminated the entire practice room and made Yi Qinghan's body transparent. I don't feel dizzy this time. When Yi Qinghan woke up after sleeping for 2 days, he realized that there was no pain or drowsiness in his mind. Instead, it was as if he had had a good sleep. His mind was refreshed and his body was extremely comfortable. Why did my soul ocean become so big? This. What's going on? Just as he started to check the state of his body in doubt, he suddenly felt that the soul ocean in his head had increased by more than 10%. The strength of his soul, which was originally at the first stage of the sage realm, was now comparable to that of a powerhouse at the second stage. The higher one's realm, the harder it was to cultivate the soul. This was because the soul was not like battle qi, which could be quickly improved by spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits. Yi Qinghan had sex with Yu Qingqing and entered a deep state of silence in his soul. That was how he managed to improve his soul to this level. But now, it had increased by 10%. Could it be that I sensed that pair of eyes with my soul? Did it suddenly change? Yi Qinghan's eyes flickered and he started to recall what happened before he fainted. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and jumped up in shock. He cried out involuntarily, "That's right, there was a person in that pair of eyes." There was a naked woman. Yi Qinghan suddenly had an urge to raise his head and look at that pair of eyes and that woman. But he quickly dispelled that thought. He was really afraid. The pain he felt before he fainted was as if his entire body was being bitten by 10,000 ants. It really made him want to die. Luckily, this feeling didn't last for too long before he fainted. Otherwise, he didn't know if he would be able to endure it. He paced back and forth in the technique practicing room. He thought about the 2 pitch-black pupils. He thought about the endless void in the pupils and the naked woman standing proudly in the void. Why did I see a woman? Who is that woman? Why is she still naked? What secret is hidden in the painting? Why did the strength of my soul increase so much after I fainted? Also, why do I have a feeling that this painting is constantly calling me? Yi Qinghan kept thinking. He felt that the painting above his head was constantly calling him. He wanted to use his soul consciousness to explore it again and see that woman. But he hesitated when he thought about the heart-wrenching pain he felt before he fainted. Damn it, I'll risk it. Isn't it just pain? I'm not afraid of pain the least in my life. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Qinghan suddenly had a ruthless look in his eyes. He clenched his teeth and made up his mind. He had spent his entire life cultivating in pain. Although the pain this time was horrifying and chilling. But when he thought that the pain could increase his soul's C by 1/10, it was still very worthwhile. Moreover, he faintly felt that this painting might bring him a great opportunity. Since he had made up his mind, Yi Qinghan didn't think too much. He had always been a swift and decisive person. As long as he had decided on something, he would do it. He sat cross-legged and got rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. Then, he released his soul consciousness again and slowly sensed the strange pattern above his head. Chapter 4:18. The pair of beautiful big eyes above his head once again appeared in his mind. Yi Qin Han didn't stop there. Instead, he used his spiritual awareness to lock onto the two pure black pupils in the middle. Slowly, he saw that pitch-black void again, and that naked woman. In fact, he couldn't tell whether that person was a woman or not. Was she naked or not? However, when his spiritual consciousness entered the void, his mind suddenly had a feeling that the person standing in the void was a naked woman with an incomparably perfect figure. It was just a feeling, but it was very strange. So, Yi Qin Han was sure that this feeling was real. It had nothing to do with the sixth sense of a woman. Instead, it had something to do with the image of her expression. Yi Qin Han knew very well that this strange image was transmitting a message to him. It was a very definite message. As soon as he sensed this woman, the feeling of calling in his heart became stronger and stronger. At this moment, an inexplicable message suddenly emerged in Yi Qin Han's mind. At this moment, he seemed to hear a very pleasant female voice in his ears. As long as you can see me clearly, you might be able to obtain me and obtain a big lucky chance. This message came very abruptly, and its meaning was very ambiguous. However, it deeply shocked Yi Qin Han. His mind quickly turned, and he quickly understood the deep meaning contained in these words. This message was most likely transmitted by that woman. She was luring him to spread his spiritual awareness into the void until it reached the place where she was standing. Then, his spiritual awareness would envelop her divine body completely. In this way, he would be able to see her clearly. Moreover, he might be able to obtain her and obtain a big lucky chance. As for whether or not he could obtain her, and whether or not this woman really existed, or if she was just an illusion in the void, he didn't know. Moreover, Yi Qin Han didn't know what the big lucky chance was. However, Yi Qin Han didn't think too much about it. He had come here to find a lucky chance to break through to the next realm. Now that he had received such a clear hint, he became even more determined. He decided to use his spiritual sense to get closer to the woman in the void until he reached her and saw her clearly. At this moment, his spiritual sense had only penetrated the two pure black eyes and entered the void. He was still very far away from the woman. He began to drive his spiritual sense and spread it very slowly into the void. Boom! His spiritual sense had just spread a short distance when suddenly there was a roar in his mind. The image of the boss immediately disappeared. Then, the stabbing pain that felt like thousands of arrows piercing his heart spread all over his body again. He held his head in his hands and began to roll on the ground. He roared angrily as all the muscles and bones in his body began to spasm. His delicate face once again became incomparably distorted, the soul ring quickly lit up with a gentle light, but this time, the pattern on top of his head didn't light up again. This time, Yi Qin Han rolled on the ground, and only completely fainted after more than 10 minutes. This time, Yi Qin Han slept for a full 7 days before he woke up. When he woke up, his whole body felt very comfortable. There were no signs of dizziness or pain. Damn it! Do I have to grow up in pain for the rest of my life? Am I the legendary cockroach? When Yi Qin Han thought of the heart-wrenching pain before he fainted, all the hair on his body stood on end. This time, the duration of the pain seemed to have been doubled. If it was doubled the next time, and the next time, it would be doubled the next time. Then, even a god would be played to death. Then, he discovered something that made him very disappointed. This time, his soul ocean didn't grow much. It had increased by 1/10 the last time, but it was only 1/100 this time. This made him puzzled. The duration of the pain had increased, but the increase in the soul had decreased. The gain and the effort seemed to be inversely proportional. As long as you can see me clearly, you can possibly obtain me and obtain a great opportunity. However, when he thought of these words and the fireworks that bloomed in the sky above the hidden city, he didn't hesitate much. He rested for a moment and prepared to continue exploring with his spiritual sense. He remembered clearly that this time, he sensed the void for a much longer time than the first time. Once again, his spiritual sense overflowed and directly entered the endless void through those pure black eyes. Without any hesitation, he slowly radiated his spiritual sense toward that woman. Boom! A moment later, in the training room, Yi Qinghan held his head and rolled on the ground again, howling in pain. There's progress again. Continue. After waking up, Yi Qinghan's face was full of excitement. He felt that every time he fainted, the strength of his soul would increase. Although it was only 100th, it was still very good to have an increase. Most importantly, he felt that the distance his spiritual sense could radiate in the void increased every time. Although it was only a small increase, if it continued, he would be able to get close to that woman sooner or later and see her perfect body clearly. And then, possess her. Thus, Yi Qinghan began his happy yet painful life. 1 month after the god-slaying guard was killed, the divine city was completely shaken. Although there were many sage-class experts in the divine city, there were only 4 of them on the surface. The divine city only had 4 guards. Now, one of the 4 guards that represented the divine city had suddenly disappeared for a month. Furthermore, he disappeared without the divine city knowing his whereabouts. This matter was extremely serious. We can't wait any longer. Burning God Guard, let's go and meet the Divine Master now. We can only let the Divine Master make a decision on this matter. The God-slaying guard looked at the secret order from the hidden city and couldn't sit still any longer. Half a month ago, when the envoy from the hidden island saw that the God-slaying guard hadn't returned, he sent a small team to the Purple Island to investigate. In the end, they still didn't return. The burning God Guard also felt the seriousness of the matter. The 2 of them stood up hurriedly and rushed to the Divine Master Pavilion. Greetings, Divine Master. We have an important matter to discuss with you. The 2 of them ignored the young lady's moans and the young man's screams from the study room. They knelt down and shouted. TSK, TSK. Speak quickly. The Divine Master transmitted a voice transmission after a short while. Something strange happened on the Purple Island. A few scouting teams disappeared. Even the God-slaying guard who went to investigate a month ago, disappeared. Until now, there hasn't been any news from him. This matter is of great importance. We don't dare to handle it on our own. Hence, I asked the Divine Master to make a decision. The God-slaying guard didn't dare to say anything else. He quickly reported the matter to the Divine Master. He secretly circulated his battle chi and prepared to bear the Divine Master's anger. Oh. TSK, TSK. The Divine Master laughed out loud instead. His terrifying laughter echoed throughout the Divine Master Pavilion. Then, the laughter suddenly stopped. A sharp voice sounded. You finally can't hold it in anymore. TSK, TSK. Order the Dark Guards not to send themselves to death on the Purple Island. Since the God-slaying guard is dead, all of you will die if you go. Choose the strongest among the Dark Guards to fill the position of the God-slaying guard. Also, send me 50 people. Let me have a good time first. After this, I will go to the Purple Island and let them have a good time. TSK, TSK. 50 people. When the burning God Guard heard this, her charming face instantly turned bitter and ugly. The Divine Master had been playing more and more recently. From 10 to 20, then to 30. Now, he wanted 50 people. Moreover, no matter how many people there were, they would all be toyed to death after a day and night. Most importantly, he only wanted the young men and women of the human race and the demon race. Moreover, they had to be good-looking. The House of Ares and the demon god's residents had already been alerted to the secret capture by the divine city. Moreover, they had already started to secretly transfer the good-looking men and women. She didn't know if the entire House of Ares and the demon god's residents would start a riot if this continued. Would this continent trigger the Third World-destroying war because of the Divine Master II's perverted hobbies and crazy behavior? Would the entire Fire Dragon continent be wiped out? Chapter 419. After the death of the Godslayer guards, peace returned to the Purple Island. Melodious Guqi music rang out in the valley every day. Elder Lu found it troublesome and did not enter the unfettered pavilion anymore. He sat in the courtyard in the valley all day, cultivating. With him around, Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu could enter the unfettered pavilion without making any noise. Although the unfettered pavilion had the divine spirit qi and the cultivation speed of battle qi was increased, it lacked a trace of vitality. It lacked the natural aura of heaven and earth. It would be good to cultivate in seclusion for a long period of time. However, if one stayed there for no reason, one would feel uncomfortable. Yi Qingyu had just entered the god level. It would take a long time for her to completely comprehend the nomological laws and cultivate to the peak of the heavenly god level. Therefore, she was not in a hurry. Her main task now was to consolidate and digest what she had learnt, and to use it skillfully. Therefore, if she could stay outside the unfettered pavilion, she preferred to cultivate on the Purple Island. As for Yu Qingqing, there was no need to even mention it. Her divine sound law and the Yu clan's unique bloodline mainly cultivated the soul. Not only was the divine aura of the free and unfettered pavilion useless against her, but it also made her feel extremely stifled. It was a stuffy and unnatural feeling, and her cultivation speed was very slow. However, on this Purple Island, for some unknown reason, she felt as though she could completely harmonize with nature. Every time she played the guqin, she could feel that her soul was constantly growing. Her understanding of the divine sound laws was constantly increasing. Hence, she really wanted to continue cultivating on this Purple Island. Xiao He dived in and out of the small pond in front of the courtyard. From time to time, he would throw one or two big fish up. Ever since he came out of the unfettered pavilion, he had not gone back in. He either listened to Yu Qingqing play the guqin or dozed off on the Purple Island. He had a very comfortable life. However, in the past month, other than a few scouts from the Divine City, no one else had appeared. He was a little bored. "Grandpa Lu, have some tea." Yi Qingyu walked out of the storeroom with a pot of tea. She poured a cup and handed it to Elder Lu, who was sitting in the courtyard. Then, she sat quietly at the side and listened to Yu Qingqing play the guqin. Rustle rustle, Yu Qingqing sat cross-legged in the middle of the courtyard with her eyes closed. Her expression was indifferent as her hands plucked the strings of the zither. Her movements were elegant and graceful, and her temperament was otherworldly. She was like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Elder Lu had a benevolent smile on his face as he received the cup of tea from Yi Qingyu. He picked up the teacup and gently tapped the rim of the teacup a few times. He blew on the tea, took a sip, and covered the teacup. Just as he was about to put it down, his eyes suddenly brightened. He let out a heavy snort in astonishment and abruptly looked towards the western sky. Clang! Yu Qingqing heard Elder Lu's surprised voice and was startled. She opened her eyes and the sound of the zither stopped abruptly. He turned to look at Elder Lu in astonishment, and Yi Qingyu, who was beside him, also looked over nervously. "It's nothing, continue playing the zither." After a while, Elder Lu regained his composure. He waved his hand at them and explained, "It's just a person from the divine world." The divine world. Yu Qingqing was even more puzzled when she heard this. She asked in a puzzled and worried manner, "Grandpa Lu, didn't you say that the restriction formation on the Purple Island can prevent the divine senses from probing from the outside? Why did you discover it? What happened outside? Could it be the same as the last time when the foreign tribes descended?" This person's arrival caused quite a commotion. That's why I sensed it. Don't worry. This person is not here to cause trouble. Don't worry. Indeed. Just now, countless people on the Fire Dragon continent were shocked, not to mention Elder Lu. All of a sudden, there was a deafening sound of thunder in the sky. Then, a huge seven-colored cloud appeared, almost covering the entire north of the demon god residence. Even the people on the hidden island could see the divine light shining in the west. The god lord walked out of his study room, which he hadn't left for many days, and looked at the sky above the demon god residence with a solemn expression. As for the demon gods of the demon god mountain, they were all frightened silly. All the experts on the continent were scared out of their wits. They were afraid that the foreign tribes would descend again and cause another world-destroying war on the continent. The thunder rumbled for half an hour, and the seven-colored cloud also lit up for half an hour. Everyone was worried for a long time. A huge door lit up in the sky. Then, an incomparably handsome man wearing white battle armor and holding a silver long spear walked out on a snow-white horse. As his figure appeared, a strong wind suddenly blew in the sky. The seven-colored cloud behind him suddenly glowed with a strong light, illuminating the entire continent. The white horse suddenly grew a pair of shining wings and flapped them slowly in the sky. The man and the horse floated in the sky, scanning the land coldly. He was like an invincible god of war who walked out from the 9 heavens. His incomparably powerful aura stunned all the god-rank experts on the continent. Then, the thunder disappeared, the seven-colored cloud flashed, and the golden door also disappeared. The incomparably handsome man suddenly brandished the long spear in his hand, in the air a few beautiful spear flowers, stabbing out a few spear shadows. The nearby space actually cracked under his spear shadows, creating a thin crack. This time, all the god-rank experts on the continent sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of expert was this? How could he be so ferocious? Even the god Lord Tu's mouth twitched slightly. Apparently, he was scared. However, after a while, this invincible god of war suddenly did something strange, making countless experts on the continent feel dizzy. The man's eyes sparkled with golden light as he scanned the countless cities below. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled into a devilish smile as he said in a magnetic and deep voice, "Young ladies of the Flame Dragon Plain, how are you? I, the great Lord Shi Xiaofei, am here to save you on behalf of the divine world. Cheer up. Wow! Prince Charming, please save me. Oh God, the man I've been waiting for is finally here." Countless young ladies of the demon race and the human race screamed in surprise, their eyes burning with passion. All of them looked at the man in the sky as if they were possessed. Their faces were filled with excitement and fanaticism as they screamed and screamed. This scene was like a group of young ladies being besieged by demons. When they were at their most helpless and despairing moment, a handsome and powerful knight suddenly descended. Then, show off. The god Lord Tu and the countless god-rank experts on the continent cursed inwardly. This man was obviously from the divine world, and he was extremely powerful. He could travel thousands of miles with a single instant shift, but now he was riding a flying horse. The spatial ring in the divine world was the most ordinary thing, but he insisted on carrying a long spear. Wearing a full set of battle armor. Moreover, he was despicable enough to use a soul secret technique to tempt ordinary young ladies the moment he descended. However, this man had descended in such a domineering manner, and from his appearance, he seemed to be very arrogant. The continent's god-rank experts didn't dare to show any hostility or provocation. The god Lord Tu's face darkened as he fell silent. Hence, the experts were puzzled. Why did this man suddenly descend on the Flame Dragon continent? Could it be for the divine sword? Harumph! A light snort came from the sky. This voice was so strange that besides the god-rank experts, no one could hear it. Hearing this voice, the continent's god-rank experts were a little bit relieved. Because they were so familiar with this voice. It was from the powerful woman in the dark castle. As soon as the handsome man riding the white horse heard this cold snort, his cold and ruthless aura changed. He waved his hand, retrieving the white horse's long spear and battle armor into his spatial ring. Then, he grinned and bowed, clasping his fists toward the north. Hee, big sister, don't be mad. I'm just playing. I'm coming. Then, his body flashed, disappearing from the god-demon palace. This, the continent's god-rank experts were astounded. This man called Lord Devour Big Sister? Moreover, this man changed his face so fast. He was an invincible god of war a moment ago, and now, he had turned into a humble clown in just a blink of an eye. However, everybody exhaled in relief. Luckily, it wasn't the pagan tribes that had descended. Otherwise, the continent wouldn't be able to bear another war in this troubled time. Chapter 420. On the rooftop of the dark castle. That incomparably handsome man teleported to the rooftop in an instant. His convenient horse trotted over with a mischievous smile. As he walked, he laughed and said, Sister. I haven't seen you for thousands of years, and you've become even more beautiful. No, you must have found some elixirs to preserve your looks. If you don't give me some, I'll be angry with you. Get lost. Stop being so glib. Do you think I won't slap you? Lord Devour put the book in his hand on the crystal table. His face was always cold, but at this moment, he beamed a warm smile. Although his words weren't polite, his tone had become tender. He pointed at the chair opposite him and gestured for the man to sit down. Sir, please have some tea. At this moment, Lord Joe, who was dressed in white, walked in from the entrance of the rooftop. He placed a cup of light blue tea on the table and bowed respectfully to the man. Nine-tailed celestial fox. Or a nine-tailed celestial fox that is about to transform. When the man saw Mistress Joe walk in, his eyes lit up and he couldn't tear his eyes away anymore. He stared at her closely and took the cup of tea that Mistress Joe handed over. Suddenly, his expression became incomparably solemn and he said seriously, Little fox, do you want to go to the realm of the gods? This material plane is lacking in spiritual energy. If you want to train to the energy-shaping realm, you will need at least a few hundred years. If you come with me, King E, I guarantee that you can do whatever you want on the Misty Continent. You will have all kinds of elixirs and elixirs. They can transform in 10 years, become a god king in 10,000 years, and even have the chance to become an honorable god emperor expert. The man's expression was impassioned. His expression was solemn, and his saliva flew in all directions. His words were extremely moving. If Yi Qin Han was here, he would have thought that he was in the insurance business and multi-level marketing business in his previous life. All right. Lord Devour didn't mind the man. He waved his hand, signaling Madame Joe to leave. Then, he scolded, You've harmed many girls in the divine world. You won't even let my people off. Xiao Fei, when can you change this bad habit of yours? Don't you think about how much trouble you've caused all these years? If not for me, you, a puny little god king, would have long been smacked to death several times. Look at what I'm saying. Am I that kind of person? I see that this little fox's innate talent is not bad, so I want to nurture her. As soon as Madame Joe left, the man resumed his cheerful countenance. However, when he saw Lord Devour's face darken, he shut his mouth and changed the topic. Of course, it's the same if you follow me. It's the same. Big sister, your tea is pretty good. TSK, even in the immortal realm, the blue heavenly dew is considered a top-grade divine tea. Out with it. Why did you spend 1,000,000 godstones to teleport to me? Did he do that woman again? They're fighting at our doorstep. Lord Devour smiled, love sparkling in his eyes. He picked up the blue tea, sipped it, and said faintly. How could that be? Am I not missing my sister? I came to see sister, you're really something. It's been thousands of years and you still haven't come back to see me. The man's expression instantly became incomparably bitter. His pair of beautiful eyes shone with a pitiful light, making people unable to help but feel sorry for him. If you don't get to the point, do you believe that I won't slap you? Lord Devour didn't even look at him as he continued to drink his tea. Arg. You win. I have 3 things to tell you. The man didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore. He immediately sat up and spoke with a serious face. First, you need to send me a message. Tell me that you found the 1 billion-year-old soul ginseng. I'll bring it to you. Second, in 10 years, the next Palace Masters Challenge will begin. This time, 5 Emperor gods are eyeing our soul-devouring palace. They've sworn to take us down. Second brother wants you to go there. Third, I've finally broken through to the second sky of King God Realm. I'm here to tell you the good news. Sister, do I get a reward? Then, the man wiped his hand, and a long, black jade box appeared in his hand. He respectfully placed the box on the table, smiling at Lord Devour as if he was waiting for Lord Devour's compliment and reward. Harumph. 5 Emperor gods are here to challenge us. Do they think that our soul-devouring palace is easy to bully? Lord Devour didn't even glance at the jade box on the table, nor did he look at the man's charming face. Quite the contrary, his face was cold as he snorted. Following his snort, the chilling aura on the rooftop became more oppressive. At this moment, even the wind stopped blowing. Keeping silent for a while, her face recovered a little bit. She continued, how strong are they? Did you find out? 2 at the peak of level 5, 2 at level 6, and 1 is close to level 7. As the man saw Lord Devour was enraged, he didn't dare to pretend anymore. Close to level 7. It's okay. You should go back first. After 10 years, I'll go there. Lord Devour waved his hand, then picked up the black jade box on the table to check it. The man's face changed again. He frowned and stood up, his face embarrassed as he looked at Lord Devour. Anything else? Lord Devour lifted his head, glancing at the man as if to tell him to get out of here. Sister, I've finally broken through to the second sky. Why don't you reward me? Said the man grudgingly. However, when he saw Lord Devour's cold face, he didn't dare to talk nonsense. His face became pitiful as he hesitated for a while. All right, I know I can't hide it from you, sis. Actually, there's a 4th thing. I accidentally slept with the daughter of the Golden Dragon Palace's second palace master, Ao Tian. Ao Tian said that he wanted to kill me. Second brother said that he wouldn't care. I can only come to you. Sister, you won't let me die, right? Paw. All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew and struck the man's chest. Under the impact of the gust of wind, the man was sent flying several thousand kilometers away before he stabilized himself. His face was pale and he almost coughed up blood. Swoosh. A black box shot out from the rooftop as fast as lightning, aiming at the man. When the man saw the black box, he was overjoyed. He quickly reached out and caught it. He knelt down on one knee and said with a cheeky smile, Sister, you love me the most. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Bring this to ask for Ao Tian's hand in marriage. Tell him that I owe him a favor. Xiao Fei, don't say that I'm cruel. This is the last time. If there's a next time, kill yourself. Get lost. A cold voice came. The man smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. He soared into the sky, took out a huge millstone-like object, and threw it into the air. Then, the millstone-like object shot up into the sky as if it was going to pierce through the firmament. The man stepped on the millstone-like object and waved at the castle. With a flash, the millstone-like object and the man disappeared instantly. Sigh, Lord. Look, even a fifth-grade war god dares to provoke our soul-devourer manner. A deep sigh came from the dark castle. Then, it became silent again. The dazzling light above the dark forest attracted the attention of the Fire Dragon Continent's god-level experts. When Divine Master 2 saw the light, he fell into deep thought. Then, he laughed wildly again and walked into the study. The god-level experts of the 3 mansions and 1 island looked at the northern forest with envy and helplessness. Comparisons were odious. Others could travel freely between the divine realm and the continent, but they could only be trapped in this dead pond forever, waiting to be toyed to death by that perverted baldy in the divine city. Chapter 421. On the 3rd day after that man's arrival, a special guest came to the Purple Island. It was a 9-tailed fox in a white dress. The 9 lords teleported outside the Purple Island and locked their divine senses on the small valley. Elder Lu, who was sitting cross-legged, was startled. Just as he was about to ask Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu to enter the unfettered pavilion, Madame Zhou's voice rang in his ears. He smiled and stood up. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu looked at Elder Lu doubtfully but didn't say anything. Xiao He was sleeping soundly on the roof. Swish! A moment later, a white figure flashed over. Elder Lu laughed and sent a voice transmission to Xiao He to wake him up. Then, he went out to welcome the 9 lords. Elder Lu, long time no see. Greetings to the 2 beauties. Greetings to Xiao He. Madame Zhou's posture and demeanor were incomparably elegant even when she was sprinting. She stood in front of the small courtyard and greeted the 3 people and Xiao He, who was woken up. Greetings to you, Madame Zhou. Elder Lu smiled and cupped his hands respectfully. Yu Qingqing, who was beside him, had seen this mysterious fox before. This 9th lord had even saved her life. She quickly pulled Yi Qingyu, who had a curious look on her face, to bow and greet her. He. Xiao He had a good impression of Madame Zhou. He jumped onto Yi Qingyu's shoulder and stood up straight. He curled his lips and called out to her as a greeting. Does Madame Zhou have any orders? Elder Lu asked after greeting her. He knew that Madame Zhou wouldn't leave the dark castle for no reason. She must have come with Lord Devour's order. He was looking forward to it. Could it be that Lord Devour was going to help Yi Qinghan? No orders. Madame Zhou seemed to have guessed what Elder Lu was thinking. She shook her head slightly and took out an ancient jade box from her bosom. She handed it to Xiao He and said, Madame Zhou only asked me to give this to Xiao He. He. Xiao He grabbed the jade box with interest and opened it. Elder Lu and the rest also looked over curiously. However, he discovered that there was only a bronze necklace in the jade box. This necklace was very ordinary. There was no brilliance or anything special about it. It was just like a small accessory sold on a carpet. GG. Xiao He stretched out a claw and dangled the necklace on his claw. He waved it up and down as he called out to Lord Zhou in confusion. It seemed that it didn't understand why Lord Devour would give it such a broken necklace. Don't ask me. Milord didn't say anything. He only asked me to send something over. Xiao He, take it with you. Madame Zhou smiled and spread her paws, indicating that she had no idea. Let me help you put it on. Yi Qingyu looked at Xiao He's cute movements and her eyes curved into crescent moons. She reached out to take the necklace from Xiao He's hand and put it around his neck. Buzz. At this moment, the necklace suddenly glowed with a gentle light. Eventually, it disappeared on Xiao He's neck. Elder Lu, Yi Qingyu, and Yu Qingqing were even more confused. What kind of magical treasure was that? Why did it disappear so suddenly? GG. Xiao He twisted his body but didn't feel any discomfort. He didn't find anything special either. It was as if he wasn't wearing it at all. He called out to Lord Jiu twice, his eyes filled with doubt. Don't look at me. I don't know anything. However, since Milord wants to do this, she must have some business. All right, I won't disturb you anymore. Goodbye. Madame Jiu bowed slightly and walked away gracefully. She dashed out of the purple island and disappeared into the dense purple forest. F***CKU, Second Master. When will this day come to an end? Yi Qinghan was lying flat on his back in the training room. His eyes were tightly shut and his face was filled with bitterness. He didn't know how long he had been in seclusion. Half a year. He also didn't know what was happening outside. He just wanted to know if he would go crazy if he continued like this. He couldn't remember how many times he had fainted and how many times he had experienced that heart-wrenching pain. He only remembered that as time passed, his spiritual sense was getting closer and closer to that woman. However, the pain lasted longer and longer. He didn't know if he could continue to endure it. He believed that if it wasn't him, no one on the mainland would be able to endure this pain. Indeed, without a soul ring, anyone would die from convulsions in pain. Without Yi Qinghan's thick nerves and the ability to endure this kind of pain, anyone would go crazy. In the past few years, Yi Qinghan had endured the pain of his meridians bursting, then the pain of his dantian bursting. He had also been beaten by Elder Lu on the God-slaying mountain for a year. Not long ago, he had been beaten for a long time in order to feel the fluctuations in space. The countless painful experiences had made his nerves extremely strong, and his ability to endure pain had also become extremely strong. However, these were not enough. Yi Qinghan knew that if it were 4 or 5 years ago, he definitely wouldn't be able to endure it. Even if he did, he would have become a madman. After Yi Ruoshui's death, he had gone into seclusion for 3 years. His strength had increased bit by bit, but it had made his mind incomparably mature and tenacious. He knew very well that if it weren't for the 3 years of tempering his mind, he would have long given up under such pain. When the heavens bestow a great responsibility upon a man, it will surely afflict his will and tire his muscles and bones. No pains, no gains. In order to obtain much, one must first pay as much. Yi Qinghan repeated a few words of encouragement from his previous life over and over again. Screw your second master, Soul Emperor. If this young master pays so much only to find that you're the one deceiving me, then I'll screw your first master and second master. After a while, Yi Qinghan jumped up, raised his middle finger, and cursed fiercely. Then, he sat cross-legged and continued to spread his spiritual sense above his head. He continued to try to get closer to that naked woman. Half a day after Lord Jiu left, Elder Lu opened his eyes in astonishment. After a moment of silence, he waved his hand at Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu and said, "You two little girls, you can go back to the carefree pavilion first. Our Lord is here. I'll go and entertain him." Lord. Divine Lord. Yu Qingqing's eyes revealed a trace of astonishment, which immediately turned into fear. She said worriedly, "Should we send a voice transmission to Qinghan and ask him to cancel this transportation door?" Yu Qingqing remembered that God had used his Lord's will to lock this golden door in the sky above the hidden city. He had used his blue flames and had almost been refined by this door. In the end, it had caused Yi Ruoshui to self-destruct. There's no need. Humph. Elder Lu stood up and looked to the west proudly. With a shake of his hand, a black iron rod appeared out of thin air in his hand. In an instant, his aura skyrocketed. He said coldly, "Let's not talk about the fact that he doesn't have the ability to refine it on the Purple Island. Even if he does, he's considered a powerful man in the Fire Dragon continent. But on the Purple Island, he's nothing." Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu didn't say anything as they looked at Elder Lu, who had suddenly turned into an invincible divine spirit. They flashed into the door and disappeared into the black hole inside the door. He. When Xiao He heard that the Divine Lord had come, he immediately became excited. He shouted a few times and did a few somersaults in the air. Then, he stood firmly on Elder Lu's shoulder. Elder Lu tilted his head and looked at Xiao He. His eyes emitted a dazzling light and endless battle intent. He strode out and laughed. "Ha, Xiao He, let's go and entertain our great lord." Chapter 422. Tu was in a bad mood. When he entered Purple Island, his divine sense found an elegant pavilion in a small valley. A few people were sitting leisurely. His mood worsened. The double-pupil netherworld race was one of the ancient races in the god realm. However, due to the loss of their unique soul secret method, they gradually declined. Since childhood, he was not talented and was bullied by his people. Then, he suddenly awakened his bloodline and obtained the special soul secret method of the netherworld race. He could collect the souls of the dead and refine them into soul origin pills. Thus, he became the hope of reviving the netherworld race. His status in the race soared and he became one of the elders. On the night of the awakening, he killed all those who bullied him. No one dared to resist. Later, in order to revive the glory of the past, the race sold the small city they owned and took out all their savings to buy the Flame Dragon plane for him, making him the lord of the Flame Dragon continent. He did not disappoint the family. After coming to the Flame Dragon plane for thousands of years, he suppressed the gods of the continent, created the divine city, set the rules of the prefecture wars, and captured billions of people on the Flame Dragon continent. In just a few thousand years, he harvested nearly 100 million souls and refined nearly 10,000 soul origin pills. Then, he sold them to the god realm and brought a huge amount of wealth to the family. Then, he discovered a shocking secret. The small Flame Dragon continent had the Soul Emperor's relic and the 12th divine sword to enter the Soul Emperor pavilion. He did not report it to the family. He decisively sent people to search for treasures and obtained a large number of spirit and divine weapons. Although he did not obtain the divine sword, he thought it would be his sooner or later. At that time, he was in a very good mood. His days were very comfortable and full of hope, but a woman came to the dark forest, which made his happy mood a bit gloomy. He was defeated in the battle of the dark forest. But he was not discouraged because he had the Lord's will. As long as this woman lived in the Flame Dragon plane for thousands of years and obtained the plane's aura, he believed that this woman would fall under his crotch sooner or later. Then, something even worse happened. The fallen god mountain's great treasure appeared. He sent people to search for it for 5,000 years and waited for it for 5,000 years. But in the end, it was all for naught. This made him very mad and very angry, but he still restrained himself and kept a low profile as he searched for the divine sword. However, what followed was the arrival of the alien race. The hateful Golden Horn God clan. Not only did they destroy the 7-star absolute killing array that he had spent a fortune to build, they even allowed a few muscular men to gang rape him. For the sake of his race, for the godly sword, and for the sake of revenge, he endured it once again. He did not resist and allowed them to do whatever they wanted in his backyard. When he was young, he had suffered such humiliation in his clan. He didn't expect that after thousands of years, when he was at the peak of his life, he would experience it again. After this incident, his personality began to change. The successive blows made him crazy, and he became schizophrenic. That was why he started to torture and kill young boys and girls. That was why he acted without restraint in the hidden city. But now, this little bastard who snatched what belonged to him didn't die, and was still living a leisurely life with a few women on Zidao. How could he be in a good mood? When he saw a goat-faced, black-robed old man arrogantly holding a black iron rod and walking towards him in a domineering manner, his mood worsened. Hee. Old thing, how could you hide so well? Go back to the divine realm. I don't want to kill you. Divine Lord Tu tried his best to suppress his anger. His red and black eyes were shining as he stared at Elder Lu. Then, he looked at Xiao He on Elder Lu's shoulder and said again, "Little soul-eating beast, leave Zidao now and return to the dark forest. I won't hurt you because of Lord Devour." Hee hee. Xiao He looked at the shiny bald head on the fiery red robe, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He waved his little claws and screamed at him. Hee hee. Elder Lu laughed when he heard the Divine Lord's polite words. He stuck the iron rod on the ground, crossed his arms, and said helplessly, "The way to the Divine Realm is blocked by his lordship. How can I go there? I can't defeat that divine beast at the peak of Heaven God Realm. Why don't you help me kill it, and I will go to the Divine Realm now." "Oh. You are the guardian of the God-slaying mountain, but you don't even have a high-grade divine weapon. If you have a divine weapon, you should be able to break through with your peak Heaven God Realm cultivation, right? Isn't your iron rod a divine weapon?" Seeing that Elder Lu actually wanted to go to the Divine Realm, Divine Lord Tu was slightly taken aback and said doubtfully, "If you really want to go to the Divine Realm and not participate in the affairs of the Flame Dragon Dimension, I will open a teleportation formation in the Divine City for you and send you to the Divine Realm. What do you think?" Seeing that Elder Lu's iron rod did not shine with divine light, Tu thought that Elder Lu really did not steal the divine weapon from the God-slaying mountain. There were enough troubles in the Flame Dragon Dimension, and he did not want to add to it. Hence, his tone became slightly more polite. "Hee hee, my iron rod is made of a special material, but it is not a treasure. The God-slaying mountain only has two divine weapons, a divine sword and a spatial divine weapon. How would I dare to take it for myself? Let's forget about the teleportation formation in your divine city. I am afraid that it is unstable and will be torn apart by the space. Again, you go and kill the divine beast that is guarding Zidao, and I will go to the Divine Realm immediately. What do you think?" Elder Lu grabbed the iron rod, spun it a few times in his hand, and gave Xiao He a playful look, indicating for it to calm down. "This is impossible." Tu smiled coldly and said in an unusually firm tone. This divine beast and his divine city's 7-star absolute killing array was something he had paid a huge price for. His purpose was to trap the Flame Dragon plane. This way, he could stabilize his position as the overlord of the Flame Dragon plane and continue to bring him a steady stream of souls. Then, he could refine soul origin pills and earn a lot of wealth. "Is that so?" Elder Lu's two small eyes narrowed into a line. After thinking for a while, he said again, "How about this, you give me some treasures, and I will not participate in this matter. I will find a way to go to the Divine Realm myself. How about that?" Tui pondered for a while, and without thinking for a long time, he said, "What treasures?" 2,000 soul core pills. Elder Lu said straightforwardly. 2,000. Tu sucked in a breath of cold air. What did this old thing think soul core pills were? He had harvested hundreds of millions of souls for more than 5,000 years, and only refined less than 10,000 soul core pills. How could he ask for 2,000? 2,000 soul core pills could buy 2 divine beasts at the peak of the heavenly god realm in the Divine Realm. Then, he saw a smile flash across Elder Lu's eyes, and he suddenly came to his senses. He said angrily, "Huh? Old thing, you dare to fool me? Ha! You idiot! You only realized it now." When Elder Lu saw this, he laughed out loud. Over the past few thousand years, he had been very dissatisfied with Tu's method of keeping the Fire Dragon continent captive and collecting souls. During this period of time, because of Yi Qinghan, he hated Divine Master Tu very much because of his love for Yi Qinghan. If he had the chance, he would have killed him long ago. "Old thing, you are seeking your own death. Don't blame me for this." Cold light flashed across Divine Master Tu's eyes. He touched his space ring, and a black giant axe that was shining with divine light appeared in his hand. He waved it in the air and laughed maniacally. Do you think you can defeat me on this purple island because I can't use my will? My meteorite battle axe is a middle-grade divine artifact. It weighs 108,000 kilograms, and it can increase one's strength by 200%. Hee hee. Without using my divine power, I can easily flatten you with this axe. If you know what's good for you, get lost. I will count to 3, or you will die. 108,000 kilograms. Increase one's strength by 200%. Disdain flashed across Elder Lu's eyes when he heard Tu Yi's words. Then, he raised his iron rod and waved it in front of him. He said proudly and fearlessly, I also advise you to get lost from the Purple Island in 3 seconds. Otherwise, you will die. Chapter 423. TSK, ever since I became a god and understood the laws, I have not fought with pure strength for a long time. Today, I will show you the unique technique of the dual-eyed netherworld race, mountain-splitting 13 axes. I'll ask you one last time, are you going to return it? Tu wielded his axe with one hand and gently swung it to the side. An ancient tree that required several people to wrap their arms around its trunk was directly chopped in half. With a loud bang, it fell to the side and smashed a huge ravine into the surrounding bushes. The little magical beasts in the distance were frightened. Hee hee. Xiao He was slightly startled. His small black eyes stared at the huge axe in Tu's hand. This medium-grade god weapon was indeed powerful. Such a thick ancient tree was actually cut in half with just a casual slash. It was indeed able to cut through iron like mud. If it were to hit a person, cut the crap. Watch my dog beating 8 styles. Elder Lu snorted coldly. He sent a message to Xiao He, telling him to retreat and watch the battle from the side. Then, he leaped into the air, holding the black metal rod with both hands and smashed it down on Tuesday. Xiao He retreated quickly. With a few leaps, he climbed up the branch of a big tree and watched the battle worriedly. Humph. Tu kicked his leg and dodged Elder Lu's attack. Then, he held the axe horizontally and spun it to the side. Boom! Elder Lu's rod smashed into the ground. The nearby ground shook, and there was a 1-meter-wide, bottomless pit in the ground. Seeing the huge axe coming at him, he quickly drew his metal rod and blocked it. Then, he used the rebound force to move to the side. Clang! Clang! Boom! The two of them exchanged blows at lightning speed. From time to time, the sounds of metal clashing could be heard, as well as the sound of the ancient trees being cut down or smashed. Rays of light from the godly axe and shadows of Elder Lu's black rod lit up everywhere. In less than an hour, all the ancient trees in the nearby forest had been chopped down to the ground, and the ground was filled with deep pits and ravines. It could be seen how powerful the two were, and how fierce the battle was. Ah, old goat, our speed is about the same. You are still far from my strength. Our dual-eyed netherworld race's special soul technique is unparalleled in the divine world. Our strength is also among the top 50 in the divine world. Today, you must die for sure. Tu's shrill, maniacal laughter could be heard amidst the streaks of divine light. Little Black, who had already retreated a few hundred meters, was so anxious that it was chirping. Although it couldn't see the two figures flashing rapidly in the arena, it knew that Elder Lu was at a disadvantage. The battlefield was getting closer and closer to him, and Elder Lu was constantly retreating. Its two small eyes rolled around, then it suddenly turned around and ran into the bushes behind it. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the bushes. Although Tu had the upper hand, he was secretly shocked. He had paid a huge price to purchase this mid-grade divine artifact. How could the iron rod in this old thing's hand remain intact after hundreds of strikes? What material is this made of? Why is it so hard? However, he didn't think too much about it. He waved his divine axe and continued to chop at Elder Lu. He vented all his pent-up emotions on Elder Lu. I didn't expect you to be a perverted baldy, your strength is not bad. This axe is a good item, but if you want to rely on this to kill this old man, you still have a long way to go. Have a taste of my ultimate move. Purple Island Dog. Although Elder Lu would be repelled every time they clashed, his expression remained calm and there was even a faint smile on his face. Hearing Tu's maniacal laughter, Elder Lu said with a faint smile. The black iron rod in his hand transformed into several shadows and swept at Tu's upper body. Hee, old thing, I forgot to tell you that I have not used the double strength of my divine axe. Die. Mountain splitting 13 axes. Tu saw that Elder Lu had been avoiding him for a long time. Every time, Elder Lu would make use of Tu's attacks to repel him. Elder Lu had never met him head-on. Now that Elder Lu had taken the initiative to attack, Tu laughed loudly. Suddenly, the divine light on the black divine axe became even more intense. Suddenly, he used a few strange footwork techniques to dodge Elder Lu's attack. Then, his entire body floated horizontally in midair. This time, he held the giant axe with both hands and swung it behind him. Then, with a piercingly cold sound of a phoenix flute, it transformed into 13 axe shadows and smashed at Elder Lu. For the first time, Elder Lu's expression turned serious. The 13 axe shadows seemed to cover all the blind spots in front of him. If he were to retreat hastily, he would not be able to keep up with the speed of the axe. His small eyes flashed. All he could do was grit his teeth and hold the iron rod horizontally with both hands to resist the axe. Boom! A loud sound rang out, causing countless leaves in the vicinity to tremble and fall. Dust flew up from the ground as if there had been an explosion. On the other hand, Elder Lu's face was pale, and his hand that was holding the iron rod was trembling slightly. His back was slightly bent, and half of his legs were submerged in the ground. It was evident that the strength of the axe was extremely terrifying. Hee. Old thing, let's see how many times you can resist my axe. Tu-yi laughed even more maniacally. At the same time, he did not stop moving. He continued to use the strange footwork techniques and held the axe with both hands. Before Elder Lu could jump out, Tu-yi hacked down heavily. Boom! Boom! After Tu's lightning-fast strikes, Elder Lu's face turned even paler. Blood began to flow from the corner of his mouth and his hand started to tremble even more. He had underestimated Tu's strength. He thought that the strength he had just displayed was already his strongest attack. He did not expect that his medium-grade divine weapon, which doubled his strength, would not be activated. One wrong move, and everything else went wrong. Now, under Tu's continuous attacks, Zidao could not teleport. Elder Lu could only grit his teeth and endure the attacks. There was no way he could escape. GG. AO. At this moment, Xiao Hei's angry screech and the furious roar of a demonic beast came from behind Elder Lu. Hee, you found help. Old thing, no one can save you today. Tu saw Xiao Hei rushing towards him with a clumsy bear cub and laughed disdainfully. He knew that Xiao Hei was a soul-devouring beast. However, before he became a divine beast, he posed no threat to him. As for the bear cub, he completely ignored it. Xiao Hei and the bear cub rushed over at lightning speed and leaped high into the air. Their height was twice that of Tu's and they used the momentum of their descent to increase their speed. However, Xiao Hei, who was in mid-air, suddenly changed direction and ran towards the left. The bear cub continued to wave its tiny paws at Tuesday. Tu did not even bat an eye at Xiao Hei's little trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain. As for the bear cub, he allowed it to attack as it pleased. He continued to swing the giant axe at Elder Lu. However, just as he was about to smash Elder Lu's body, leaving only his head and hands exposed, the sky suddenly darkened. AO. With a loud roar, the bear cub in midair suddenly expanded like an inflated balloon. It suddenly grew several times bigger, as though a mountain had suddenly crashed down from the sky. The black bear's eyes were filled with anger. The two tiny bear paws had also turned into two huge iron doors. With a piercing cold wind, they smashed towards Tu's bald head. It seemed to be extremely dissatisfied with Tu's contempt for it. Damn it! Tu's face turned ashen when he saw this. His eyes were filled with fear as he cursed. In a hurry, he could only raise the giant axe in his hand high up to protect his head like Lu Lai. His body, however, retreated rapidly. Bang! The huge bear paws slapped down fiercely, sending Tu flying along with his axe. He tumbled several times in the air before crashing into an ancient tree a few hundred meters away. The tree, which was so thick that it would take 3 people to wrap their arms around it, fell to the ground. Chapter 424. A red figure shot out from the messy thicket. His red robe had been torn into countless pieces by the branches, and there was even a smear of mud on his shiny bald head. He looked abnormally pathetic. Little bastard, I will tear you into pieces. Into 108 pieces. Tu's red and black eyes glowed with red light. He was furious to the extreme. Although the black bear's furious slap didn't cause him much harm, he couldn't remember how many years it had been since he had been in such a pathetic state. Today, he was actually sent flying by a mere level 8 magical beast and ended up in such a pathetic state. Although he couldn't use his divine power on the Purple Island, although he had just been ambushed because of his carelessness, although this kind of magical beast could transform, and after transforming, its strength was no less than a god-rank powerhouse's physical strength. But Tu felt that this was absolutely an unprecedented disgrace in his life. If this matter were to spread outside, he would lose all his face. Ayo! The black bear roared, unwilling to be outdone. However, its eyes clearly showed that it wanted to retreat. This was its most powerful palm strike. This man didn't seem to be injured at all. Furthermore, the huge axe in his hand was shining with terrifying divine light, which frightened the bear. However, since Xiao Hei didn't retreat, it could only continue to wave its huge bear paws and roar. Kiki! Die! Today, all the magical beasts on the Purple Island will die, including you. Old thing, all of you will die. All of you will die. Tu saw Elder Lu slam the ground and stand firmly on the ground. Tu thought that Elder Lu was going to escape. He used a strange footwork and his body turned into a phantom in the air. His huge axe glowed with divine light as he pounced towards Tuesday. G. Xiao Hei looked at Elder Lu with worry in his eyes. He signaled Elder Lu to retreat and return to the carefree pavilion. At the same time, he commanded the black bear to block the attack. Humph. No need. All of you, retreat. Elder Lu snorted coldly. It was obvious that he was infuriated by Tu's series of slashes. His voice became extremely cold. He raised the black iron rod in his hand and leaped into the air. He shouted, "You have shown your trump card. Now, it's my turn. Transform." He looked at Elder Lu, who was growing bigger and bigger in midair. He saw a blood-red horn suddenly emerge from Elder Lu's head, and his iron cudgel grow bigger and longer, emitting rays of black light. He opened his eyes in horror and shouted as he retreated, "You are from the Blood Deer clan. Wasn't the Blood Deer clan exterminated?" "Ha, my Blood Deer tribe was indeed exterminated, but I was still alive and was saved by Master." The dual pupils Netherworld race's strength was ranked in the top 50. In terms of pure strength, our Blood Deer clan is ranked 5th among the 100 clans of the God Realm. That mid-grade divine artifact of yours weighs 108,000 gene. This is a high-grade divine artifact, Heaven Shocking Rod. It weighs 880,000 kilograms. Did you have a good time smashing them? Now it's my turn. Little Baldy, where are you running to? Elder Lu's body suddenly grew 10 times bigger. His body became more than 20 meters tall, and his black iron rod became tens of meters long. The iron rod took the shape of a cone and became thicker and thicker. The tip of the rod was only half a meter thick, but when it reached the tip, it became 7 to 8 meters thick. The black divine radiance on the rod was dazzling, illuminating the surrounding forest. Boom! Although Tu was retreating rapidly, how could he compare to Elder Lu, whose legs were more than 10 meters long? In just a few steps, Elder Lu caught up with him. Elder Lu waved the huge rod and smashed it down on Tu at lightning speed. The impact created a 10-meter wide, bottomless pit on the ground. Half of the purple island shook, and the nearby ancient trees swayed from left to right. The leaves kept falling. Boom! Elder Lu waved the huge rod and smashed it down continuously. Tu was like a monkey jumping around in front of him. Seeing Elder Lu's enlarged body and the blood-red horn on his head, Tu completely lost his will to fight. He now knew why Elder Lu looked so relaxed when they were fighting just now. Elder Lu was obviously fearless. Why did that ordinary-looking iron rod not leave a single mark on it after being struck by his divine axe? Initially, he thought that it was made of a special material, but it turned out to be a high-grade divine artifact. Low-grade divine artifacts glowed with divine radiance at all times. Middle-grade divine artifacts only glowed with divine radiance when used. High-grade divine artifacts, however, could control the leakage of divine radiance. There was no time to think too much. Right now, preserving his life was the most important thing. If he was hit by Elder Lu, his body would definitely be smashed into pieces. Although his divine crystal would not shatter, his head would be smashed, and his soul would dissipate. GG. AO. Xiao He and the black bear looked at Elder Lu, who was about to turn into an ancient giant, and were both dumbfounded. After a moment of shock, they looked at Tu, who was being chased around like a monkey. The two beasts cried out excitedly and followed Elder Lu's footwork to catch up to him. Tu relied on his strange footwork to dodge Elder Lu's attacks on the Purple Island. Looking at Elder Lu's cold expression and the increasing speed of the rod's shadows, Tu felt bitter in his heart. At this rate, he would be smashed to death sooner or later. At this moment, he was calculating the direction in which the rod would hit every second. Both his mind and body were at their highest levels. If he made a mistake in his calculations, or if his body's reaction was too slow, he would be smashed into pieces. Boom! Another rod smashed down on his back. He stepped on the metal rod and darted to the left. His face and back were drenched in cold sweat, and his footsteps trembled slightly. A sliver of viciousness flashed through his eyes, and he quickly rubbed his space ring with his left hand. A black, triangular stone covered in strange inscriptions appeared in his hand out of nowhere. Gritting his teeth, he directly crushed the triangular stone. Suddenly, a door that flickered with golden light appeared before him, and he directly charged in. Step back. Elder Lu stopped in his tracks when he saw the golden door. His body shrank rapidly, and he carried Xiao He behind him as he shot backward. The little bear did not wait for Elder Lu to shout. It had already stopped in its tracks and rapidly shrunk its body. Then, it rolled into a ball and rolled backwards. Boom! The purple light shield on the Purple Island shook when the golden door appeared. A bright light appeared, and a thick bolt of lightning struck the golden door. It was obvious that the golden door had triggered the restrictive spell of the Purple Island. A huge cloud of dust rose, and a huge pit, similar to the one that had struck the divine guards, appeared nearby. The area within 100 meters was charred, and green smoke rose. As for the golden door, it was instantly destroyed by the lightning, and the entire area was in a complete mess. Hee hee. Xiao He climbed onto Elder Lu's shoulder and screamed excitedly when he saw the pit behind him. His little face was full of joy. Hee, Xiao He, don't celebrate too early. That Baldy is probably not dead, but he is definitely injured. He will be lying in bed for at least a few months. Elder Lu looked at the deep pit on the ground and felt slightly regretful. His body had grown bigger, and his strength had increased. His movement speed had also increased. But his reaction and attack speed had weakened a little. It was a pity that he could not kill this Baldy. But after a while, he laughed and said, "Life-saving teleportation talisman. This time he will have to cut off a few pieces of his flesh. A teleportation talisman is worth at least 100,000 god stones. He sold the soul core pills for at least a few hundred. Let's go back. I don't think anyone will dare to disturb the Purple Island anymore. We can cultivate in peace." Chapter 425. Today, the Divine City lit up with rainbow divine light again. The citizens of the Divine City saw a miracle that they hadn't seen for a long time after a few years. However, this time, the citizens of the Divine City weren't shocked or in awe. Instead, many of them snorted in disdain. During this period of time, there had been too many miracles. Not to mention the Golden Horn God Lord and that huge face. Just the shocking rainbow light and the thunder that rumbled for an hour above the demon clan yesterday were many times more majestic than the miracle in the Divine City. Furthermore, many people were deeply doubting the God Lord that they believed in. The invincible God Lord that had protected them in the past, where was he when the Divine City was breached? Where was he when their children disappeared mysteriously? Where was he when the 4 guards of the Divine City suppressed the citizens of the Divine City with ruthless methods? The only ones that reacted were the God Massacre Guards, the God Burning Guards, the newly promoted God Slaying Guards, and the envoys of the Divine City. At this moment, the God Massacre Guards and the God Burning Guards were teaching the newly promoted God Slaying Guards the battle formation. Suddenly, they saw the rainbow light above the Divine Lord Pavilion and were shocked. They looked at each other in fright and hurried toward the Divine Master Pavilion. They knew that the God Lord had gone to Purple Island, but why did he suddenly return after such a long time? It was normal for him to return, but he didn't teleport back. Instead, he teleported back. That wasn't normal. When they hurried to the Master God Pavilion, they saw a shocking scene as soon as they reached the door. In the courtyard of the Divine Lord Pavilion, the God Lord was lying on the ground miserably. His body was covered in blood, and he was trembling non-stop. Around his body, there was still a rainbow light shining. His red robe had been burnt to a crisp, leaving only a few pieces of his upper body, which were continuously emitting green smoke. Many parts of his skin were charred black and blood-stained. The strangest thing was, his 2 snow-white buttocks were not injured at all. At this moment, they were facing the door, trembling and twisting. A brown flower was constantly shrinking there, as if it was quietly blooming. "God Lord, what happened to you?" The God Massacre Guards and the God Burning Guards had just reached the door when they saw this scene. Without hesitation, they turned and dodged to the sides of the door. As for the newly appointed Godslayer Guard, he had been walking at the front. When he saw the situation, he hurriedly rushed over to help the Lord God up, as if to express his loyalty and concern for the Lord God. Boom! The God Massacre Guards and the God Burning Guards immediately knelt on the ground and closed their eyes. As expected, a loud sound was heard, followed by the God Slaying Guards and the God Slaying Guards. The 2 of them became even more afraid and started kowtowing to the courtyard in terror. "Send out all the hidden guards, to surround the entire Purple Island. Once someone comes out, immediately crush the sound-transmitting jade talisman. Send 100 people to me, all of them must be young demon girls. God-slaying guards, you all saw nothing. God. Slayed. God. After a while, the weak voice of God slaying guard was heard. The God massacre guards and the God burning guards felt as though they had been granted amnesty. Like two stray dogs, they hurriedly got up and ran away. After a long time, a resentful voice came from the courtyard. Just you wait. When that woman returns to the divine world, I want all of you dead. Once I get the divine sword, everyone in the fire dragon plane will die. Old woman, golden horn god race, I won't let a single one of you off. All of you will die. See, after Elder Lu displayed his prowess, the Purple Island regained its peace. Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingyu could finally cultivate peacefully on the Purple Island. Yi Qingyu listened to Yu Qingcheng play the zither for half a day every day. Then, she would go sightseeing on the Purple Island under Xiao Hei's guidance. At night, she would return to the courtyard to cultivate. Her days were extremely comfortable. Elder Lu also decided to cultivate on the Purple Island. For someone at his level, there was not much difference between cultivating for a few more years and a few less years. Instead, Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingyu served him respectfully every day, allowing him to enjoy the happiness of a family. Spring came and went. Flowers bloomed and wilted. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. During this period, Yi Qinggu came out once. In less than a year and a half, she broke through to the Emperor realm. This made Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingyu very happy. After resting on the Purple Island for a few days, she went back to the carefree pavilion and cultivated diligently. As for Yi Qinghan, he had been in seclusion for a year and a half. There was no news from him at all. Half a year ago, he suddenly activated the restriction of the technique practicing room. At the same time, he cut off his soul connection with Xiao Hei. Even Elder Lu and Xiao Hei couldn't find any news about him. This made them worried. However, they were afraid that he was at a critical juncture in his seclusion. Therefore, they didn't dare to disturb him. Yi Qinghan was indeed in seclusion. However, he wasn't comprehending the profound mysteries. A year ago, he had accidentally seen the woman in the pair of eyes above his head. Ever since then, he had been thinking of ways to use his spiritual awareness to get close to her. Then, he would possess her. He would obtain that great opportunity. Ah! Inside the carefree pavilion, a black and white figure was screaming miserably as he rolled on the ground. Sometimes, he would roll on the ground. Sometimes, he would suddenly bounce up and slam into the wall. Sometimes, his head and body would rub against the ground, his body was covered in blood. His clothes were torn, his skin was worn off, and his flesh was split open. His white bones were exposed. However, his body was enveloped by a gentle white light. Blood flowed out of his body and stopped flowing. His skin and flesh were torn, but they slowly grew back and healed. This process repeated over and over again. An hour later, Yi Qinghan finally stopped rolling around. Half of his delicate and pretty face was covered in blood. The muscles on his face twitched from time to time. His eyes were deeply sunken and tightly shut. His chest heaved up and down violently. He took long breaths and groaned in pain from time to time. Damn it! I was so close. I was so close. Ah! 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 After a short while, Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, he opened his mouth and roared angrily. He lifted one hand powerlessly and carelessly wiped away the blood that had congealed on his face. His other hand supported himself on the ground and he sat up with difficulty. Then, he wiped his carefree ring and took out a set of clothes from the treasure house. He changed out of his blood-stained and tattered clothes. Then, he took out a few spirit fruits and slowly ate them. A year had passed and he had lost a lot of weight. Apart from his eyes that still shone with a bright light, he looked even more frail and weak than before. He ate several spirit fruits to replenish the energy in his body. Then, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. He circulated his battle chi 12 times in his body and completely healed his injuries. Then, he spread his body and lay down on the ground to rest. I was so close. Next time, I will be able to see you clearly. At that time, don't disappoint me. Yi Qinghan murmured and fell into a deep sleep. He slept for 5 days and 5 nights. When he woke up again and jumped up from the ground, his delicate and pretty face was filled with excitement and expectation. He believed that when he used his spiritual sense to investigate, he would definitely be able to see that woman clearly. He would definitely be able to see the woman who had caused him pain for an entire year, that naked woman. Chapter 426. Swish. In the quiet night, a meteor suddenly fell from the sky. However, this meteor was not like the usual meteors, which were bright white or whitish yellow. This meteor shone with a 5-colored light, and it was extremely fast. It flashed across the sky above the continent, and finally disappeared into the tall divine mountain. After 1 year, the god city had a miracle again. Of course, this time, no one was surprised or worshipped. Quite the contrary, more people looked disdainful. Although the god massacre guards and the god burning guards were a little surprised, they didn't rush to the god lord pavilion. The 2 snow-white butts from 1 year ago were still fresh in their memory. Mwahaha. It's just as I expected. After a while, God Lord 2's shrill laughter arose from the God Lord pavilion. His voice was wild and arrogant. At this moment, he was standing in the middle of the yard, holding a stone that was glowing with 5-colored divine light and carved with complicated symbols. It was the message talisman of the divine realm, which was the meteor that had just come. As he was from the divine realm, he knew about the Palace Master Challenge that was held once every 1,000 years. 1 year ago, when the handsome man riding on the white horse had come to the Fire Dragon continent, he had vaguely guessed something. Then, he had sent the message to his clan. Finally, he had gotten the answer. Mwahaha. 2 held the stone that was glowing with a dim light, lifting his head to look at the north. His eyes sparkled with a blood-red light. Eventually, he burst out laughing. The shrill and ear-piercing laughter echoed throughout the divine city, causing the citizens of the divine city to feel their hairs stand on end. My lord, it seems 2 has found out that you want to return to the divine realm. On the rooftop of the dark castle, Lord Jiao stood behind Lord Devour respectfully. She looked a little worried as she looked to the south and reminded him. It's okay. It's not a big secret anyway. Lord Devour held a teacup in one hand and a cup of blue tea in the other. He blew on it and then took a sip. He covered the teacup and said faintly, the Divine Realm Challenge is held once every 1,000 years. It's a secret in the material planes. Who doesn't know about it? Besides, even if he knows that I want to return to the God world, so what? Sir, I'm worried about Xiao He. This time, Sergio looked to the east, his face more worried. He wanted to say that he was worried about Xiao He and Yi Qinghan. However, looking at Lord Devour's cold face, he didn't dare to continue. The fox face actually revealed the same worried expression as a human. In fact, it even looked a little more sincere. Milord isn't here. I'm afraid I won't be able to control him. I don't need you to suppress me. I have my own arrangement. Lord Devour waved his hand, his face indifferent as if he didn't care about anything. Arrange? That necklace? Madame Jiao suddenly recalled the necklace that Lord Devour had asked her to deliver to him. Lord Devour didn't explain much. He pointed at a jade bottle on the table and said, "You take this to Xiao He. I've refined it for 1 year. A few days ago, I finished it. Let him take it. From now on, no one in the entire Fire Dragon continent can hurt him. Even if Yi Qinghan dies, it will be fine." This. All right. Madame Gio looked at Lord Devour's cold face and emotionless words. She sighed and didn't say anything. She took the jade bottle and disappeared from the rooftop. Purple Island. In the small valley, Madame Gio had teleported from the dark castle shortly. She didn't linger, directly entering the small valley. After exchanging some pleasantries with the others, she handed the jade bottle to Xiao He. "Oh." Xiao He blinked his eyes, looking at the jade bottle. He seemed to be puzzled as to why Madame Gio had sent him something again after such a long time. Would it be the same strange, useless thing as the last time? Don't ask me anything. I still don't know. It's a useless pellet. Our Lord told you to swallow it directly. Madame Gio smiled and continued, "Will our Lord harm you?" Pellet. Old Lu extended his hand to stop Xiao He from unplugging the jade bottle. He clasped his hands at Madame Gio and said, the pellet that our Lord sent is surely a low-grade divine pellet. Madame Gio, do you think we can enter the carefree pavilion? The overflowing spiritual qi can also benefit the two little girls. That's not a problem. Let's enter the carefree pavilion together. I have long admired the spatial divine equipment, but I haven't had the chance to take a look. This time, I will broaden my horizons. Madame Gio smiled and looked at the shining door in the courtyard with interest. Oh. Xiao He took the lead and walked towards the teleportation door. The others also followed with anticipation. Once they entered the carefree pavilion, Madame Gio was deeply shocked by the beautiful scenery. Her calm and elegant temperament disappeared without a trace at this moment. Her small fox mouth was wide open in shock. Madame Gio, you can look around as you please. Xiao He, let's begin. Old Lu smiled, seemingly very satisfied with the shock that his master's divine pavilion had brought to Madame Gio. He waved his hand and set up a force field. Then, he nodded at Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu, of course, knew that this was a rare opportunity. Without saying much, they closed their eyes and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. Oh! Xiao He cried out excitedly. Then, he stretched out his small claw and grabbed the lid of the jade bottle. Buzz! The bottle actually glowed with a gentle light. Suddenly, the bottle left Xiao He's claw and floated in midair. A soothing fragrance drifted out from the mouth of the bottle. In an instant, the small force field was filled with this delicate fragrance. When one smelled it, they felt relaxed and refreshed. Suddenly, the jade bottle trembled, and a fiery red shadow shot out from the mouth of the empty bottle. It danced continuously in the air as though it was trying to escape. However, because of Old Lu's force field, it could not escape. It could only flicker continuously above the heads of the few of them. Oh! When Xiao He saw it, he was shocked. What was this thing? It could actually move. His two small eyes followed the fiery red shadow constantly, and his body was also moving around on the ground. This was also the first time that Madame Gio had seen such a strange thing. Her calm expression changed to one of astonishment. She blinked her eyes in confusion. This is a middle-grade divine elixir. Lord is too generous. Xiao He, hurry up and grab it. Swallow it immediately. Old Lu had been following the Soul Emperor for a long time. Although he was experienced and knowledgeable, he was still slightly shocked and shouted. This Lord Devour's actions were indeed extraordinary. Perhaps that ordinary-looking necklace from last time was also not an ordinary item. When Xiao He heard this, he was startled. He bent his legs and pounced at the red shadow like lightning. After a few leaps, he grabbed the elixir in his claw. When he looked at it, he was stunned. This elixir was shaped like a naked person that had shrunk countless times. Its eyes, which were the size of a grain of rice, emitted an angry and pitiful expression like that of a real person. It seemed to be very dissatisfied with Xiao He for grabbing it. Xiao He, swallow it quickly. This isn't a real person, and it doesn't have a soul. It just has some intelligence. If you delay any longer, the elixir's effect will disappear. Xiao He was stunned. Old Lu became anxious and shouted. Yes. Hurry up. Madame Jiao was also slightly anxious. However, he was secretly glad that old Lu knew how to use this elixir. Lord Devour probably knew about old Lu's existence, so he didn't tell him too much. Xiao He didn't hesitate. He grabbed the elixir, threw it into his mouth, and swallowed it immediately. After a while, Xiao He's body glowed with the same gentle light as the jade bottle. Then, he fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 427. Lord Jiao took his leave and the whole carefree pavilion became quiet. Xiao He fell into a deep sleep, while Yi Qingyu and Yu Qingqing were absorbing the medicinal power of the divine elixirs in the field set up by Elder Lu. Yi Qingwu was still in seclusion, but Elder Lu did not absorb the medicinal power in the field. The medicinal power was negligible to him, who had been cultivating for tens of thousands of years. However, he could not withdraw the field, or the medicinal power would leak out. Therefore, he closed his eyes with a smile and sat cross-legged to comprehend the laws. It was perfect and quiet. The practice room was also very quiet. Yi Qinghan was sitting cross-legged on the ground. He looked serene and his breathing was steady, like an old monk in meditation. Of course, he was not cultivating, but completing a painful journey that had lasted for a year. At this moment, his spiritual sense had already passed through the pair of eyes above his head, radiating into the void, and was constantly approaching the woman in midair. He did not stop for a short distance in front of him. He was like a cool breeze, drifting all the way. When he was dozens of meters away from the woman, his speed began to slow down. His radiating spiritual sense seemed to have encountered an obstacle at this moment, and it began to become difficult to move forward. It was like a person running on flat ground, and then suddenly a quagmire appeared in front of him. Every step forward required a lot of effort. Forward, forward. Yi Qinghan was not the least bit discouraged. Like a bull in heat, he exerted all his strength and continued to radiate his spiritual sense. 30 meters, his speed became a little slower. 20 meters, his head began to swell slightly. 15 meters, 10 meters. At this moment, his head had become extremely swollen. Last time, his head had exploded in this place, and his spiritual sense had been forced to withdraw. I can do it. Hold on. If someone was in the practice room at this moment, they would definitely be frightened, because at this moment, all the muscles in Yi Qinghan's body began to convulse and twitch, and the blue veins on his face bulged. It was very frightening. Beads of sweat the size of beans dripped down from his forehead. His entire body was already drenched in sweat several times. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. I can't. I can't. Yi Qinghan felt that he was nearing his limit at this moment. After countless experiments, he was very clear that if his spiritual sense continued to radiate after reaching his limit, he would definitely be forced out of the void again and return to his mind. What welcomed him was more than an hour of pain and suffering. Let's fight. He looked at the woman standing in the air, who was so close, yet seemed so far away. Yi Qinghan decided to take a gamble. At this time, he didn't muster up his strength and continue to drive his spiritual sense forward. Instead, he began to slowly retreat. As he retreated, the pressure immediately decreased, and his soul felt relaxed. After retreating for 2 meters, he began to crazily drive his spiritual sense forward at a rapid speed. His speed had reached the peak of what he could drive. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Boom! All of a sudden, his mind buzzed. The scene in his mind suddenly changed, and the woman in front of him disappeared. At that moment, he was incomparably furious. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. However, when he was ready to face the heart-wrenching pain and suffering again, he suddenly felt that his body began to become incomparably relaxed and comfortable, and his soul became incomparably serene, comfortable, and warm. He was like a long-lost child who threw himself into his mother's arms again. He enjoyed this moment so much that he almost wanted to moan in comfort. At this moment, the strange pattern above his head suddenly lit up with a soft light, which enveloped his body. Then, his body suddenly disappeared into thin air. Yi Qinghan seemed to feel something and slowly opened his eyes. But, what he saw in front of his eyes was not the training room that he was familiar with, but a very strange place. He had come to a magnificent palace. Suddenly, he was a little frightened. Had he been transferred unknowingly? He had suddenly come to this strange place when he didn't have the slightest reaction. How sharp was the perception of a saint-level expert? But he didn't notice it at all. This was a little scary. However, he had always been a very courageous person. Ever since he left the Yi family castle at the age of 15, he had encountered many strange things. After thinking for a while, he remembered that he had suddenly been transported here from the carefree pavilion. He thought about it and concluded that no one could have done this except for the carefree pavilion's own restrictive spell. Since he had been transported here by the carefree pavilion, he should not be in danger. Therefore, he relaxed a little and began to size up this palace, which was even more beautiful than the carefree pavilion. This palace was not big, about the size of the main hall of the carefree pavilion. The strange thing was that there was no door, and the walls were made of a kind of green stone, which emitted a soft white light, which made people feel very comfortable. The decorations of the palace were very complicated and luxurious. Many of them were things that Yi Qinghan had never seen before. However, it did not make people feel that it was luxurious. Instead, it was very elegant and refreshing. This feeling was very strange and wonderful. Of course, after seeing the carefree pavilion, Yi Qinghan was not too shocked by this kind of magnificent palace. What shocked him the most was, there was a jade bed at the top of the palace. There was a translucent white gauze curtain on the bed, and inside the gauze curtain, there was a woman lying on her side. Gulp. The gauze curtain blocked Yi Qinghan's vision, so he could not see the woman's full appearance. However, when Yi Qinghan saw the woman's body for the first time, his eyes suddenly emitted a fiery light. His lower body quickly emitted a nefarious fire, and became hard and erect. His throat involuntarily wriggled, and he began to swallow large mouthfuls of saliva. What kind of woman was this? Through the gauze curtain, the first thing that Yi Qinghan saw was a pair of well-proportioned bare feet, white and delicate. Her 10 neatly trimmed toenails were shining with a pink luster, and there was a string of small purple bells on her ankles. Together with her delicate little feet, it formed a unique kind of temptation. Above that was a pair of perfectly curved calves, and 2 snow-white thighs that made people's blood vessels surge and emitted a faint luster. Just this pair of legs alone was enough to seize the spiritual energy and fortune between heaven and earth. One could imagine that a person with such a pair of beautiful legs was enough to make all the men in the world go crazy. However, above that was a disappointing white gauze, which just happened to cover her mysterious peach blossom garden. However, it did not completely cover it, and revealed a small tuft of green grass, as well as a small slender waist that was outlined by a simple red string. The small red string had a thread at the waist, and this thread just happened to extend downwards, through the green grassland, and into the white gauze, causing people to have endless fantasies, fantasizing about where this little red string would eventually extend to. Her upper body was still covered by the light gauze, but it only covered the 2 snow-white and smooth towering peaks. The other half that was exposed was also emitting an alluring luster, causing people to be unable to help but want to take a bite. On her slender swan-like neck was a flawless face. Her facial features were exquisite to the extreme, and under her long and curly eyelashes was a pair of slightly closed eyes with a touch of gorgeous purple eyeshadow. The corner of her bright and clean mouth was slightly curved, but it made her entire face full of charm. Frankly speaking, this woman's face could only share the limelight with Yu Qingqing. Her figure could be compared to Yi Qingwu, and her skin was like Yi Qingyu, but her temperament was far superior to the three of them. This woman's entire body was releasing a temperament that could incite the beastly desire in the depths of men's hearts, charm, an incomparably charming temperament. This was a woman who could make any man's heart beat, a woman who could make any man release the desire in the depths of his heart for a woman who could not help but ruthlessly ck her. Do you want me? At this moment, a faintly discernible voice suddenly sounded in the palace. This voice was languid and profound, but it was incomparably charming. It almost made Yi Qinghan, who was almost unable to control himself, directly spurt out. Chapter 428. Do you want me? In this situation, any capable man would not hesitate to say yes. But in this situation, anyone with a brain would either say no, or shyly pretend to say no. Imagine, you were suddenly transported to a strange place, and then you saw a peerless beauty, who invited you to have a hand-to-hand fight with her for no reason. It was a friendly match. In such a situation, perhaps many people would be vigilant at the first moment. Was this person a demon or a ghost? What was her purpose? Was she the legendary fox demon who specialized in sucking the essence of men? There must be a demon if there was nothing unusual. Those who foolishly rushed up were fools who were blinded by lust. Obviously, those who could be transported to this palace and enjoy such treatment were not fools. I do want you, very much. Yi Qinghan was obviously not a fool to be able to cultivate to such a level at such a young age, but he suddenly said something very stupid. He was very frank about the desire hidden in his heart. Giggle, Yi Qinghan's words made the woman chuckle. As she laughed, her body twisted. The waves on her chest rippled, and two pink spots could be faintly seen. The red string on her small waist also rippled, twisting like a small snake on the green grass. The two strings of purple bells on her delicate ankles made a pleasant sound, and together with her lazy voice, it made her even more charming. After chuckling, the woman stretched out a lotus root-like hand and held her chin. A pair of limpid eyes stared at Yi Qinghan, as if she could see through his whole body. Her delicate red lips slightly opened and closed, and she said softly, "Little man, why do you want me? Why do you dare to want me?" The moment the woman looked at him, Yi Qinghan felt that he was naked at this moment. His whole body was exposed in the palace, and there was no secret to speak of. He was secretly shocked. He no longer looked at the woman's enchanting body, but stared at her limpid eyes without showing any weakness. He smiled and said, "You are very beautiful, so beautiful that it can move people's hearts. That's why I want you. I dare to want you because you said that as long as I see you clearly, I can have you." Giggle. The woman chuckled again, causing a series of bells to ring. The atmosphere in the palace became more and more charming, and the fire in Yi Qinghan's heart became more vigorous. Suddenly, she stopped smiling and stretched out her other hand to lift the veil. Her pair of limpid eyes were like silk, and a pink tongue suddenly stretched out from her delicate red lips. She gently licked them, and the jade-like hand that stretched out from the veil hooked her finger towards Yi Qinghan. The corner of her mouth curved into an alluring arc, and she lightly laughed. "Little man, since you want it, then come. I like little men." Gulp. Yi Qinghan gulped. He deeply looked at the woman and then made a strange movement. His eyebrows drooped down, and he pressed down the remaining part of his robe that was bulging up. Then, he waved his hand and decisively said, "I won't come. Even if you beat me to death, I won't go." Oh. Yi Qinghan's strange actions caused the woman on the jade bed to be startled. A brilliant light flashed in her eyes. She drew back her jade-like hand and asked in a puzzled voice, Why is that? Don't you want me? If you absolutely want me, then you are destined to be my woman. Yi Qinghan didn't look up, but firmly replied. He took a deep breath and began to stabilize his mind. Then, he flicked his sleeves and lightly said, "That's enough, woman. Don't play this game. Tell me, the rules of the game." That old soul emperor is always like this, and he doesn't have the slightest bit of sincerity. I won't fall for it. Ha ha ha. Yi Qinghan's inexplicable words actually caused the woman to laugh. She looked at Yi Qinghan with eyes full of praise. A moment later, her complexion changed and her temperament changed, becoming that of a pure and noble saintess. Her tone was no longer as seductive as before, but very warm and gentle as she said, "Little man, your wisdom has left me with a whole new level of respect. Congratulations on passing the second trial. I'm curious, how did you discover it?" It's very simple. It's because I broke through the checkpoint of Fallen God Mountain that the Soul Emperor set up in the Flame Dragon continent and obtained Carefree Pavilion. Yi Qinghan's eyebrows arched up in surprise. He was a bit puzzled. Why didn't this woman know that he had obtained Carefree Pavilion? But, he still directly answered her question. At Fallen God Mountain, he had been tossed and turned around by the Soul Emperor. The realm of hallucination had tested his character, the Puppet Mountain range had tested his potential and perception, and finally in the third trial, the Gate of Destiny, he had nearly been played to death. In truth, when this woman sent him a message saying that as long as he could see her clearly, he could obtain her and a great lucky chance, Yi Qinghan already suspected that this was another trap set up by the Soul Emperor. Now that this woman was tempting him in every possible way, he was even more certain of this. Luckily, he had experienced many romantic traps in the realm of hallucination and also had 3 peerless beauties as his wives. Thus, his resistance towards beautiful women was extremely strong. Moreover, after Yi Ruoshui's death, he had gone into seclusion for 3 years, causing his mind to become extremely tenacious, thus he hadn't fallen for her trap. Seeing that his answer didn't completely dispel the woman's doubts, Yi Qinghan was puzzled. He asked, "What is it? Isn't your palace located in Carefree Pavilion?" "You don't know of Carefree Pavilion?" "Of course I know of Carefree Pavilion. It is one of the 12 divine pavilions that Master refined in the past. It is also a famous spatial divine tool in the God realm. The master of this place is called the Illusory Palace. Not all 12 divine pavilions can enter. In order to enter, there must be 2 conditions, and you have fulfilled these 2 conditions." As the woman spoke, she waved her jade-like hand and covered her entire body with a light veil. This caused Yi Qinghan to feel slightly regretful. However, this woman's words startled him. After thinking for a moment, he smiled bitterly and said, "One of the conditions must be to endure that year of inhuman suffering, right? Master said that only by enduring the most bitter of sufferings can one become a human being. In the past, he also endured all the sufferings of the world before finally becoming the #1 God Emperor. And the second condition is that you must possess the 3 accessories of the Soul Emperor. The soul ring on your finger, a divine sword, and a set of battle armor." After the woman finished speaking, she smiled. However, this time, there was no seductiveness in her smile. Instead, she seemed incomparably pure and holy, making people not dare to violate or have the slightest bit of blasphemy. "Hee, little man, you are very good. In fact, 1,000 years ago, there was someone who almost entered here, but in the end, he couldn't help but go crazy. I admire your perseverance and ability to endure pain. Of course, your luck is also a bit better. You have the soul ring, although it is already damaged. And without the soul ring, it was indeed very difficult for me to endure." As Yi Qinghan recalled the painful experience of this year, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Without the soul ring, he must have already given up. After a moment, he suddenly smiled evilly. According to the rules of the game that the Soul Emperor had set at Fallen God Mountain, the more you put in, the more you would obtain. I wonder what kind of generous rewards will there be this time. Divine tool. Or perhaps this mysterious woman. Well, beauty, let's talk nonsense later, shall we? You said that if I see you clearly, I will obtain you and a great lucky chance. Do you want to exchange for it? Yi Qinghan rubbed his hands and looked at the woman with some embarrassment. Although there was a bashful smile on his face, the fire in his eyes was very obvious. Hee, little man. Don't be impatient. As soon as the woman saw Yi Qinghan's expression, she smiled. Her expression inadvertently restored its incomparably seductive appearance, causing Yi Qinghan's heartbeat to accelerate. The woman lightly covered her delicate lips and softly said, "First, let me introduce myself. I am Yao Ji, one of Master's dancing bewitching concubines. Also, you are wrong. The message I am sending you is, it is possible to obtain me. Of course, as for whether or not you can obtain me in the end, that will depend on your efforts. As for the great lucky chance, I can gift it to you, but whether or not you can grasp it depends on yourself. Little man, work hard, Yao Ji is waiting for your favor." Chapter 429. Great opportunity. I can give it to you now. Yi Qinghan's heart immediately surged like a storm on a calm sea surface. The so-called opportunity was definitely not some kind of treasure or artifact, and Yi Qinghan did not need it now. Since the enchantress was talking about a great opportunity, it must be an opportunity to double his strength. What he needed the most now was to improve his own strength, such as becoming a god. Enchantress, what is that? I don't know if this great opportunity can make me a god. Yi Qinghan took 2 deep breaths again and calmed himself down. However, he could not help but curl his lips and ask. Hee, little man, you are anxious again. Sometimes, men should not be anxious. If you are too anxious, you will not be able to taste the most wonderful taste. The enchantress looked at Yi Qinghan, who was very excited but desperately trying to suppress it. She covered her mouth and teased him. The purple eyeshadow in her eyes flashed, and her every move caused her breasts to sway and the little red string on her slender waist to sway. Coupled with her flirtatious words, the palace began to ripple with a charming atmosphere, and the air became sticky. All right. Enchantress, you win. I'm afraid of you. Let's stop playing, okay? Yi Qinghan's eyes were burning. He felt that even the air he exhaled was scorching hot. His penis, which had just calmed down, began to stir again. He lowered his head helplessly, cupped his hands, and begged for mercy. He did not dare to look at the enchantress anymore. He was afraid that if he continued like this, he would be burned to death by the fire of desire. At this moment, Yi Qinghan had another definition of pain in his heart. The most painful thing in the world was to have a peerless, naked enchantress in front of you. You wanted to do it, and you dared to do it, but you could not. Hee, little man, at least you know what's good for you. I won't tease you anymore. As for this great opportunity, I'll introduce you to the Dream Palace first. When the enchantress saw Yi Qinghan like this, she laughed even more cheerfully. After a while, she felt that she had enough fun, so she began to talk about business. Her expression also returned to its incomparably pure and holy look. She glanced at the palace, and a trace of intoxication flashed in her eyes. She said, "This illusory palace is actually a spatial divine tool, a divine tool that countless people in the divine world have coveted for a long time. It is also the famous work that Master used to establish his status as the Supreme Refiner. This is the #1 treasure below the God Emperor realm." Supreme Refiner. The #1 treasure. Yi Qinghan was a little surprised. This Supreme Refiner sounded very awesome, didn't it? Was the Soul Emperor becoming the God Emperor related to his status as the Sovereign of Refining? And this palace was actually a spatial divine tool like the unfettered pavilion. And it was the #1 treasure below God Emperor. If he could obtain this illusory palace, wouldn't he be rich? Thus, he said somewhat excitedly, Enchantress, now that I've entered the illusory palace, does that mean that I have the chance to obtain this spatial divine tool? Yi Qinghan thought that since he could enter this place and had already passed through 2 stages, if he continued to pass through the stages that the Soul Emperor had set up, wouldn't it be the same as obtaining unfettered pavilion at Fallen God Mountain? Hee, little man, your ambition is so great. I can tell you clearly, don't even think about it. The enchantress shook her head slightly and rolled her eyes. She said, the reason you were transmitted here is because you fulfilled one of the 2 conditions to enter this place. And Master only set this opportunity once, which is before the illusory palace appears. Besides you, no one else can enter this place. Moreover, you can only stay in this illusory palace for 10 years. After 10 years, you will be automatically transmitted out. Of course, if you have great luck in the future and obtain this spatial divine tool, you can enter and exit the illusory palace at any time. 10 years? That long? Yi Qinghan was a little confused after the enchantress had said so much. But when he heard that he had to stay here for 10 years, he became a little anxious. If he didn't obtain anything from this place, then that would be a great loss. At least in Unfettered Pavilion, there was a painting of a beach in the rain that he could comprehend. Moreover, there hadn't been any news from him for 10 years. Who knew how anxious Yi Qingyu and the others would be? Humph. You still think it's too long? The enchantress was slightly startled when she heard this. Then, she said with some dissatisfaction, little man, do you know how many people in the God realm want to stay with you for a year, or even a month? In the past, someone gave a treasure that could be exchanged for a city to Master, and Master only allowed that person to stay for a year. You're just a lucky brat, and you actually think it's too long. Ah. Yi Qinghan was completely shocked. Of course, he knew that the city that the enchantress mentioned was definitely not a city in the Flame Dragon continent. Elder Lu had said that a city in the God realm was comparable to the Flame Dragon continent. The Flame Dragon continent could only be exchanged for a year's time. Was this dream palace really that impressive? He blinked and asked, what's so special about this palace? Why do even God realm experts want to come in? The #1 treasure below the God Emperor realm. Isn't it an undeserved reputation? Seeing that her words had finally subdued this silly boy, the enchantress was a little pleased with herself. However, she inadvertently revealed the demeanor of a little girl, which shocked Yi Qinghan again. After a slight pause, she said again, after a slight pause, she continued, the Dream Palace has 3 ordinary functions. First, cultivating here for a year is equivalent to cultivating in the God realm for 5 years. Second, the speed of comprehending the laws of heaven and earth here is more than double that of the outside world. Of course, God Emperor experts are excluded. Third, the Dream Palace can simulate any battle between experts below the God Emperor realm. Martial artists can comprehend laws or attack by watching the battle. As for the more advanced functions, only the master of the Dream Palace is qualified to know. This time, Yi Qinghan was completely shocked. His eyes widened and he looked around in disbelief. His palms started to sweat, and his heart was in turmoil. The 3 most ordinary functions. Cultivating here for a year was equivalent to cultivating in the God realm for 5 years. It should be known that cultivating in the Carefree Pavilion was equivalent to cultivating in the Flame Dragon continent for 10 years because of the divine spiritual aura. Wouldn't cultivating here for a year be equivalent to cultivating in the Flame Dragon plane for 50 years? And he had 10 years. Wouldn't that be equivalent to cultivating in the Flame Dragon continent for 500 years? 500 years. To Yi Qinghan, who had only cultivated for 10 years, it was a very long time. Most importantly, the speed of comprehending the laws here was actually double. The speed of comprehending the laws could also be doubled. As for the third function, Yi Qinghan didn't understand. Simulating any martial artist's battle didn't seem to be very useful, right? Could one comprehend the laws of heaven and earth from other people's battles? Even if they were occasionally triggered, it didn't seem to be very useful. But just the first two functions were already very shocking. Moreover, there seemed to be more advanced functions. The speed of comprehending the laws can also be doubled. Also, battles between experts don't seem to be very beneficial, right? For example, if I were to watch a battle between God-King experts, with their speed, I wouldn't be able to see their attacks clearly. Even if I were to see 100 battles, what use would it be? After a while, Yi Qinghan voiced out the doubts in his heart. Chapter 430. I won't explain the comprehension speed of the laws. Of course, you wouldn't understand even if I did. But I can tell you that it's absolutely true. And the third point is that you wouldn't be able to comprehend anything if you fought outside, but here, it's extremely beneficial. Because this place slows down the speed of both parties' battles. You can clearly feel the laws of heaven and earth that they use, as well as their attacks. I can honestly tell you that those who have watched the battles in this palace have more or less comprehended something. Some people even broke through from the first-tier Sky God realm to the Divine General realm in a year. The Yao Ji said proudly. Then, she suddenly thought of something and looked at Yi Qinghan with an amused expression. You said that you want to watch 100 battles. Hee, are you daydreaming? I can tell you clearly that the great opportunity I'm giving you is just one battle. All he had to do was watch a battle and then cultivate here for 10 years, not a single battle more than that. Of course, you can choose to reject it. I can teleport you back now. Go back. No. I'm not a fool. Yi Qinghan hurriedly waved his hands. Although there were many things he didn't understand, the information revealed by the Yao Ji was enough to shock him. Breaking through from the first-tier Sky God realm to the Divine General realm. Although he didn't know how to cultivate from the Sky God realm to the Divine General realm, it was already so difficult to cultivate to the Divine General realm. However, cultivating to the Heavenly God realm was already so difficult. Out of the millions of martial artists in the Fire Dragon continent, how many could become a god? Moreover, Elder Liu had been stuck in the Sky God realm for thousands of years and still hadn't stepped into the Divine General realm. Yet, someone had broken through in a year. How magical was this? No wonder countless people in the divine world wanted to come here. No wonder one could only stay here for a year if they had to exchange for a city's worth of treasures. Now, he had 10 years. It was like a beggar suddenly being hit by a gold ingot that fell from the sky. If he still wanted to go back now, he would really be a fool. Hee. I forgot to tell you something. If you have a big breakthrough in these 10 years, I'll give you a reward. When the enchantress saw that Yi Qinghan's eyes were constantly flashing with a strange light, she knew that he understood the magic of the Dream Palace. She revealed a charming smile and mischievously winked at Yi Qinghan. Oh. What reward? For example, to obtain your body. Yi Qinghan secretly muttered a few times, Vixen. Not to be outdone, he flirted back. Hee, little man, if you can get the illusory palace in the future, the enchantress will be your slave. I guarantee that you will feel like dying every day and enjoy the wonderful taste that all the men in the divine realm want to enjoy. Now, I will also give you a chance. If you have a big breakthrough in your cultivation within 10 years, I will let you enjoy the unique and wonderful body of our enchantress clan in the divine realm. So, work hard, little man, I look forward to your favor. As Yao Ji spoke, her body began to wriggle unconsciously. The movement of her waist and body seemed to contain a mysterious rhythm, causing Yi Qinghan to be unable to not be shaken by her every movement. Especially that little red string, it simply made one have the urge to vomit blood. The moment the enchantress twisted her body, Yi Qinghan felt as if everything around him had disappeared, leaving behind an indescribably beautiful body that could melt one's soul with a single glance. However, the Yao Ji clan chuckled and stopped wriggling. Yi Qinghan woke up with a start and felt embarrassed. There was something sticky in his nose. Fortunately, it didn't flow out. He cursed inwardly. The Yao Ji clan. You're indeed a Yao Ji clan, a Yao Ji clan. What do you mean by the breakthrough? Yi Qinghan recalled the battle with the Yao Ji clan in his mind and suddenly thought of a problem. He was tricked by her previously. This time, he had to implement the benefits and make the conditions clear so that he wouldn't end up empty-handed again. Hee, you've become smarter, little man. You're at the first tier of the saint level now. How about this, you can cultivate to the second tier of the heavenly god level and I'll fulfill your wish. Of course, I'm talking about the comprehension of the laws. The Yao Ji squinted her eyes and formed a crescent shape. Coupled with her languid aura, she looked like a little kitten. Second tier of the heavenly god level. You're ruthless. Yi Qinghan looked at the Yao Ji clan who had suddenly turned into a cute girl and groaned inwardly. Becoming a god was still a distant dream, and she actually wanted to ask for the second tier of the heavenly god level. Yi Qinghan snorted heavily and pretended to be angry. If there's a chance, I'll definitely let you have a taste of our Yi family's invincible overlord spear. Hee, the Yao Ji clan is looking forward to it. You go ahead and cultivate. I'm tired and will take a nap. You can call me when you decide to watch the battle between experts. But let me give you a word of advice. Don't even think of sneaking into my bed. Don't blame me if you suffer and cry. Hee. The Yao Ji clan caressed her glossy black hair flirtatiously and smiled at Yi Qinghan. Then, she turned around and left, leaving behind an incomparably curvy back view. She actually ignored Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was completely at his wit's end with this demonic-like woman. He swept a few glances at her back, which was not completely covered by the light veil. Suppressing the restlessness in his heart, he turned around and sat cross-legged. He began to digest the shocking secret revealed by the Yao Ji clan's words. He had endured inhuman pain for a year in exchange for a great opportunity. Although this demonic-like woman had tricked him and he couldn't personally enjoy her wonderful taste, it was worth it to be able to take a few glances at her and feel her charm. He knew he had hit the jackpot. To be able to cultivate in this place for 10 years and watch a battle between experts was indeed a great opportunity. Of course, whether or not he could grasp it and break through would depend on his luck. His mind spun quickly and he began to force himself not to think about that peerless thing behind him. What he needed to do now was to calm down and calm his mind. Only then would he be able to think clearly about more things and grasp this great opportunity. It was just that. A man and a woman were alone in the same room. Moreover, it was a naked peerless demonic-like woman. Moreover, he had felt her peerless charm for a long time. Even a monk would have ripples of lust. Her coquettish voice was still echoing in his ears. His mind was trying its best not to think about her alluring body. However, the more he tried to suppress it, the more it bounced back. His mind was filled with that twisting body and that swaying red string. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to turn around and look. The evil fire in his body was getting more and more vigorous. His body was getting hotter and hotter, and his mood was getting more and more restless. Calm down, calm down. Yi Qinghan, if this goes on, you will be finished. Have you forgotten about Yi Ruoshui's self-detonation? Have you forgotten about all the sufferings you have suffered for so many years? Have you forgotten about Yu Qingqing and the others? Have you forgotten about that perverted baldy? Yi Qinghan began to constantly question himself in his heart. He constantly reminded himself and began to think about the rainy night when his mother died from illness in the Yi family castle. The smear of red on the white wall of his small courtyard, the white hair of Yi Qingyu, and the fireworks that bloomed in the sky above the hidden city. Slowly, his mood gradually calmed down. He began to expel all distracting thoughts and sat cross-legged to cultivate. After a moment, his mind became empty and he had completely entered a meditative state. The demoness who was lying on the white jade bed let out a nasal sound in surprise. Then, she opened her beautiful eyes and a trace of splendor flashed through them. The corners of her mouth curled up into a smile of admiration. Then, she closed her eyes and continued to sleep. Chapter 431. Cultivation knew no time. Yi Qinghan cultivated for a month straight away. The more he cultivated, the more shocked he became. This was because he discovered that as long as he ran his battle qi, the qi of heaven and earth around him would surge towards him like a surging tide. The qi of heaven and earth was so dense that it was like liquid battle qi. His dantian would be filled up in an instant. This speed was even faster than when he digested the energy from the battle beast space on the Netherworld Island. This energy was even purer than the energy from the dragon crystal. It was easily converted into solid battle qi and absorbed by the rapidly rotating core in his dantian. The core in his dantian had become the size of a soybean and was emitting a dark golden glow. After entering the saint tier, the core no longer shrunk. Instead, it began to change color. It was gold at first, then black, and finally pure white. It had reached the pinnacle of the saint tier. Yi Qinghan originally wanted to use the battle qi to stabilize his mental state. However, the speed of his cultivation was so fast that he decided to cultivate his battle qi to the second tier of the saint realm first. He continued to convert and absorb the energy that was surging into his dantian. When he saw that the core in his dantian had turned completely black, he stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. Breaking through to the second tier of the saint realm in a month was a shocking speed. Although Yi Qinghan had only reached the first tier of the saint realm, this was still a rocket-like speed. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and fell into deep thought. After a while, he did not wake the Yao Ji up. Instead, he closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the mysteries of space. He had seen the speed of battle qi cultivation. Now, he wanted to see if the speed of understanding the laws in here was really as the Yao Ji had said. Was it really twice as fast as outside? The beautiful dream palace returned to its peaceful state. Although there was a man and a woman inside, they did not intend to disturb each other. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In the carefree pavilion, Xiao He was still in a deep sleep. However, Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu opened their eyes at the same time. The moment they opened their eyes, a strange light flashed across their eyes. Elder Lu also sensed the condition of the two and opened his eyes. I feel like I've been cultivating for half a year after absorbing a tiny bit of the medicinal energy. My body feels a little different, but my cultivation level hasn't increased at all. What's going on, Grandpa Lu? After Yi Qingyu woke up, he started to check his own strength, but found that there was no increase at all, only a small increase in his divine power. Staying in the unfettered pavilion meant that he was constantly absorbing the deity energy in the divine pavilion. In other words, this seemingly powerful medial-grade god pill seemed to be completely useless. Yeah, me too. But I feel like my soul has become even more tranquil. This feeling is very good. Yu Qingqing said after pondering for a bit. After half a year of cultivation, she seemed to have become even more ethereal. Her every frown and every smile inadvertently released a hint of holiness. I don't know the specifics either, but the energy and miraculousness of Zhongping Dan is definitely beyond your imagination. In the future, you will slowly feel the changes. At the very least, little Qingqing, even if you can't become a god, your lifespan will definitely be 1,000 years. Elder Lu stroked his beard and said with a smile. 1,000 years. Both of them were shocked. It should be known that the lifespan of an ordinary person in the continent was only close to 100 years. Even a martial sage could only live up to 200 years. Now, they could live up to 1,000 years after absorbing a tiny bit of the medicinal energy. Then, what kind of changes would happen to Xiao He after he completely absorbed the divine elixir? Xiao He. He will definitely complete his evolution within a few years, reach maturity, and become a real divine beast. Elder Lu chuckled and said confidently when he saw the two of them looking at Xiao He in shock. Hee, if Xiao He becomes a divine beast, will he be able to talk like that? Lord Zhou. Also, will he be very powerful? Yi Qingyu's eyes narrowed into slits when she heard that. She liked Xiao He very much when he was summoned. It would be even more fun if he could talk. Talk. Of course he can. Once a divine beast enters the god tier, it will be able to talk. Furthermore, according to the level of a divine beast, he can also transform. Lord Zhou will only need one more breakthrough before he can transform into a human. However, Xiao He is a very abnormal divine beast. It will take a long time for him to transform. Elder Lu seemed to be very familiar with Xiao He. His tone was filled with love. He lowered his head to look at Xiao He, who was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, his face was filled with fervor and respect. As for whether he will be powerful after he becomes a divine beast, I am not sure. After all, he is not an independent soul-devouring beast. He has become your brother's battle beast. However, there is one thing I am sure of. If he can awaken the innate ability of the soul-devouring beast, other than the Master God and Lord Devour, no other god-tier expert will be his match. He can even kill him easily. Including me. What? The two of them were completely shocked. Once he entered the god tier, he could kill any god tier expert with his innate ability. From what Elder Lu said, even if the Master God did not have the Lord's will, he could still kill him easily. He could even kill Elder Lu, who was at the peak of the heavenly god realm. What kind of innate ability was this? How could it be so abnormal? It is still too early to talk about this. Let's wait for Xiao He to awaken his innate ability first. Elder Lu seemed unwilling to talk about Xiao He. He did not explain further and said, let's go to Purple Island. Let Xiao He refine this elixir. With the help of battle qi, Yi Qinghan finally stabilized his mental state. At this moment, his heart was calm as he immersed himself in cultivation. He knew that battle qi was insignificant after a martial artist reached the Emperor realm. A second-level Emperor realm martial artist who had comprehended the natural laws and created a powerful attack could easily defeat a peak Emperor realm martial artist. Thus, he stopped cultivating his battle qi and focused on comprehending the natural laws. He began to recall all the mysteries of heaven and earth. He began to recall the rainbow light and the terrifying purple lightning that had helped Yushishue become a god. He began to recall Lord Devour's giant hand outside Song City. He began to recall the painting of the beach in the rain, slowly, in his mind, the sea that was calm at times and surging at times, the gentle breeze that blew at times, the raindrops that fell at times and stopped at times, and the sand pit that opened up and returned to its original state once again. As he was thinking, he suddenly opened his eyes. Then, his pupils dilated rapidly. His face was filled with astonishment and shock. No! It seemed like a year and a half ago, he had looked at the painting of the beach in the rain. Other than that time when he could see and feel the painting clearly, he had no memory of the painting of the beach no matter how he thought about it after he was forced out of the painting. What happened now? Something was not right. It seemed like what he had seen before was a blurry scene. Why had it become so much clearer now? This place was too strange. No. It was too magical. Yi Qinghan did not dare to think too much. He was afraid that the memories in his mind would be erased. He immediately calmed his mind and tried to comprehend it again. As he tried to recall, a clear painting of the beach in the rain appeared in his mind. The sea surged and suddenly stopped. The wind blew and suddenly stopped. The rain fell and then disappeared. The sand pit opened and returned to its original state. Boom. Yi Qinghan looked at the incomparably clear painting in front of him. He looked at everything that had suddenly stopped. His mind suddenly sensed something. It was like a flash of lightning in the pitch-black night sky, flashing across the sky and illuminating the night. Stop. Space stop. Space stop. I understand now. Ha. Abruptly, Yi Qinghan laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with surprise and joy. His wanton laughter reverberated in the dream palace for a long time. You're so annoying. If you understand, then you understand. Is there a need to be so excited? You're making me unable to sleep peacefully. The sudden laughter woke the sleeping Yao Ji up. She pouted and muttered to herself before going back to sleep. However, the moment she opened her beautiful eyes, they were filled with admiration and amazement. Chapter 432. This place was truly mystical. At this moment, Yi Qinghan finally understood why so many people wanted to stay here for a year or even a month. He had cultivated for a month, and his battle aura cultivation had increased greatly. Now, after comprehending for half a day, he had already comprehended one of the three major mysteries of space, the mystery of spatial stillness. Although he was only at the entry level and had only touched the door of the mystery, everything was difficult at the beginning. One was not afraid of the difficult path, but of not being able to find the path. Since he had already entered the entry level, all that was left was to continue deducing and verifying. Mastering the mystery of spatial stillness was a sure thing. Without wasting any more time, Yi Qinghan began to wholeheartedly deduce and verify. Every second in this place was incomparably precious. Inside the carefree pavilion, Xiao He was still in a deep sleep, while Yi Qingwu had been refining the divine crystal. From the looks of it, she would not come out until she reached the Saint Realm. The Purple Island was very quiet. Elder Lu had brought Yi Qingyu and Yu Qingqing to settle down on the Purple Island. Yi Qingyu had stepped into the god tier, but her progress was already very slow. The mysteries within the divine crystal were like the sea, while she had only comprehended a large river. Comprehending the god-tier mysteries was the most important thing, so she did not enter the carefree pavilion to cultivate her divine power. Instead, she went into seclusion on the Purple Island. Other than playing the zither, Yu Qingqing would stroll around the small valley by herself, feeling nature and the mystical rhythm of heaven and earth. Strangely, her position on the Purple Island had already surpassed Xiao Hei's. The demonic beasts of the Purple Island regarded Xiao He as a divine beast. However, they regarded Yu Qingqing with affection. Every day, when she played the zither, almost all the high-level demonic beasts on the island would gather in the small valley and then slowly disperse. When they met Yu Qingqing outside, they would also call out to her intimately to express their respect for her. The Fire Dragon continent was very quiet during this period. Other than some minor disturbances in the southeast of the demon race and the southwest of the House of Ares, there were no other major incidents. The Burning God Guards did not hesitate to expose a large number of soul slaves in the hidden city. They were constantly secretly capturing good-looking young men and women in two places. Although the House of Ares and the Demon God Estate had a large population, the disappearance of hundreds of people every few days still caused a commotion. In the beginning, this matter attracted the attention of Dragon City and Celestial Demon City. They sent a large number of experts to investigate, but once they investigated, it was easy to figure out the truth. However, not only did the House of Ares and the Demon God Estate not dare to cause trouble, they even took the initiative to help the Divine City suppress the matter. The Divine Lord Butcher had attacked the Yi family in the Hidden City without any scruples. Moreover, he had attacked Lord Devour's family. In the end, Yi Qinghan went missing, Yi Ruoshui self-destructed, and now she was brazenly trapping Tsang City. All the deity-level experts in the continent were scared out of their wits. They were worried that once they infuriated the deranged divine master, the First World Annihilation War would repeat itself. Although Dragon City and Celestial Demon City were secretly transferring good-looking young men and women, the soul slaves of the Divine City were everywhere. People were still disappearing every day, and the commotion continued. The deity-level experts of the House of Ares and the Demon God Estate were worried that if this continued, the entire House of Ares and the Demon God Estate would be in complete chaos. The people of Tsang City were also worried. The sky of Tsang City was still dark. It had been a few years, but there was still no light. The god-slaying guards had been living in the Tsang City Lord residence for a few years, but no one from the Yi family castle had come out. The sky of Tsang City no longer seemed to belong to the Yi family. However, tonight, a black shadow suddenly floated out of the Yi family castle. This black shadow was so fast that it did not attract the attention of the guards of the Yi family castle. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the streets and alleys of Tsang City. He left in the end. In the small pavilion behind the Yi family castle, Yi Baihu looked at Yi Qingniu, who was sitting cross-legged in front of him. He exhaled deeply, his eyes filled with endless disappointment and loneliness. Humph. The clan leader is soft-hearted. If it were me, I would have killed this bastard long ago. What's the use of keeping such an ambitious person? Back then, he caused the death of little Yi Dao, and then tried to harm little Han several times. Now, the Yi family is in trouble, and he betrayed us. Humph. I'm so angry. The next time I see him, I'll definitely kill this bastard with my own hands. Yi Qingniu stood up with a thump. His eyes were frighteningly bulging, and his tears were cold. He was filled with killing intent as he paced back and forth in the room angrily. Sigh. Yi Jian is also a saint. If he wants to leave, we can't stop him. All right. Brother Niu, there's no need to be angry over this kind of traitor. Have you had a breakthrough recently? Do you think you have a chance to become a deity? Yi Baihu rubbed his temples. He had aged a lot in the past few years. Obviously, he was tired by the current situation of the Yi family and the trivial matters. Become a deity. After hearing this, Yi Qingniu stopped pacing. Instead, he turned around and looked through the door at the flat ground outside with the gentle moonlight. In fact, the back mountain of the Yi family couldn't even be considered a mountain anymore. The Divine Master's palm strike had almost flattened the back mountain, and the small pavilions were all built later. After a long while, Yi Qingniu let out a long sigh and said weakly, "That dragon became a deity 2 years ago, and the clan leader estimated that he'll become a deity in 5 years. As for me, I don't think there's any hope for me in this lifetime." Yi Baihu's eyes dimmed. He knew very well that at their age, their bodily functions were slowly declining. They were past their peak. Although the Saint tier and the Divine tier were only 1 tier apart, the difference was like heaven and earth. Saint tier cultivators belonged to the mortal tier. They were mortals who couldn't escape the shackles of heaven and earth and the cage of fate. On the other hand, the immortal tier had already changed their fate and obtained the recognition of heaven and earth. Their lifespan alone was 100,000 years, not to mention everything else. I wonder how little Han, little Wu, and the others are doing. Can little Han succeed? Yi Qingniu raised his gaze and looked into the distance through the faint shadow of the mountain. His eyes were filled with nostalgia and anticipation. Little Han. Yi Baihu's dim eyes suddenly lit up. His eyes were filled with anticipation and fervor. He knew very well that although most of the disciples of the Yi family were diligently cultivating, the Yi family wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being exterminated if they were to rely on themselves. So what if Yi Tianlong had become a deity? So what if both of them had become deities? Even if the Yi family castle had many geniuses, so what if a few dozen of them became deities every few decades? Who could defeat Master Divine Butcher? Who could save the Yi family? Yi Qinghan was the only one. Because he had a divine beast and a freakish body fusion technique. They didn't know if Yi Qinghan could kill or defeat Master Divine Butcher with Xiao He and his body fusion technique after he became a deity. But apart from him, who else had hope? The Yi family castle was now a cage of death. Yi Qingniu and Yi Baihu had no other choice but to motivate the disciples of the Yi family to fight and cultivate diligently. If they didn't give them hope, a goal, and something to do, they were afraid that the disciples of the Yi family would either defect or go crazy before Yi Qinghan returned. I hope that little Han can really bring us a miracle. Otherwise, the Yi family will have no other choice but to be exterminated. Yi Baihu stood up and stood side by side with Yi Qingniu as they gazed at the eastern sky. Apart from helplessness, there was also hope in their eyes. The moonlight still shone like water, illuminating the entire land. However, the night in Tsang City didn't seem to be lacking in its beauty. Chapter 433. Yi Jian floated down the walls of the Yi family's castle and walked forward resolutely. There was no trace of nostalgia or regret in his footsteps. He knew that once he took this step, he would never be able to turn back. Although his surname was still Yi, he would never be a member of the Yi family, including his 3 sons. However, he still stepped forward resolutely. He was only 50 years old and had already cultivated to the sage realm. He was at the peak of his life. He did not want to spend the rest of his life in the damned condemnation cliff. He was used to being high and mighty. He was used to hugging his concubines and drinking morning tea. He was used to living a luxurious life. In front of the enchanted garden, Yi Dao's son had crippled his son and killed Yi Rong. Yi Tianlong was so angry that he imprisoned him in the condemnation cliff for 6 years. He tolerated it. With his stubborn attitude, he coincidentally broke through the sage realm and came out. However, not long after, he came back to this place again. This time, he might be imprisoned for the rest of his life. He was unwilling and extremely angry. However, he did not dare to run away. After all, he had to think for his 3 sons. Then, the Divine Master came and flattened the back mountain of the Yi family with one palm. He almost buried him alive and imprisoned the Yi family's castle. However, he did not run away. He did not know whether Yi Ruoxue was dead or alive. Therefore, he did not dare to run away. For years had passed and Yi Ruoxue still did not appear. However, he received a message from the god-slaying guards. Therefore, he did not hesitate and escaped without turning back. The night in Tsang City was very quiet. It was so quiet that it was a little depressing. The usually bustling streets were now empty. There was not even the sound of barking dogs. Yi Jian did not stop. He walked forward quickly and entered the governor's residence of Tsang City. The governor's residence was still the original governor's residence. It was still dignified and luxurious. However, he was not the master of this place. Yi Jian felt a little lonely as he looked at the familiar scenery and walked into the main hall of the mansion. There was someone in the main hall, but there was only one. A tall man stood with his hands behind his back facing the door. He seemed to be waiting for Yi Jian's arrival. Greetings, God-slaying guard. Yi Jian hesitated for a moment. Finally, he bowed and cupped his hands respectfully. Sit. The god-slaying guard turned his head over with a smile on his face. He pointed to the chair at the side and said indifferently. Although his expression seemed elegant, because of his bulbous nose bridge, which was like a garlic, when he spoke, it gave him an invisible, wild, and domineering aura. My lord, where are my 3 useless sons? Did I do something stupid? He actually had to trouble His Excellency to pass a message. If it's serious, just help me teach him a lesson. There's no need to be polite. Yi Jian did not feel restrained at all and sat down very generously. The god-slaying guard had only sent him a voice transmission. If you want to know about the situation of his 3 sons, come to the city lord's mansion for a chat. He knew very well that the divine city was using his son to recruit him, so he went straight to the point. Although he was asking about the safety of his 3 sons, his expression did not change in the slightest. His ambitious and ruthless temperament was unmistakable. Kiki, Brother Yi is too serious. Your 3 young masters are outstanding talents, and the massacre god guards admire them very much. I specially invited them to the divine city as guests and even gave them a big mansion, countless beauties, and elixirs. I value them very much. The god-slaying guard smiled faintly and did not say anything superfluous. He directly threw out an olive branch and said, "Of course, the divine city admires Brother Yi very much. I would like to invite Brother Yi to the divine city as a guest. I wonder if Brother Yi will give me face." "Kiki, thank you for your kindness, my lords." Yi Jian let out a long laugh and cupped his hands. He had chased after power all his life, so he naturally understood the meaning behind the god-slaying guard's words. The god-slaying guard was clearly saying that his 3 sons were in his hands. If he went to the divine city, his 3 sons would be able to eat well, drink well, and have countless beauties and elixirs. If he did not go, humph, of course, Yi Jian was not forced by the god-slaying guard's secret threats. His expression was still calm as he said slowly, "Yi Jian has actually been longing for the divine city for a long time. I also have a lot of respect for the 4 lords and the divine master. It's just that with the Yi family's current situation, how could Yi Jian just ignore it? Moreover, Yi Jian's strength is slightly low. If he goes to the divine city, I'm afraid he will only make a fool of himself. Thank you for your hospitality." On the surface, Yi Jian's words seemed to be rejecting the god-slaying guard's invitation. However, when the god-slaying guard heard it, his smile became even wider. The corner of his mouth curled up, and his 2 big nostrils flared even more. He could hear the meaning behind Yi Jian's words. Yi Jian had been longing for the divine city for a long time, which meant that he wanted to join the divine city. By mentioning the Yi family situation, it was like being a prostitute and still wanting to maintain a chastity. It meant that he was very loyal and they could use him without worry. His strength was slightly low. Afraid of making a fool of himself? It was obvious that he wanted status and qualifications. Since he had a request, it would be easy. The god-slaying guard muttered to himself, but he did not continue Yi Jian's words. Instead, he brought up another matter, "My lords. Brother Yi might not know this, but there are actually only 3 guards in the divine city now. The god-slaying guard died in an accident some time ago. After that, the god-slaying guard chose a person, but the divine master was not very satisfied. Because of this, the 3 of us are very troubled. I wonder. Brother Yi, do you have a good candidate in mind? You only need to be a martial sage, but you must have a heart of respect for the divine city's divine master. You must be someone who dares to fight." The god-slaying guard's soul actually passed away. When Yi Jian heard this, his expression changed. Of course, it was not because of the god-slaying guard's death, but because of the divine city's generosity. The divine city was actually prepared to let him inherit the position of the god-slaying guard. One should know that for thousands of years, there were countless martial sages in the divine city. However, on the surface, there were only 4 guards of the divine city. Although the god-slaying guard was ranked last, his position was still incomparable to Gao Song. Even before he became a god, Gao Song would have to bow to him. Now, although he was not sure what the divine city's motive was, Yi Jian was prepared to seize this opportunity. His expression became calm again and he said with a hint of sorrow, "Lord God-slaying guard, Yi Jian was fortunate enough to see his heroic bearing once. I did not expect him to be a hero of his generation. Sigh, this is so heart-wrenching. As for the people that you mentioned, I know a few of them. I can recommend them to you. These few people dare to fight, and they are also very respectful of the divine city. However, I do not know how to express their loyalty to the divine city. Old fox. The god-slaying guard cursed in his heart. He had thrown out such a huge bait, and Yi Jian was obviously very tempted. However, he was still so careful. He did not want to waste time and said directly, "The Divine Master values the 4 guards of the Divine City very much. Brother Yi, I believe you know that the 4 guards of the Divine City represent the Divine City. Not only do they have to manage the Divine City, but they also have to bring the Divine Master to patrol the world. Therefore, the Divine Master has stipulated that the god-slaying guards must plant a soul seed to express their loyalty." Soul seed. I'm afraid this will be a little difficult. Yi Jian's expression changed slightly. As expected, he did not guess wrongly. The Divine City indeed had a backup plan. He couldn't help but hesitate. After all, after planting the soul seed, he would be a soul slave for life, even though he would be a soul slave of a higher level. Brother Yi, don't be anxious. I haven't finished speaking. According to the rules set by the Divine Master, if you don't take up this position, you can remove the soul seed and obtain the position of an honorary elder of the Divine City. If the person that Brother Yi recommended doesn't want to take up this position, I can guarantee that he will be able to live in seclusion. His descendants will also be able to enjoy endless glory and splendor. The god-slaying guard looked at Yi Jian's gloomy eyes and gave him another dose of strong medicine. Ha! With such generous conditions, I think no one would reject it. That. I wonder if I have fulfilled the conditions of the Divine Master? Yi Jian thought for a moment and finally made up his mind. The current conditions had already far exceeded his requirements. Moreover, the moment he stepped out of the Yi family fort, he had already cut off his path of retreat. If he didn't know how to take advantage of the situation, he would really be a fool. The god-slaying guard laughed and stood up. He extended his hand to Yi Jian and said, "Ah! Of course, Brother Yi. Welcome to the Divine City. In the future, you will be the new god-slaying guard. I'm very honored." Yi Jian also stood up and held the god-slaying guard's hand. However, his eyes were drifting outside, towards the Yi family fort. The corner of his mouth revealed a cruel smile. Chapter 434. Ever since the Divine Master slapped the island a few years ago, it had been very peaceful. Moreover, because of the Divine Master's slap, tens of thousands of people died. He even ordered the island to participate in the prefecture battle. Countless people on the island began to feel that life was very fragile. They felt that they should enjoy every day. Therefore, the hidden island became even more chaotic. In the corners of the streets, on the beach, in the bushes, everywhere else, men could be seen twisting their bodies and women's moans could be heard. However, in the past few days, a major event happened on the hidden island. A major event that shocked the entire hidden island. The little princess of the hidden island, who was below tens of thousands of people, was slapped by the boorish man from the Yi family. He no longer messed around with innocent girls, and instead, he directly disappeared. Just a few days ago, the emperor outside the hidden city sent news that their little princess, who had been in seclusion for 4 years, finally came out. Her realm had reached the Sage Realm. This news shocked the entire hidden island. Many people even forgot about the women under them when they heard this news. They directly pulled out the dragon root and began to cheer and celebrate on the street naked. In 4 years, their little princess broke through from the second level of the Emperor realm to the Sage realm. How terrifying was this cultivation speed! Moreover, their little princess was not even 25 years old. Reaching the Sage realm at 24 years old could be said to have broken the historical record. Of course, although they heard that the boorish man who slapped the little princess was also at the Sage realm and seemed very young, they naturally excluded him. They began to cheer for the peerless genius that appeared on the hidden island. Countless people decided to bear in for a year to celebrate the birth of a peerless genius on their hidden island. Island Lord, don't you want to see Ling? After Invicil received the news, he immediately rushed to the beach and told the Island Lord the news. However, he found that the Island Lord was still holding the fishing rod and continuing to fish. Thus, he couldn't help but ask in confusion. What's there to see? Didn't she mess around for so many years? She has already broken through the sage realm. Isn't this your fault? The Island Lord said without turning his head. Then, he said with slight anger, if you accepted her back then, maybe the position of the #1 genius in the history of the Flame Dragon clan wouldn't have been given to that kid from the Yi family. However, it's all thanks to the Yi family kid slap. Otherwise, Ling would still be messing around. This. Invicil has watched her grow up and has always treated her as a younger sister. About that, it's not easy to make a move if we're too familiar with each other. Invicil said awkwardly with a slightly flushed face after being reprimanded. Then, he suddenly thought of something and said in surprise, Island Master, you said that if Linger were to cultivate seriously, she could even surpass Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan broke through to the martial saint level at the age of 21. His talent is too terrifying. It has nothing to do with talent. Have you forgotten how I picked up Ling 20 years ago? The Island Lord turned her head to look at Invicil, but her hand was still holding the fishing rod, without the slightest tremble. 20 years ago. Didn't you fish Ling back? Invicil asked with some doubt. The Hidden Island's Island Lord turned his head again and glared at him, angrily scolding, Idiot, is there anyone within 100 miles of here? A baby can float 100 miles in the sea. Yeah. Invicil slapped his forehead and looked even more embarrassed. He rolled his eyes and continued to ask, if it didn't come from the sea, could it have fallen from the sky? Humph. You are asking too many questions. The Hidden Island's Island Lord gave him a meaningful look and turned her head to continue looking at the floats in the sea. Could it really be? Seeing the Hidden Island's Island Lord's eyes, Invicil was suddenly shocked and immediately covered his mouth with his hand. The Hidden Island's Island Lord's meaning was very clear. Yin Ling had actually fallen from the sky. It was very obvious. Of course, no pregnant woman would go to the sky to give birth, so the only explanation was, after a long time, Invicil's mood calmed down, but he looked at the island in the east and said with some worry, Ling has become so crazy in cultivating because of Yi Qinghan. If she continues to cultivate at this speed, I'm afraid that Yi Qinghan will be in trouble. That's their problem. Originally, before Yi Qinghan appeared, I had always placed my hopes on Ling. I hope that she can walk out of this dead well one day. Now, it's even better. If any one of them can succeed, the Fire Dragon continent will be saved. However, I don't know if we can wait for that day. Sigh. After the Hidden Island Lord finished speaking, he went completely silent. Invicil also secretly sighed and went completely silent. Time passed quietly in the hidden city's men's heavy breathing and women's moans. The purple flower on the purple island had bloomed 3 times and withered 3 times. Sister Qingqing, Sister Qingyu, Sister Xiao Wu, have finally come out of seclusion. Hello, Grandpa Lu. In the small valley, a fiery red figure rushed out from the black light of the teleportation gate like a gust of wind. Her face carried a confident and excited smile. Her pure face and charming expression combined were full of unique charm. Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingyu were extremely pleasantly surprised when they saw the light of the teleportation gate flashing. However, when they saw that it was Yi Qingwu, they were slightly disappointed. However, they still smiled and celebrated Yi Qingwu. Little girl, not bad. Being able to cultivate in seclusion for 4 years, at least your temperament is very mature. Continue to work hard and strive to become a god as soon as possible. The worry in Elder Lu's eyes also disappeared in a flash. He smiled and encouraged her. Yes. I will continue to work hard. Yi Qingwu looked at their expressions and vaguely guessed what was going on. Her mood suddenly became somewhat dull. She turned around and asked, "Little Han, is there still no news?" "Sigh, you must have seen that Xiao Hei is in a deep sleep and the training room has been sealed. It has been 4 years. I wonder how Qing Han is doing." Yu Qingqing sighed slightly and lowered her eyes. She looked a little downcast. "Sister Xiao Wu. I miss brother. How can brother be so cruel? He didn't even send me a message." Boo-hoo. Yi Qingyu, on the other hand, threw herself into Yi Qingwu's embrace and started bawling. If there were outsiders present, they would definitely be shocked. A deity-level expert's heart was actually so fragile. Little Han is really too much. At least he should have sent a message. Sigh. Elder Lu also sighed deeply. There was a slight look of blame on his face. The small valley let out a deep sigh and fell silent again. Of course, it was not that Yi Qinghan did not want to send a message, but he could not. Half a year ago, he completely comprehended the profound mystery of stillness. This also shocked him once again. This place was really mysterious. In 3.5 years, he actually completely comprehended a profound mystery. Although this speed could not compare to the profound mystery of refining the godly skin, if the saint-tier cultivators of the continent knew about this, their eyeballs would definitely fall to the ground. In half a year, he once again began to comprehend the painting of raindrops on the beach. However, there was no progress. There were still 2 profound mysteries that he could not comprehend, and this made him slightly anxious. If he continued to comprehend without any progress, this precious opportunity would be wasted. Beauty Yao Ji, wake up. The sun is shining on your white buttocks. Your red string has fallen out. After comprehending for a few days, Yi Qinghan decided not to waste any more time. He prepared to watch a battle between experts and see if he could comprehend anything. If it really did not work, he would cultivate battle qi while comprehending the painting of raindrops on the beach. Thus, he decisively stood up and shouted at the beautiful body on the bed. "Are you going to die? Annoying little man, are you trying to scare me to death?" After a while, Yao Ji lazily straightened her body. Under the watchful gaze of Yi Qinghan, she stretched her waist, revealing her curves. However, the miraculous thing was that the light muslin seemed to have some kind of magic attached to her body and did not fall off. Moreover, that little red string did not slip out even after such a violent shaking. It was as if the string had grown roots underneath. "I was having a battle with a strong man in my dream, but you woke me up. You're so annoying. If you have something to say, hurry up and say it." Yao Ji's beautiful eyes were half closed. Her infinite charm and seductive words completely stunned Yi Qinghan. Hee, what's the use of being strong? A man needs good marksmanship. I strongly recommend our Yi family's overlord spear to you. Yi Qinghan pressed his lower abdomen with one hand and pushed his buttocks forward as he smiled evilly. Then, he saw Yao Ji open her beautiful eyes and look at him playfully. He did not dare to play around anymore and hurriedly got down to business. "I want to watch a battle." "Of course, 2 is fine too. Hee. In your dreams. Tell me, what level is the battle?" Yao Ji glanced at him and smiled. Yi Qinghan was silent for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with a dazzling light. He said with slight excitement, "I want to watch a battle between an expert who has comprehended the law of space and a peak fire heavenly god with willpower. Moreover, he must win." Chapter 435. A space law expert against a fire heavenly god with willpower? He wants to win. Yao Ji thought for a moment, then lifted her head and said, "What you said is very general. There are many types of willpower, strong and weak. If you don't explain it clearly, it might affect your viewing experience. Strong and weak willpower. I'm not sure how strong they are. How do you differentiate them?" Yi Qing Han was shocked and a little anxious. He had wanted to use this battle to study how he could kill Master God Butcher. If he could not completely imitate Master God Butcher's strength, he would have lost his original intention. You are talking about the willpower of a material plane, right? This depends on how big your material plane is. The bigger the material plane, the stronger the Lord's willpower. You can describe the size of your material plane, and I can estimate the strength of the willpower. Yao Ji's beautiful eyes were full of smiles, as if she could guess what Yi Qing Han was thinking. Oh. Right, my continent is about the size of a city in the immortal world, right? Of course it is a small city. Yi Qing Han was overjoyed, and he repeated Elder Lu's words. This material plane is considered a lower middle plane, and the strength of its willpower is only average. Basically, any divine champion would be able to defeat him. Are you ready? Do you want me to demonstrate it to you now? Yao Ji nodded, understanding. She looked at Yi Qing Han, as if waiting for his response. God General. No. Wait. Yi Qing Han was shocked to hear this. He waved his hand and said, "Yao Ji, you are mistaken. I want to see a heavenly god, not a god general. This is very important." God General. Yi Qing Han had wanted to simulate his battle with Master God Butcher. He had not even reached the heavenly god level yet, so what was the point of watching a god general fight? Yao Ji suddenly laughed out loud, her entire body glowing. She said in a mocking tone, "Heavenly god level. Hee, little man, are you dreaming again? Even if you are an expert who has just reached the god general level, you cannot defeat a heavenly god with willpower, let alone a heavenly god. A heavenly god with willpower is invincible. You are so silly and adorable." What? Yi Qing Han was stunned. He was not in the mood to watch the enchantress's twisting body. His face suddenly became extremely gloomy. Invincible at the same level. Master God Butcher was invincible at the same level. Then what was the point of doing it? Could it be that he had to cultivate to the divine general realm to be able to kill him? The divine general realm. Elder Lu had said that it was basically impossible to break through to the divine general realm in the material plane. Could it be that he had to first cultivate to the divine realm, then think of a way to cultivate to the divine general realm, and then think of a way to return to the fire dragon continent? Let's not talk about whether he could succeed or not. Even if it was feasible, how long would it take? No. Yi Qing Han suddenly thought of a problem. He was also invincible at the same level. Body fusion was an invincible skill at the same level. Yi Qing Han was confused. Both of them were invincible at the same level, so who would be the one to kill who? Temptress, can you explain how this will attacks? This is very important to me. Yi Qing Han pondered for a moment and decided to ask this awesome woman in front of him. Hee, little man, I'm not obligated to answer your questions, but who asked you to be so adorable? I'll explain it to you once, but don't do it again. The enchantress blinked her big eyes and laughed lightly. Actually, will is also a type of spatial law, but it cannot be comprehended. It can only be bestowed by heaven and earth. Once you become the lord of this material plane, you will receive the acknowledgement of this material plane and be able to use the spatial power of this material plane to attack. Ordinary mortal realm martialists would be turned into ashes under the pressure of the spatial power. Although divine realm martialists have divine realm martialists, they are too weak. Under the spatial power, self-preservation is a problem, let alone attack. Only martialists with the divine general realm can barely resist the will. Do you understand now? Although Yi Qinghan understood, he felt even more bitter in his heart. The enchantress' explanation was very clear. Under the will, divine realm martialists could not even move. So what if he had the body fusion skill? If he could not move, how could he attack? Not to mention the spatial lock and the spatial stillness that he had comprehended not long ago. The spatial lock and spatial stillness only used the nearby spatial power. However, if the Divine Master Butcher used his will, he would be using the spatial power of the entire Fire Dragon continent. This was equivalent to him using a small river to resist the Divine Master Butcher's sea. Elder Lu had said that martialists with the aura of the Fire Dragon dimension would have their strength reduced by half under the attack of the Divine Master Butcher's will. He finally understood now. That was because martialists from the Fire Dragon dimension were a part of the Fire Dragon dimension. Therefore, the Divine Master Butcher could easily use his will to suppress one's strength. There was no way out. Could he go to the Divine Realm only after he reached the Divine General Realm? The problem was, would the Yi family still exist when he reached the Divine General Realm? Yi Qinghan had always known that the Divine Master Butcher would definitely find trouble with the Yi family. However, he had always restrained himself from thinking about it. The reason he had come to Purple Island was to let the Divine Master Butcher know that he was still alive. He knew very well that as long as he was still alive and in the Fire Dragon continent, the Yi family would not be completely annihilated. However, what if the Divine Master Butcher was sure that he had gone to the Divine Realm? Don't be anxious, Yao Ji. Let me think about it. My mind is in a mess now. After a long time, Yi Qinghan felt that he had fallen into a dead end. His mind was in a mess. He could only smile bitterly and cup his fists at the Yao Ji. Then, he sat down on the floor in a desolate manner. He held his head with both hands and started to think. The Yao Ji only smiled faintly and did not say much. She closed her eyes slightly, as if she did not see the desolate expression on Yi Qinghan's face. She had no intention of meddling. If he did not reach the Divine General Realm, he would not be a match for the Divine Master Butcher. If he reached the Divine General Realm, he would have to go to the Divine Realm. If he went there, the Yi family castle would probably be barren. Then, what was the point of him cultivating? Yi Qinghan fell into a vicious cycle of thoughts. The Yao Ji's explanation made him completely lost. Originally, he thought that he was very powerful. He had the divine beasts, the body fusion skill, and could instantly kill any expert of the same level. He was invincible. He thought that as long as he broke through to the divine realm, he could easily kill all the heavenly gods of the Fire Dragon continent and kill the Divine Master Butcher. Now that he thought about it, it was such a joke. It's useless. The members of the Yi family will die in the end. What's the point of me cultivating? I might as well die of old age on Purple Island. Soul-devouring beast. Soul confusion. Instant kill of the same level. What's the point? If I can't kill that baldy, what's the point of using a few more divine beasts and divine skills? Ha! After thinking hard for a long time, Yi Qinghan still felt that he had walked into a dead end. He scratched his head and murmured absent-mindedly. His delicate face was filled with bitterness and confusion. He did not know what to do. He had completely lost his direction, soul-devouring beast. Yi Qinghan's soft murmur suddenly woke the Yao Ji from her sleep. She suddenly opened her eyes, and a fiery light bloomed in her beautiful eyes. She suddenly stood up and shouted nervously, "Little man, did you just say that you have the soul-devouring beast?" Chapter 436. Yao Ji's delicate cry woke Yi Qinghan from his stupor. His slightly dazed eyes swept over as he nodded and subconsciously said, "That's right, I do have the soul-devouring beast, but so what? It's still useless." "Are you sure you have the soul-devouring beast?" The light in Yao Ji's eyes grew even brighter. This time, she clearly used her divine power, causing Yi Qinghan's ears to ring. That's right, what's wrong? Yi Qinghan was startled. Only then did he completely wake up. He said with some astonishment. He was secretly puzzled. Could it be that this soul-devouring beast was famous in the god realm? To be able to shock this awesome woman to this extent. Yao Ji's expression became incomparably serious as she asked solemnly, "What does that soul-devouring beast look like? What's so special about it?" "It's very small. It's completely black and has a single horn on its head. It hasn't matured yet, but it's already at the level of a sacred beast. As for what's special about it? Oh right, it was able to communicate with me through the soul a long time ago. Also, we have the fusion skill, soul confusion. It can instantly kill someone of the same level." Yi Qinghan began to explain in detail. When he thought of Xiaohe, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Single horn. Soul confusion. Yao Ji's expression became more and more serious. She didn't wait for Yi Qinghan to finish and interrupted, "Tell me how you got the soul-devouring beast and what happened afterwards. Tell me everything. If you can satisfy me, I will do my best to help you with one thing, or make love with you once." F***ck, there's such a good thing. Yi Qinghan's eyes widened when he heard this. When did this woman become so generous? However, he became vigilant. Why was Yao Ji so worried about Xiaohe? Could it be that she was plotting something? Thus, he began to ponder. His eyes flickered with uncertainty. Yao Ji was eagerly waiting for Yi Qinghan to speak. When he became silent, she glanced at him with hidden bitterness and said, "Ah. Little man, why are you hesitating? Do you think I would harm you? Since you were able to obtain the soul ring and enter the illusory palace, you are already considered to be related to my master. Besides, as long as the illusory palace doesn't appear, I won't be able to leave this place. What are you afraid of?" "This, all right." Yi Qinghan thought about it and agreed. No matter what, he was someone who possessed the divine sword soul ring and carefree pavilion. It could be said that he was closely related to the Soul Emperor. Moreover, wasn't the invincible Lord Devourer protecting Xiaohe? What was there to be afraid of? First, he would get the benefits promised by the enchantress. Thus, he started to tell her about how he had gotten the soul ring and how he could summon Xiaohe because of the ring. He didn't even conceal Lord Devourer. Of course, he wanted to use Lord Devourer to suppress Yao Ji. Giggle. After Yao Ji finished listening, she did not speak for a long time. Then, she suddenly laughed out loud. A moment later, she lowered her head and lowered her eyebrows, crying silently. Her pitiful expression made Yi Qinghan's heart ache. "What's wrong?" "Yao Ji." Yi Qinghan was stunned. He hurriedly stood up and asked in confusion. "Good, very good. Dia Wu, I didn't expect you to still be alive. You even saved her from purgatory. That's great." Giggle. A trace of joy flashed in Yao Ji's eyes. She mumbled softly, then stretched out a lily-white hand and gently wiped away her tears. After a moment, she turned her head and looked at Yi Qinghan. Her face was like a pear flower after a rain, and it was even more charming. She smiled charmingly. "Little man, you're very good. You're very good. Tell me, what do you want? As long as it's within my capabilities, or as long as you want me, I can satisfy you." Gulp. This, Yi Qinghan was stunned again. This, happiness seemed to have come a little too suddenly. He couldn't accept it. He could get her just like that. Could it be that the news he was about to tell her was so important? Yao Ji had said that she would only give him this chance if he cultivated to the second heaven god realm within 10 years. How could he get it so easily? Of course, He only felt a little excited in his heart, but he quickly gave up on that thought. Although he really wanted to have sex with this incomparably charming woman, was it more important than the lives of the several thousand members of the Yi family? As such, he asked excitedly, I want to kill the lord of our realm. Do you have any way you can help me? Kill the lord. That's a serious crime, forget it. With her around, it should be fine. Yao Ji frowned slightly and murmured to herself. She then began to seriously consider this question. After a long time, she sighed, you said that he's a peak fire heavenly god, so strictly speaking, you have no chance of killing him. Even if the soul-devouring beast breaks through to the god realm and learns its innate abilities, it's still impossible unless you reach the divine general realm. Otherwise, you have no hope. No hope. Yi Qinghan's eyes dimmed when he heard that there was no hope again. He shook his head and said dejectedly, if I don't go to the god realm, can I reach the divine general realm? You can't. As expected, Yao Ji's answer was very straightforward. However, Yao Ji's next words jolted him awake. Of course, you still have one way. If you can succeed, it might be possible. What way? Yi Qinghan's eyes sparkled as he hurriedly asked. Watch a battle and learn a profound mystery of the law of space. You might have a chance of beating him. Of course, this is not absolute. I estimate that you only have a 50% chance of winning. Moreover, you only have 7 years in the Dream Palace, so the chances of you learning this profound mystery are very low. Yao Ji said helplessly, so I advise you not to waste this opportunity. How about we change it to something else? For example, give you a divine weapon. Or maybe I can play with you. I guarantee that I can make you forget all your troubles. What profound mystery of space. Is it that hard to learn? Yi Qinghan didn't even look at Yao Ji as she began to twist her body again. He wasn't in the mood to think about such things. It's a profound mystery of space that I know can resist willpower. Absolute space domain, but it's a mid-grade profound mystery that requires the fusion of 3 fundamental mysteries of space. Sigh. Little man, the more I think about it, the more I feel that it's impossible. Forget it, change it to something else. As Yao Ji spoke, she also felt that it was somewhat impossible. If Yi Qinghan could fuse 2 profound mysteries, he would be able to become a god. Now, he was being asked to fuse 3, absolute space. Yi Qinghan fell silent after hearing this. He pondered for a long time before he finally raised his head and asked seriously, fuse 3? Yao Ji, can I fuse any 3 profound mysteries of space? That's true. The fusion mysteries of the supreme laws of space can be fused at will. Of course, it's much more difficult to fuse them than elemental laws of space. Little man, I still feel that, you don't have to be so stubborn. When the time comes, you might just waste your time. Yao Ji sighed helplessly. No. I insist. Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly burned with a raging fire. He decided to take the gamble. Whether he succeeded or failed, he would leave it to the heavens to decide. At least he still had a chance, so he naturally wouldn't give up. He looked at Yao Ji and said resolutely, I'll apply this request of yours to this battle simulation. Please activate it for me. All right. Since you insist, I'll fulfill my promise. I'll let you have a good experience of this battle without going against Master's rules. Of course, what you can comprehend in the end will depend on your luck. Hee hee. Little man, I wish you good luck. Go. Yao Ji let out a long laugh and suddenly waved her hand. A formless wave was generated, and the gentle light on the walls of the entire dream palace suddenly burst forth with a dazzling light, illuminating the entire palace in a snow-white light. Chapter 437. After a burst of strong light, Yi Qinghan slowly opened his eyes, only to find that the surrounding scene had changed. The palace had disappeared, and he was standing in the air. Below him was a cliff, and in front of him was a vast and boundless sea. The cold wind was whistling, and the waves were turbulent, constantly beating against the rocks, splashing water everywhere, making a deafening sound. This, Yi Qinghan tried and found that he could fly freely in the air, and the scenery around him was completely real. When he landed on the edge of the cliff, it felt like he was really stepping on the ground, and when he approached the sea, the waves beat against his body, drenching him, as if he had really been sent to the seaside. Little man, don't be surprised no matter what happens. I can guarantee that you are absolutely safe here. You can feel at ease. Good luck. The enchantress's voice suddenly rang in his ears, and Yi Qinghan was slightly relieved. If this place was completely real, when he watched the battle, would he be killed by the two masters in seconds? Standing at the edge of the cliff, Yi Qinghan slightly closed his eyes. The biting cold and salty sea breeze blew against his long hair and robes, causing them to flutter. The sound of the waves crashing against the rocks rang in his ears, but Yi Qinghan acted as if he didn't feel or hear it. He began to adjust his mind to the best state, ready to watch an earth-shattering battle. Just as his mind gradually calmed down, a song came from afar. The song was a little old, and the voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard in the roar of the waves. You are like the clouds in the sky, I am like the birds in the clouds, accompanying and relying on each other, bathing in the wind, you are like the water in the lake. I am like the flowers in the water, I am in love with each other, playing with the moon's shadow, why meet and separate in the world, what are the joys and sorrows of the world, I hope to be with you for a long time, don't be short-lived. Yi Qinghan secretly thought that it was a good song, and opened his eyes to look. As far as the eye could see, a small boat was riding on the waves. There was someone on the boat. It was a black-robed old man. The old man held a green wooden stick in one hand and a pot of wine in the other. He stood on the boat in a very relaxed manner. The small boat quickly moved through the densely packed black reefs and white foam. It swayed up and down along with the huge waves. It moved through the countless piles of reefs in a very relaxed and fast manner. This person is very strong. He's a spatial expert. His spatial fluctuations can actually sense things that are still. Yi Qinghan's eyes narrowed. He was secretly shocked. If it was an expert passing through the waves alone, an Emperor Realm expert would be able to do it. However, to control a small boat to travel through the waves so recklessly was something even he couldn't do. His battle chi circulated in his eyes as he locked onto the black-robed elder's figure and continued to follow him. The old man's expression was very relaxed. He held the wooden stick in his left hand and lightly slapped it against the small boat. From time to time, he would take a sip of wine with his right hand. The waves around him didn't touch him at all. It was as if there was an invisible force around him that caused the waves to automatically move past him. It's very strange. If he had activated his god's domain, the waves shouldn't have been able to hit him. But if he didn't activate his god's domain, how did he do it? Yi Qinghan's eyes were filled with doubt. He had seen a God Realm expert activate their god's domain before. Even a peak God Realm expert couldn't move within their god's domain, let alone these waves. The waves outside the god's domain couldn't enter the god's domain at all. But now, this person was very mysterious. The waves could naturally drift past him, but they couldn't touch him at all. Moreover, he was like a fish swimming in the water. It was very natural and not forced at all. Yi Qinghan pondered as he locked onto this person. All of a sudden, the small boat that this person was on came to a stop. As his boat came to a stop, the waves nearby also stopped churning. The wind stopped blowing, and the sound of the waves suddenly stopped as well. It was as if the surrounding space had come to a standstill. In the distance, there was an incessant whistling of the sea breeze, as well as a continuous surge of waves. However, the moment they came within several tens of li of the black-robed elder, they automatically came to a stop. Spatial stillness. Yi Qinghan could tell with a single glance that this was the usage of spatial stillness. He had spent 3.5 years to comprehend this not too long ago. However, it was definitely not as powerful as the black-robed elders, who could encompass an area of several tens of li. Buzz. Just then, a person suddenly floated over from afar. This person was dressed in a long white robe, and there were raging flames beneath his feet. The area within several tens of li around him was illuminated in red light. It was as if he was standing on a flaming cloud, and his aura was extremely domineering. Wherever he passed, the seawater below him would be vaporized, and water vapor would rise up, making his monstrous aura even more powerful. The two of them did not waste any words. The white-robed elder's expression was gloomy as he waved his hand, and a red light flashed in front of him. The red light spread out like lightning, directly extending towards the black-robed elder. What was even more shocking was that wherever the red light passed, the frozen space of the black-clothed man shattered one after another. The cold wind continued to blow, and the waves in the air crashed down with a loud rumble, creating large splashes. Fire elemental mysteries. Yi Qinghan's eyes were wide open, and he stared at the two of them without blinking, afraid that he would miss a single thing. As the two of them moved, the world shook, and the wind and clouds changed color. The scene was extremely shocking. The red light quickly spread out, and in the blink of an eye, it was several li in front of the black-robed elder. However, the black-robed elder's expression did not change. He pointed the white bamboo stick in his hand at the space in front of him, and a ripple-like fluctuation radiated out from the bamboo stick. The red light in front of him was swept by this ripple, and was once again fixed in mid-air. Under this fluctuation, the entire sea instantly returned to its calm state. This is spatial lock. Yi Qinghan's eyes shone brightly. He was very familiar with this spatial lock, and he was also very familiar with it. However, it was obvious that this person's spatial lock was much stronger than his. He had no way of locking onto the seawater of an entire sea. How much energy would be required to do that? Humph. The white-robed elder seemed to be really angry. With a cold snort, he suddenly closed his eyes and spread out his hands. At that moment, the flames under his feet surged even more fiercely, and the water vapor that rose up from below completely covered his figure. His surroundings were all white. Abruptly, a rainbow-colored cloud suddenly began to condense above his head. Then, this rainbow-colored cloud became bigger and bigger, and its color constantly changed, illuminating the surrounding 100 li in a colorful manner. At this moment, the sky suddenly became windy. This wind was extremely strong, and it came from a distance, and from all directions. It was like thousands of galloping horses, and it gathered behind him. The wind was originally formless, but at this moment, the wind seemed to have a form and color. After the black-clothed man spread his hands, it was as if he had summoned thousands of soldiers and horses. The surrounding sky changed color in an instant, and the atmosphere became extremely oppressive. Even Yi Qinghan felt a kind of oppressive and suffocating feeling. My will is irresistible. The white-robed elder opened his eyes and shouted. As he shouted, the rainbow-colored cloud above his head disintegrated, turning into particles of various colors of dust. Then, together with the strong wind behind the white-robed elder, they formed a terrifying rainbow-colored airflow, covering the sky and earth, and roaring forward. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt as if the whole world was pressing down on him. Anything in front of this rainbow-colored airflow would be like mud, and it would be directly annihilated, turning into particles of dust and smoke. As far as the eyes could see, wherever the rainbow-colored airflow passed, the entire space was left with a vacuum. There was nothing left. The monstrous waves disappeared, the huge reef disappeared, and everything between heaven and earth disappeared, leaving only a blank space. It was like a colorful picture had suddenly appeared with a touch of pure white. This feeling was very uncomfortable, so uncomfortable that it made people want to vomit blood. The power of the will is actually so terrifying. Yi Qinghan felt as if his heart was about to jump out, but he did not feel any discomfort in his body. He did not have time to sigh, and quickly locked his eyes on the black-robed elder on the small boat. He wanted to see how he was going to break the final strike of heaven and earth. However, as soon as he looked, his eyes suddenly brightened, and on his face, a hint of ecstasy suddenly appeared in his eyes. Chapter 438. On the boat, the black-clothed man faced the terrifying seven-colored air current. His expression didn't change at all. His eyes were cold, and his expression was arrogant. He was like a general in front of an army of thousands of men and horses, but also like he was in the middle of a violent storm, unmoving. The wind howled and the clouds surged in front of him, but the boat was as still as a boulder. It was very strange. The seven-colored air current rapidly swept past, and the white vacuum in the sky gradually expanded. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached the boat. The cruel smile on the white-clothed man's face became even more obvious. His eyes flashed, as if he was waiting for the boat and the black-clothed man to be swept by the air current and turned into dust, turning into the white in the sky. The black-clothed man finally moved. He stretched out a hand and gently lifted the white bamboo staff. His feet moved on the boat, lightly dancing. His movements were very gentle and elegant. He was like a beauty under the moon, dancing gracefully in front of the moonlight plum blossoms. This staff technique, this footwork, Yi Qinghan's eyes emitted a cold, star-like light as he watched the black-clothed man use strange footwork and dance gracefully on the boat. Of course, Yi Qinghan's face couldn't even be considered a beginner in the law of space. He hadn't even completely comprehended the 5 profound mysteries, let alone become an expert. However, he could vaguely feel that there was a trace of wonder contained within. In his eyes, every time the black-clothed man took a step, the space around him would tremble. Then, a ripple would spread out. Every time the black-clothed man waved his staff, it would cause the space around him to tremble, leaving behind cracks that looked like white lines. And these ripples and cracks actually intertwined with each other, forming a strange pattern. This pattern was like the ripples on the roof of the free and unfettered pavilion. It was very awkward to look at. Furthermore, it was constantly moving and combining, as if it wanted to form something special. After the black-clothed man took 108 steps and swung his staff 108 times, his body suddenly stopped without any warning. From movement to stillness, it was so abrupt, as if he had never moved at all. As his body stopped, the ripples and white cracks in the air also stopped at that moment. Then, he suddenly smiled and a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. He softly said, "Absolute domain." Buzz. The ripples and white cracks in the air suddenly collapsed at that moment, turning into black dust particles that wandered in the nearby space. A moment later, a black light shield appeared out of thin air beside the black-clothed man. It was dark inside the light shield, as if it was shrouded by a black fog. Nothing could be seen clearly, but outside the light shield, a cold black light was emitted. The colorful airflow whizzed past, and the seawater and reefs in front of the black light shield disappeared one after another. Just as it was about to reach them, the black light barrier suddenly changed. The light barrier that was originally in the shape of a goose egg suddenly turned into a large sword. Instead of retreating, it advanced and silently charged towards the 7-colored air current that had a terrifying aura of destruction. The light in Yi Qinghan's eyes shone even brighter, but he narrowed his eyes even tighter, leaving only a small gap. He stared at the black sword in front of him with an extremely nervous expression. The black sword and the colorful air current finally collided, but there was no super big explosion as expected. There was no strong shock wave, and there was not a trace of sound. As far as the eyes could see, the black sword twisted in a strange way, like a small fish swimming against the current. In the colorful air current, it constantly swayed its tail and shot forward. What shocked Yi Qinghan and the white-clothed man was that when the seven-colored air current with a terrifying aura entered the black light shield, the black mist inside started to churn. It was as if a monster had opened its mouth and devoured the seven-colored air current. The seven-colored air current that entered the black light shield disappeared in an instant and turned into black mist in the end. Humph. The white-clothed man looked at the black sword that was shooting towards him silently and quickly. It was particularly prominent in the white sky, and there was no sound at all. It felt so strange. His expression finally changed. Without hesitation, he opened his hands again, and the colorful clouds began to gather above his head again. Behind him, endless cold wind began to gather. My will is irresistible. Go! This time, the white-clothed man condensed his will into a huge seven-colored sword. He faced the silent black sword in front of him, giving tit for tat. His momentum was majestic as he whizzed forward, wanting to smash the black sword into pieces. The two swords were hundreds of meters long and dozens of meters wide. One of them had a monstrous aura, and emitted colorful divine light. The other one was silent, and it had a touch of pure black. They passed through the white paper-like vacuum like lightning, and collided head-on. The tips of the two swords quickly collided, but there was still no violent explosion, no rebounding, and no sound at all. Instead, the 200 giant swords actually intersected with each other. The seven-colored giant sword directly pierced into the black giant sword. The seven-colored divine light shone brightly in the black, while the black smoke dimmed at this moment, as if it had lost its momentum and was about to vanish into thin air. Ha! No one can resist my will. Seeing this, the white-clothed man laughed wildly. Raging flames appeared under his feet, and he looked insufferably arrogant. This, Yi Qinghan also frowned slightly, and he was a little confused. Didn't they say that the spatial expert would win? Why did this absolute domain seem to be useless? Ha! No! Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly shrank, and a ray of light burst out from his eyes again. He looked extremely excited. Although the black fog and the black sword in front of him seemed to be annihilated by the colorful divine light, it was like a centipede that died but did not fall down. It kept rolling, as if it was struggling on its deathbed. However, as time passed, the black fog did not dissipate, and instead, it became more and more. The colorful divine light seemed to be constantly swallowed by the black fog, and gradually decreased. In the end, it turned into pure black. The magnificent colorful divine sword disappeared, and a silent black sword stood alone in the sky. It stood there quietly, like a giant beast that could only devour souls. It opened its faint eyes and looked forward coldly. Absolute domain, in my domain, it is absolutely invincible. So what if you have willpower? A cold voice came from the huge black sword. Then, the huge sword slid across the sky like a bolt of lightning, silently swallowing the terrified man in white. Then, the huge black sword abruptly stopped, still standing horizontally in the sky. This absolute domain is actually so powerful. Yi Qinghan's heart was filled with shock. A super expert with will had been silently beheaded just like that. This absolute domain really had the ability to resist the will of a lord. Hum. The black sword finally let out a slight hum, and then it began to change shape, slowly turning into a light shield in the shape of a goose egg. The black fog and the light shield also slowly disappeared, and the figure of the black-clothed man slowly appeared. The white cracks and spatial ripples that were intertwined in the sky also appeared. The cracks and ripples began to twist, and then they began to slowly disintegrate, and finally disappeared completely. Ripples. Cracks. Intertwining. Fusion. Decomposition. Yi Qinghan did not care about the black-clothed man. He jumped down from the sky, and continued to drive the boat forward. Instead, he stood on the cliff in a daze, his eyes confused, and his expression absent-minded. He kept muttering something, as if he was thinking about something. Chapter 439. Pause. The scenery around them suddenly began to disappear. The sea disappeared, the sky disappeared, and the cliffs disappeared. The scenery around them began to transform into the beautiful dream palace. I wonder if this little man will be able to comprehend something. Sigh. Dia Wu is really too much. So many years have passed, but she is still so stubborn. Sigh, everything will depend on the will of the heavens. On the jade bed above the illusory palace, the enchantress looked at Yi Qinghan, who was standing quietly in the hall with a perplexed look in his eyes. He seemed to be deep in thought. She let out a deep sigh, turned around, and fell into a deep sleep. As for Yi Qinghan, it was as if he was possessed. He stood quietly in the main hall. Sometimes, he would remain silent, sometimes, he would mutter a few words. Sometimes, he would frown, and sometimes, he would smile. He just stood there, as if he was thinking about something. Xinjiang, on the Purple Island, the sound of a zither once again rang out. This time, the sound of the zither was not as loud as before. Although the sound of the zither was not very loud, it resonated throughout the entire Purple Island and into the ears of every magical beast. At this moment, the magical beasts that were running suddenly stopped running, the magical beasts that were tearing at their prey stopped biting, and even the prey that was struggling and howling in pain stopped resisting. All of the magical beasts and living creatures stopped moving when the zither sounded, and closed their eyes to listen. As the rhythm of the zither became faster and faster, countless trees on the Purple Island actually began to gently sway. Perhaps it was normal for a single leaf to sway, but for an entire cluster of leaves, or even all of the leaves on the Purple Island, to sway in a rhythmic manner, that was very shocking. Sister Qingqing, after becoming a saint, the laws of divine sound have become so terrifying. I think that even if you were to face an army of thousands, with a zither in your hands, Sister Qingqing would be able to easily defeat them. As the song ended, everyone's eyes lit up, and Yi Qingyu cried out in surprise. Hee, Sister Qingqing, the laws of divine sound are too powerful. If you become a god, I'm afraid that even Xiao Yu and I would not be a match for you. Yi Qingwu went into seclusion again for a period of time. Just a few days after she came out, she discovered that Yu Qingqing had already broken through to the saint realm. Her cultivation speed was shocking, and her divine sound arts were incomparably mystical. This law is a special law related to the soul. Of course it's powerful. Little Qingqing, work hard in your cultivation. The attack power of this law is extremely strong, especially against the soul. This is comparable to Little Han's body fusion battle technique. Elder Lu stroked his beard and praised. However, he soon realized that he had said something wrong. Sure enough, when the three of them heard the three words Little Han, their expressions became downcast, and it was obvious that their moods had worsened. It's been 6 years, and there's still no news from my brother. Sob sob. Yi Qingyu's tears were the shallowest, but when she thought of this, she couldn't help but cry again. Xiao Yu, don't cry. It's okay, it's okay. Little Han is definitely cultivating. How could there be any danger in the carefree pavilion? Perhaps he's made up his mind and won't come out of seclusion until he reaches the immortal level. Yi Qingwu hurriedly consoled Yi Qingyu. However, as she spoke, even she herself couldn't believe it anymore. After all, no matter how much he cultivated, it was impossible for him to cultivate for 6 years without stopping. Now, he hadn't even sent a voice transmission, Xinjiang. Yu Qingqing didn't say anything. Instead, she started to talk about the zither again. However, it was obvious that her mind was in a mess. The sound of the zither was very unstable, and there was a burst of noise. Sigh, you guys. Ha! Elder Lu was embarrassed. He was just about to console her when his expression suddenly changed. He exclaimed in surprise, "3 people have come to the island." They seem to be from your Yi family. People from the Yi clan. 3. The 3 of them looked at each other, and a trace of joy appeared on their faces. Yi Qingwu was the most excited. She jumped up and grabbed Elder Lu's robe. "Grandfather Lu, is it my grandfather and the others who have come?" When Yi Qinghan left the Yi family, he once said that Yi Qingniu and the others could come to the Purple Island to meet them in the future. So many years had passed, but she hadn't seen them. Yi Qingwu thought that something had happened to them, so she was a little restless during this period of cultivation. "No, one of them seems to be little Han's uncle. I'm not sure about the other 2. Elder Lu shook his head and said with a smile. "Yi Jian. Let's go and have a look." Yi Qingwu was immediately disappointed. However, she was still a member of the Yi family, so she could ask about the situation of the Yi family. So she stood up and beckoned them to go out of the small courtyard. Yi Qingyu and Yu Qingqing hesitated for a moment, then followed. Elder Lu waited for a while before quietly following them. On the beach outside, Yi Jian, Yi Quan, and another elder of the Yi family, Yi Qiu, were pacing around the beach. They all knew that Yi Qinghan was inside, but they didn't dare to go in. After all, Yi Jian knew very well what kind of terrifying demonic beasts were inside. Swish! Just when Yi Jian was hesitating whether he should go in slowly or not, 3 figures appeared in the sky. It was Yi Qingyu and the others, but Elder Lu didn't show up. "Xiao Wu, Xiao Yu, Qingqing, I've finally found you." Yi Jian's face was filled with joy, but it immediately turned into a bitter expression. "Greetings, first uncle, elders." Of course, the 3 of them didn't know that Yi Jian had become the new Godslayer guard. Although they were unhappy with Yi Qinghan because of Yi Jian, they didn't have a falling out with him. They could only bow slightly. "First uncle, why didn't my grandfather and the clan leader come?" Yi Qingwu asked anxiously after bowing. "Sigh, they wanted to come, but they couldn't." Yi Jian's face was very gloomy. He let out a long sigh and looked around. He said anxiously, "Qinghan. Why didn't Qinghan come out to see me? If he doesn't come out, your grandfather, father, and Elder White Tiger will be in danger. Not to mention them, the entire Yi family is in danger." "What?" Yi Qingwu felt as if she was struck by lightning. Her body trembled and tears gushed out of her face. She quickly asked, "What happened to my grandfather and the others?" "First uncle, tell me quickly." Yi Qingyu and Yu Qingqing's faces were also tense. They knew very well that Yi Qinghan cared about the Yi family and Yi Tianlong very much. If something happened to the Yi family, Yi Qinghan would definitely be very sad. Humph. It's all because Yi Qinghan stole the divine sword and caused the death of the elder ancestor. Now the Lord God has sealed Sang City and the Godslayer guards are guarding it. There are fewer and fewer people in Sang City now. It's going to become a dead city. The people in the castle are anxious. If this continues, the Yi family will be destroyed because of Yi Qinghan sooner or later. Yi Quan, who was standing next to Yi Jian, said. He looked slightly angry and unfriendly. "I've received news that the Lord God's mood is becoming more and more unstable. I'm afraid that Qinghan will come out again. If we don't hand over the divine sword, he will attack the Yi family. I'm afraid that Father and the 2 Grand Supreme Elders will be the first to bear the brunt," Yi Jian said. He looked sad and worried. Hearing that, Yi Qingwu and the other 2 were a little anxious and panicked. They didn't know what to do. Seeing that, Yi Jian's face became serious and he shouted, "Xiao Wu, why don't you ask Qinghan to come out? I know where the divine sword is. As your first uncle, can a divine sword be compared to the lives of Father and the others? Can it be compared to the lives of thousands of members of the Yi family? The life and death of the Yi family are in his hands. Hurry up and ask him to come out. I'll talk to him. Chapter 440. Although Yi Qingwu was slightly relieved to hear that Yi Qingniu and the others were safe for the time being, she became anxious again when she heard that they were in danger. She looked at Yi Qingniu and the others, and finally gritted her teeth and said helplessly, Little Han, little Han. We can't find him, we can't see him. He hasn't contacted us for several years. What happened? Where did he go? I'll go find him. Yi Jian was dumbfounded when he heard this, and his expression became even more anxious as he said, If you don't find him, the Yi family will be in real danger. Sigh. No one can find him, uncle. Don't worry, Yu Qingqing said. Although she looked worried, she wasn't as anxious as Yi Qingwu. Qing Han is in seclusion, and no one can enter that place. We can't send him a sound transmission either. If he doesn't come out, no one can find him. We haven't heard from him for 6 years. Is this true? Yi Jian's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He could easily see that these people weren't lying, and the three of them nodded at the same time. He couldn't help but sigh and said, This matter is troublesome. You have to think of a way to inform him. If he comes out, tell him immediately. If he still cares about the kindness of the Yi family, tell him to go to the Plum Blossom Villa outside the hidden city. I will wait for him there. After saying this, Yi Jian sighed and left with a wave of his sleeves. The two elders next to him also snorted coldly, turned around, and left. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu comforted Yi Qingwu a few times, and walked into the valley with Yi Qingwu, but Elder Lu didn't show up. My lord, why didn't you capture those 3 girls just now? As long as we capture them, we can quickly leave the island, and Yi Qinghan will definitely be lured out. Outside the Purple Island, Yi Jian and the others were flying quickly towards the hidden island when Yi Quan suddenly asked. Idiot! Yi Jian, however, turned his head and cursed. Then, he said slowly, First, Yi Qinghan might really be in closed-door training. 90% of what the 3 girls said is true. Secondly, the 2 of you have low cultivation bases, and the 3 of them have sealed their meridians. However, I can sense that Yi Qingyu has definitely become a deity. Do you have the confidence to take down a deity? So many people from the Divine City have died on the Purple Island. I reckon that if we make a move, there will be no survivors. Then what should we do? Wouldn't it be hard to answer to the massacre god guards if I return like this? Another elder of the Yi family said worriedly. After Yi Jian became the new God-Slayer guard, he secretly pulled out the 2 most loyal elders of the Yi family, Yi Quan and Yi Qiu. Of course, both of them were implanted with soul seeds and served the Divine City. Wait. Yi Jian smiled coldly and continued, It is impossible for Yi Qinghan to stay in closed-door training forever. As long as he hears the news, he will find a way to come to the hidden city or contact me. As long as he leaves the Purple Island, our mission will be completed, and the Yi family will be saved. This little bastard has caused so much harm to the Yi family. Even if he dies 10,000 times, he will not be able to atone for his sins. Humph. The 3 of them stopped talking and continued flying towards the hidden island in the distance. Grandpa Lu, did you hear it just now? You said that my grandpa. Is what Yi Jian said true? Will my grandpa and the others be in danger? As soon as they entered the small valley, Yi Qingwu saw Elder Lu sitting quietly inside. She felt as if she had found her pillar of support, so she quickly walked over and asked. Qingqing and the others also followed in, looking at Elder Lu nervously. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not. If little Han doesn't come out, it's useless for you to be anxious. What you need to do is to work hard and improve your strength. When the time comes, you will be able to help little Han resolve this crisis. Of course, Elder Lu had heard the conversation just now and understood that it was probably true. However, he did not express his opinion. Instead, he encouraged the three of them. Yes. Yi Qingwu understood what Elder Lu meant, but she still sat on the wooden chair beside him with a dazed look on her face. She seemed to be in a mess. Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingyu sat down in disappointment. Although they understood that Elder Lu was right, they still could not calm down for a while. Sigh. Although Elder Lu did not care about this matter, he also felt a little melancholic after interacting with them for so long. Hello, three beautiful ladies. Old dear, when your face turns black, it's too ugly. At this moment, a sudden voice suddenly sounded in the small courtyard, startling the few of them. Elder Lu's expression changed immediately. Just as he was about to pull out his metal rod, he seemed to have thought of something. His expression suddenly changed, and he stood up with a smile. He looked at the transportation portal in the corner of the small courtyard. Yu Qingcheng and the others were also stunned. They stood up in a panic and followed Elder Lu's gaze. The golden transportation portal of the unfettered pavilion suddenly flashed with a golden light. From the black hole in the middle, a black small beast with smiling eyes walked out on its hind legs. It stood upright with its head held high and its chest puffed out. Xiao Hei. Yi Qingyu was overjoyed when she saw it. She quickly ran over to hug it. However, Xiao Hei grinned and jumped away. He said, "Beautiful lady, don't touch me. I am a male. Don't you know that men and women should not touch each other? I used to be young, but now that I have grown up, you can't hug me. I will be embarrassed." Yi Qingyu was startled, but Yi Qingwu and the others beside her burst into laughter. Yi Qingwu was amused by Xiao Hei's mischievous behavior. She temporarily forgot her worries and exclaimed, "Xiao Hei, you have finally become a divine beast." Xiao Hei is right. We can't treat him as a beast anymore. He can speak human language, but he is even more adorable. Please don't use adorable to describe me, the great Xiao Hei. You can say that I am very handsome or have a very charming temperament. Although I have not yet transformed, I have already entered the mature stage. I can be considered a little handsome guy. Xiao Hei stopped moving and walked a few steps on the square table with his chest puffed out. He had a serious expression on his face. Pfft. Xiao Hei's words and expression caused everyone present to be amused, and they burst out into laughter. Xiao Hei's ascension to God and his mischievous words made the others feel better. A burst of laughter and playful laughter floated in the little valley. Little Black, has your innate mystical ability awakened? Elder Lu suddenly asked with an expectant look on his face after they had been fooling around for a while. That's right, Grandpa Lu said that your innate magical power is very powerful. Xiao Hei, tell us about it. How powerful? Yi Qingyu looked lovingly at Xiao Hei and asked at the same time. I, Lord Xiao Hei, am a powerful soul-devouring beast. Of course my innate magical power is powerful. It can even be described as shocking. I am afraid that I will scare you if I tell you. However, I have not finished comprehending it. Furthermore, I have just become a god, so I need some time to stabilize. I will tell you when I am done comprehending it. Xiao Hei raised his head proudly. After a moment, he grinned and said mysteriously with his head lowered, just you wait. When boss comes out of seclusion, I will definitely give him a big surprise. You have to work hard too. When boss comes out, we will give him a surprise. Yes. A trace of anticipation flashed in the eyes of the three of them at the same time. They secretly made up their minds to cultivate hard and give Yi Qinghan a surprise when he came out. No. This spatial fluctuation, spatial lockdown, and spatial stillness can't be fused, right? These are three different kinds of profound mysteries. Or, no, interweaving. Combination. In the dream palace, Yi Qinghan was still standing there foolishly. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his eyes were glazed over. He kept muttering to himself. He had been standing there foolishly for 2 years, thinking about the absolute domain that the black-robed man had used. He kept thinking about it in his mind, but he could not fuse the 3 profound mysteries together. It seemed like he would never be able to take a step into this door. This little man is really persistent. It has been 2 years, and he still hasn't crossed the threshold. Sigh, this precious time has been wasted. Yao Ji, who was lying on the jade bed, would occasionally open her eyes and release her divine sense to check on Yi Qinghan's condition. However, she would return disappointed every time. She would sigh helplessly and go back to sleep. Chapter 441. Ripples and fissures interweaving. Fishing net. Still not right. Yi Qinghan stood in the main hall for 2 years, but he didn't feel anything at all. He still thought that he was still standing on that cliff. He was completely immersed in his comprehension, forgetting time and forgetting everything else. He knew that this was his only chance. Success or failure depended on this. Whether or not the thousands of members of the Yi family could be saved depended on this comprehension. The black-robed man's absolute domain was very clear. Every step was very complete and very slow. Moreover, after the battle, it was even broken down once. Most importantly, he could clearly see that the black-robed man's absolute domain was formed from the fusion of the 3 major profound mysteries of space that he had comprehended. He knew that the Yao Ji had fulfilled her promise and allowed him to comprehend the fusion of profound mysteries to the fullest. It was just that 2 years had passed, and he had been constantly simulating the black-robed man, constantly deducing and experimenting. However, he hadn't fused a single strand of the 3 major profound mysteries. He hadn't even crossed the threshold of profound mysteries fusion. Just like comprehending spatial stillness, the fusion of profound mysteries was tens of thousands of times more difficult. However, as long as he could fuse a single strand, as long as he could cross the threshold, he would eventually succeed. If those ripples represented spatial fluctuations, and the fissures represented spatial locking, then what does spatial stillness represent? What function does it have? How can the ripples and the fissures fuse? Yi Qinghan deduced step by step, constantly calculating and simulating in his mind as if he were in a frenzy. Whoosh! 1 year later, his blurry eyes suddenly brightened, and the scene in front of him returned to the illusory palace. Clearly, he had awakened from his comprehension. I still can't. Sigh. I'm the #1 genius in the history of the continent. What kind of *T genius am I? With such heaven-defying opportunities and such good conditions, I can't even cross the threshold of a mere fusion of profound mysteries. I'm the King #1 trash of the continent. Yi Qinghan sat down powerlessly, a self-deprecating smile on his face. He held his head in his hands, his expression incomparably bitter. 3 years had consumed a lot of his energy. Most importantly, he hadn't made any progress in fusing the profound mysteries. This made his heart feel very tired and powerless. Little man, you look like you've suffered a blow. Yi Qinghan's strange state startled the Yao Sala who was on the jade bed. She opened her eyes and looked at Yi Qinghan who was sitting on the floor, his face filled with bitterness and depression. A trace of pity flashed in her eyes, but she smiled and consoled him, don't be discouraged. This absolute space domain is a middle-level profound mystery. You haven't even completely comprehended the basic profound mysteries, much less the elementary profound mysteries. Asking you to comprehend this mid-rank profound mystery is actually forcing you to do it. Let alone you, even many divine generals can't fuse with this mid-rank profound mystery. So, it's not shameful that you can't fuse with it. It doesn't matter if it's embarrassing or not. As long as I can protect my family and kill the divine master butcher, I will not hesitate to kill him. I'm willing to embarrass myself 10,000 times. Enchantress, thank you for your help. You're a good person. I only hate myself for being so stupid. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint many people. Yi Qinghan raised his head and looked at Yao Ji's bewitching face and incomparably enchanting body. However, he didn't have the slightest trace of the burning desire that he had before. He wasn't in the mood. When he thought about how he would be transported out of the illusory palace a few years later, facing the expectant gazes of Yu Qingqing and the others, his heart became extremely heavy. Good person. Hee hee. Only you would say that I'm a good person. To think that we, the bewitching and dancing concubines, were famous for being venomous beauties in the divine world. Tens of thousands of divine realm experts died in our hands. Hee hee, little man, you actually said that I'm a good person. Hee hee. The Yao Sala looked at the increasingly depressed Yi Qinghan, but she didn't console him. A trace of craftiness flashed in her beautiful eyes. She giggled, and her soft, boneless body also began to sway along with her coquettish laughter. The two towering peaks on her chest trembled continuously, and the movement of her body formed a wonderful melody. Especially the red rope on her small waist. It was like a red snake, constantly wriggling on her snow-white waist in the green grass below. It brought an astonishing visual pleasure and a fatal aura of temptation. It was obvious that the Yao Sala saw that Yi Qinghan was in a bad mood, so she intentionally changed the topic. She even used her fatal weapon to help Yi Qinghan walk out of his depressed state of mind. As expected, Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up as the Yao Sala's body twisted. The depression and bitterness in his eyes disappeared, and in its place were two dazzling rays of light. However, his eyes were fixed on the red rope wriggling on the grass, and he kept muttering, "Red rope? Wriggling? Hee hee, little man, do you like this red rope of mine very much? Actually, let me tell you a secret, this red rope of mine is not an ornament, but a unique and wonderful item of our demon race. Of course, if you want to know what's so wonderful about it, you may only know when you get me, hee hee." The Yao Sala saw that Yi Qinghan was staring at her red rope, and her expression was incomparably excited. She could not help but wriggle even more happily, and even proudly introduced her red rope. However, to her embarrassment, after a moment, she found that Yi Qinghan did not seem to hear her words, and only stared foolishly at the red rope. Ha! I understand, wrong, all wrong. Just when the enchantress was feeling a little puzzled, Yi Qinghan suddenly stood up with a thump. Then, he laughed out loud in ecstasy. His eyes rippled with a strange splendor and a bright light shone. Ignoring the baffled enchantress, he said in a carefree voice, "Red string, tie. The stillness of space is the link, the ripple and the crack must have a link." Yes, that's it, haha. After saying that, Yi Qinghan did not care about anything else, and sat down alone. Just like that, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Oh! This little man. The Yao Sala laughed awkwardly, but her beautiful eyes stared at Yi Qinghan's handsome face with some hidden bitterness. Originally, she had thought that Yi Qinghan had been seduced by her charm, and had even been showing off for a long time. However, she now realized that this was not the case. Yi Qinghan was not listening to her show off at all. How could she endure this? However, in the next moment, her star-like eyes flashed with a hint of surprise and anticipation. From the looks of it, this little man seemed to have gained some sort of enlightenment. Who knew if he would give her a pleasant surprise in the end? Dia Wu, although I don't understand what you're trying to do, I hope you're right. This little man is indeed top-notch in all aspects, but I don't know if he'll be able to. AI. Man proposes, God disposes. We can only leave everything up to fate. The seductive expression on the Yao Sala's face had long since disappeared, and was replaced by a desolate expression. She lazily turned around, and rested her head on her jade-like arms as she continued to sleep. That's right, that's right. The stillness of space acts as a link, connecting and interweaving with each other. Only then can one truly fuse. The absolute domain, I've finally fused a bit, and have finally stepped through the door. Slaughter. Just you wait, I'll use that big bald head of yours as a chamber pot one day. Half a day later, Yi Qinghan once again opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. He softly muttered a few words, then closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Chapter 442. The continent, which had been peaceful for several years, started to become restless again. Divine Master Tu's perverted hobby became more and more serious. The burning god guards had no choice but to mobilize soul slaves. They started to capture young men and women from the House of Ares and the demon god residents. The decisions made by the House of Ares and the demon god residents had some effect in the beginning. However, as more and more people went missing, more and more direct descendants of large families went missing. This matter could no longer be hidden and the two residences started to become chaotic. The House of Ares and the demon god residents were the first to erupt. The first place to erupt was Linwu City, a small city southwest of the House of Ares. During a secret capture operation, the soul slaves here accidentally captured the daughter of the city lord. The city lord was enraged and sent a large number of experts to intercept the Divine City's team outside the city. However, the Divine City's team was too strong, so they didn't take action immediately. This was like poking a hornet's nest. Countless small families and ordinary people in Linwu City were enraged. Seeing the city lord who had been suppressing his anger, they immediately found their backbone. A large number of martial artists and ordinary people surrounded the Divine City's team outside Linwu City. The leader of the team was a Peak Emperor realm emissary. Facing the curses of countless people and flying rotten eggs and stones, he finally made a stupid decision. After thinking for a long time, he finally made a stupid decision. Kill them all. A Peak Emperor realm expert led a dozen or so Emperor realm experts and pounced at nearly 1,000 people like a fierce tiger coming down the mountain. Amidst the flashes of swords and blades, the city lord of Linwu City and several other Emperor realm experts were instantly killed. Their flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Then a tragedy started. Under the powerful martial force, ordinary martial artists and ordinary people couldn't resist at all. The cruel massacre began. Outside Linwu City, corpses were everywhere. It was a tragic sight. Nearly 1,000 people were killed in half an hour. The Divine City emissary's eyes were bloodshot. He actually wanted to kill everyone in Linwu City to prevent the news from leaking. Therefore, under the leadership of more than a dozen Emperor realm experts, nearly 100 emissaries rushed into Linwu City and began an inhumane massacre. Fortunately, a sage realm expert happened to pass by and angrily intervened, saving tens of thousands of people in the city. Then, the entire city erupted. Several thousand people began to head towards Dragon City, demanding for Dragon City to give them an explanation and give them justice. Chaos swept through like a plague. In just a few days, the number of people heading towards Dragon City increased from a few thousand to tens of thousands, and then to hundreds of thousands. Not only that, this commotion even spread to the eastern side of the Demon God Manor, instantly engulfing the entire Demon God Manor. Countless demons roared as they gathered in the Heaven Demon City, requesting to see the Demon God to investigate the whereabouts of their missing children. Within half a month, the entire House of Ares and the Demon God residents were in chaos. Countless evil citizens began to smash and loot. The two residences were in a state of chaos. Faced with the massive chaos, Sky Face City and Dragon City could only try their best to appease them. As for the 5 families of the House of Ares, they maintained their silence. However, countless families of all sizes participated. A month later, several 100,000 people gathered outside Dragon City. All of their expressions were impassioned, and a great riot could break out at any moment. Dragon Bastard had no choice but to personally come forward. However, he was unable to give a reasonable explanation and was unable to suppress the crazed crowd. In the end, he could only announce the truth and point the finger at God's city. He even brought out sufficient evidence. This caused an even greater commotion. The sacred land of the continent, the God city in the hearts of countless people, was actually secretly abducting their children. However, with countless evidence and the support of countless large families, the majority of the troops began to head towards God's city. Furthermore, more and more people arrived. Many experts from the common people also joined in, and they began to conquer God's city. A few Moon Queen, high up on the God Mountain, that majestic God city was surrounded by countless demons and humans. Curses, cries, and shouts resounded non-stop outside God's city. Countless people shouted for the God Lord to come out, for him to give a reasonable explanation, for him to kill the true culprit and give them justice. The God Massacre Guards were anxious, the God Burning Guards were anxious, and the tens of thousands of envoys of God's city were anxious. This was because a riot had started in God's city. Outside the Immortal Massacre Pavilion, Immortal Burning Pavilion, and Master God Pavilion, the citizens of God's city had surrounded them. Although the God Massacring Guards had immediately closed the gates of the Divine City and sent countless guards to guard the city walls, outside the Immortal Massacring Pavilion, and outside the Divine Master Pavilion, they didn't dare to make a move. Under such circumstances, once a spark was ignited, a great riot would be triggered, and God's city might be reduced to ruins. Millions of demons and humans, as well as hundreds of thousands of citizens of the Divine City, would all be killed in an instant. Most importantly, the Divine City would be reduced to ruins, and the prestige of the Holy Land that had existed for thousands of years would be reduced to nothing. Just as the God Massacre Guards were about to enter the Master God Pavilion with the Burning God Guards to seek instructions from the God Lord, a shrill laughter rang out in the entire God City. A shrill laughter rang out across the entire God City. Then, a man wearing a red robe and a shiny bald head suddenly appeared in the sky above the God City. He was none other than Divine Master II. The citizens of God's City saw their God again, and all of them quietened down. The millions of demons and humans outside the city also saw the God Lord, who had brought them peace and stability, and they also quietened down. More than 1,000,000 pairs of eyes locked onto the tall man in the sky, waiting for him to speak and explain. However, Tu didn't say a word. He just stood proudly in the sky, and his black and red eyes scanned the ant-like crowd below him coldly. He laughed maniacally, and his sharp voice reverberated across the sky. The millions of people below him felt their eardrums hurt, and their bodies trembled. Then, he suddenly made a strange move. He closed his eyes and extended his hands. As he extended his hands, the sky above God's city suddenly changed color. A rainbow-colored cloud appeared above his head, and the wind suddenly started to blow on the God Mountain. Countless black clouds and fog started to float in from all directions, gathering above God Lord II's head rapidly. A huge pressure enveloped the entire God City, and a boundless chill started to spread throughout the God City. Many of the millions of people below began to feel fear, but many of them blinked and looked strangely at the bald man in the sky. They didn't understand why God Lord II didn't explain, and instead created a miracle. Could it be that he still wanted to rely on tricks to make them continue to strengthen their faith in him? Stop pursuing this matter. But in the next second, they realized that they were wrong. Kiki. Those who defy my will, die. As God Lord II laughed maniacally, the rainbow-colored cloud and the black cloud in the sky disappeared. In their place was a huge golden palm that was dozens of kilometers long. The palm shone with golden light, white lightning, and a suffocating pressure. The golden palm brought with it an aura that could destroy everything. It slammed down like lightning towards the dense crowd outside the city, towards the millions of demons and humans. Boom! At that moment, the entire God Mountain started to shake. The tall, majestic city walls started to collapse, and the wide, flat Glory Plaza in front of the city became a bottomless pit. A huge cloud of dust rose into the air, covering the sky, the sun, and the pale faces of the hundreds of thousands of people in the city. God Lord too had used one palm to give the people of the Fire Dragon continent an explanation. He had used millions of lives to give them a bloody explanation. Chapter 443. Saber Emperor, Spear Emperor, Shuexiwen, and Yushishue are here to see you, Lord. After the giant golden palm landed on the divine city, a few uninvited guests came to the dark forest. They teleported to the dark forest from all over the residence of gods of war and knelt down outside the dark castle. Their faces were filled with pain, and their expressions were getting colder. Swoosh! After a while, the space behind the five rippled, and four figures appeared out of nowhere. Two of the four were tall and muscular, with a big, king character on their foreheads. The other person had a slightly ferocious appearance, revealing a few eerie fangs in his mouth, making him look extremely terrifying. The other person was a woman. She had a charming appearance, but there were fine hairs on her jade-like hands. The four demonic gods of the demonic god mansion are here to see you, Lord. The four looked at Dragon and the others. They didn't say much, kneeling in unison and shouting. The six barbarian god elders are here to see you, Lord. The hidden turtle is here to see Lord Devour. After a while, the six barbarians of the barbarian god mansion and the island owner of the hidden island had teleported. The seven of them didn't say much, kneeling in front of the dark castle. Then, they kept silent and waited in silence. Divine Master Two's palm strike had completely frightened and shattered the hearts of the god-level experts on the continent. It had also caused them to be completely bitterly disappointed. 1 million people, 1 million lives. He had slapped them down without hesitation. He had killed them all in just a blink of an eye. God Lord 2 was crazy. The first thought that came to the 15 people's minds was that God Lord 2 had lost his mind. They began to feel fear. If God Lord 2 dared to kill 1 million people, he would kill 10 million people, even billions of people on the continent. Endless fear and despair caused their souls to tremble. They felt a chill that came from the depths of 9 hells purgatory. Eventually, they thought of one person, the one who could save them, the one who could save billions of people on the continent. The king of the dark forest, the king of the flame dragon continent, Lord Devour. However, half a day had passed, and the dark castle was still quiet. The castle's gate was still closed, as if there was no one inside. Or, they couldn't hear their shivering voices or their screams from their souls. 1 day had passed, and the castle's gate was still closed. 15 people were still kneeling outside the castle with dark faces. 3 days had passed. 5 days. The castle gates finally opened, and Lord Zhou leisurely walked out in a gray suit. Lord Zhou. The 15 people present became spirited at the same time. They cupped their hands in greeting and called out excitedly. Madame Zhou didn't have her usual elegance. Instead, she said indifferently, "Everyone, get up. Sir said that you don't have to kneel." Ninth Mistress, what did Mistress say? The corner of Saber Emperor's eyes twitched. It seemed as if he had a bad premonition. So, he asked in a trembling voice. Sigh. Madame Zhou sighed deeply. Of course, she knew why these people had come to kneel. She said in a low voice, "Madame has said that it is useless even if you kneel until you die. She has asked you to disperse. She will definitely not make a move. He would absolutely not make a move." These words echoed in the ears of the 15 people. Their faces sank at the same time, and the bitterness in their eyes became even stronger. The Saber Emperor's mouth squirmed a few times as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he couldn't say anything. Although they had already expected this result, they still found it hard to accept. Divine Lord Two's insanity and Lord Devour's indifference had made their hearts sink in pain. At this moment, they felt like they were sitting on a small boat in a storm, swaying with the wind. They were so helpless that they could die at any minute. Sigh, the real calamity of the fire dragon continent is coming. The demon god with some fangs in his mouth from the demon god mansion heaved a long sigh. He stood up and didn't say anything, directly teleporting away. The other three Yao gods exchanged glances, shook their heads, and teleported away. Ancient barbarian god, please give us your oracle to guide your people on how to get through this extermination crisis. The 6 barbarian gods who looked like 6 super gorillas crouched on the ground, praying sincerely. Then, with a dark face, they teleported away. Island Master, is it the end of the continent? The withered spear emperor turned his head to look at the hidden island lord. His wrinkled face twitched continuously as he looked at the hidden island lord, who was wearing a straw raincoat, with the last trace of hope in his eyes. Yushishue and the others also fixed their eyes on the hidden island master. The sword emperor was dead, and the hidden island master was the one who was closest to the peak of the heavenly god realm. Even though they knew that if Lord Devour didn't do anything, the continent would fall under Divine Lord Two's demonic claws. If Divine Lord Two continued his madness, it wouldn't be long before the fire dragon continent was completely annihilated. Perhaps, but what can we do? We can only wait. The hidden island master raised his bamboo hat, an indescribable look in his eyes. Wait? The 5 of them looked at the hidden island master suspiciously, not understanding what he meant. Yes. We can only wait for one person to become a god. If he can't do it, then we can all prepare to die together. The hidden island master looked to the east and said indifferently, a trace of hope in his eyes. Yi Qin Han. Yushishue and the Saber Emperor looked at each other and called out simultaneously. A trace of hope ignited in their hearts. Even though they didn't think that it was very likely, at least, there was hope. "Milord, are you really not going to care?" On the rooftop, the 9th lady stood behind Lord Devour. After a long silence, she finally asked. She was also a member of the Fire Dragon continent. Even though she was a magical beast, she had become a god 1,000 years ago and had human emotions. She felt terrible seeing the continent in trouble. Care? Why do I have to care? Lord Devour was still as cold as ever. His voice was completely emotionless as he lay on the bench. Tens of millions of people die in the god realm every day. Do I have to care? Do you really think I'm a savior? This world is one where the weak are prey to the strong, and the strong are respected. If a person wants to survive, they can only become stronger themselves, not rely on others. I can save them once, but can I care for them forever? Ajo, do you still not understand? I understand. The 9th lady answered bitterly. She understood the reason, but how could she let go of her feelings? After a while of silence, she asked again, "Milord, when are you going to the god realm? How long will you be gone?" There are still 3 years until the Palace Master Challenge that happens every 1,000 years. After 3 months, I'll go to the god realm to see my old friends. I guess I'll be back after 3 years. Lord Devour looked at the sky, speaking emotionally. You'll leave in 3 months. So soon. The 9th lady was a little surprised. She thought that Lord Devour would leave after 3 years. She didn't expect that he would leave after 3 months, and he would leave for 3 years. Her face changed several times as she said nervously, "Milord, do you have anything to leave for Milord Xiaohei An?" Little Han. Xiaohei. Didn't I give him the thing? You don't need to tell him that I'm leaving. Moreover, it's safe for him to stay in the Fire Dragon Plane. When Lord Devour heard Xiaohei's name, he was a little bewildered. Then, he said coldly, "As for Yi Qin Han, you tell him not to leave the Purple Island." As the snow deer tribe is here, his life won't be in danger. If he were to leave, he would be seeking his own death, and he can't blame anyone else. This. Sigh, I got it. The ninth lady grimaced. She thought that Lord Devourer would leave something for Yi Qinghan to save his life before he left for the God realm. She didn't expect that it would be just one sentence. She and Yi Qinghan had met a few times, so she had a vague understanding of his temperament. If the Yi family fort were to suffer a calamity, would Yi Qinghan cowardly hide in Zidao and not come out? If he got out and Lord Devourer wasn't here, who could protect him? Chapter 444. After that palm strike, the continent fell completely silent, as still as a pool of stagnant water. It was frighteningly still. The entire continent fell silent, retreated, and lowered their heads. Only the golden-robed envoys could be seen everywhere, and the increasing number of disciples of Brother Chen continued to laugh and clamor in every city and every inch of land on the continent. No one dared to cause trouble, no one dared to curse openly, and no one dared to cause trouble. The deep pit on the Divine Mountain, the surging envoys of the Divine City, and the people who were constantly being slaughtered. It made them realize one fact: sometimes, it was better to live lowly, numbly, and fearfully than to die. At least, there was hope if they lived, but there was nothing if they died. The citizens of the Divine City stopped running. Was there any meaning in running or not running? Ever since the Lord God had struck the continent, the envoys and soul slaves of the Divine City had brazenly taken control of all the cities in the 3 prefectures and 1 island. The continent was completely enveloped by the Lord God's fiery red robe, and there was not a single pure land left. Faced with the large number of envoys and more soul slaves traversing the continent, the 5 great clans fell silent, Dragon City fell silent, Hidden Island fell silent, Demon God Mountain fell silent, Barbarian Valley fell silent. Countless people began to flee. They fled from the city, fled from the crowd, ran towards the savage mountain range, towards the misty valley, towards the deep mountains, towards the desert, and towards countless secret places. Since there was no pure land, they decided to create a pure land, to create a paradise that belonged to them. Countless people began to mutilate themselves, and they began to make their children mutilate themselves. In order to avoid being captured by the Divine City, in order to survive, they began to scratch their handsome faces and skin that they were so proud of. They began to break their small hands and legs, and they began to make themselves look like beggars. They were extremely ugly and smelly. The sky of the entire continent had become extremely dark. In their murky eyes, the sun hanging high in the sky was no longer as hot, warm, and radiant as it used to be. In the back mountain of the Yi family, Patriarch Yi Qingniu's and Yi Baihu's turbid eyes blazed after Yi Tianlong's figure suddenly appeared. A 7-colored cloud had already gathered in the sky above the mountain behind the Yi family a month ago, and a bolt of purple lightning had also descended. It was only today that Yi Tianlong came out of seclusion. After 8 years, Yi Tianlong had finally become a god. Green Ox, White Tiger, thank you for your hard work. Yi Tianlong, on the other hand, didn't show much joy on his face. Instead, he smiled a little shamefully at the 2 before walking to the main seat and sitting down. He waved his hand at the 2 and said, "How's the situation with the clan right now?" "The situation is very bad." Yi Qingniu's eyes darkened and he did not speak, but Yi Baihu laughed bitterly and said, "Yi Jian has defected and become a god-slaying guard of the God City. 1/3 of the clan has defected with him. God-slayer guards. Hee, I didn't expect this beast to be so capable." Yi Tianlong wasn't overly surprised when he heard this. He was silent for a long time before he sighed and said, "Pass down my orders. All defectors are to be banished from the Yi family forever. Also, remove the lockdown. If anyone still wants to escape, let them go. Don't stop them." Clan leader Yi Qingniu cried out involuntarily in shock, but after a moment, he didn't know what to say. He could only stomp his foot and turn around. All right. Yi Baihu naturally understood what Yi Tianlong meant. Their hearts were no longer with them, so there was no point in keeping them alive. Besides, if some of them escaped, they would at least leave some descendants of the Yi family. Although they could no longer be considered pure descendants of the Yi family, they at least still had the blood of the Yi family flowing in their veins. Green Ox, don't be angry. I have news of Xiao Han and Xiao Wu. They're fine and safe. Yi Tianlong paused for a moment, then looked at Yi Qingniu and said with a slightly excited expression. Yi Qingniu and Yi Baihu's eyes lit up when they heard this. Yi Qingniu turned around and said nervously, really? Where are they? How are they now? Z Island. Yi Tianlong pointed to the east and suddenly set up a god realm. They're all fine. Xiao Yu has become a god, Xiao Wu has broken through to the Saint Realm, Qingqing has also broken through to the Saint Realm, and that soul-devouring beast has become a god not long ago. As for Xiao Han, he's also fine. He's currently cultivating in seclusion. What? The two of them were shocked at the same time. They hadn't seen each other for 8 years, but they'd both made such huge breakthroughs. Yi Qingwu refining godhoods to break through to the Saint Realm and Yi Qingyu becoming a god were within their expectations, but they didn't expect Xiao He to become a divine beast. And Yu Qingqing had broken through to the Saint Realm. This cultivation speed, could it be because she refined divine crystals as well? Clan leader, how do you know all this? Yi Baihu thought of a crucial problem. Yi Tianlong had only become a god a month ago, so he couldn't possibly know so clearly. It's not just about them. I also know that the original Godslayer guard was killed by Xiao He, and Divine Master 2 even went to Z Island and escaped in a sorry state. Even though I'm in seclusion, I basically know everything that's going on in the continent. Yi Tianlong once again revealed 2 pieces of shocking news. He began to explain, Shi Shui sends me voice transmissions every once in a while, and after I became a god, I received a voice transmission from a deity from Z Island. He told me everything. I'm sure you can't guess who it is. It's not Xiao Yu. Could it be Xiao He? Yi Qingniu's interest was piqued. Of course not. He said his name was Elder Lu, and he was a peak heavenly god. He was the protector of fallen God Mountain. Yi Tianlong didn't continue to keep them in suspense. He began to explain, he actually didn't go to the Immortal Realm. Instead, he was guarding Xiao Han. Xiao Han obtained a spatial divine tool from fallen God Mountain, so he disappeared from the hidden city. Afterwards, after listening to Yi Tianlong's words, the two of them resolved many of their doubts and understood many of Yi Qinghan's secrets. Then did he say when Xiao Han would come out of seclusion? His current cultivation level is. Yi Baihu pondered for a moment, then asked a question that both of them were looking forward to hearing. I don't know. When we were talking about Xiao Han, he suddenly entered Z Island, and the voice transmission was cut off. Afterwards, I felt a powerful divine sense sweep over, so I retreated, Yi Tianlong said somewhat regretfully. I don't know if the Yi clan can wait for the moment when Little Han becomes a god. I also don't know if after Little Han becomes a god, will he be able to. A heavy sigh was heard in the pavilion, and the room fell silent. Your Excellency, are you going to the Immortal Realm? On the rooftop of the dark castle, Lord Jiu looked at the soft figure in the red robe. His eyes sparkled as he clasped his hands in front of his chest. Yeah, I'm not here. You should be careful. You'd better go to Z Island. Also, congratulate Xiao He for me. Wait for me. Lord Devour turned around, his beautiful face still cold. Your Excellency, take care. Jiu is waiting for you. Lord Jiu was a little touched, but he was a little worried. Don't worry about me. Although the dancing butterfly war god hasn't appeared in the immortal realm for 1,000 years, she's not someone that can be underestimated. Lord Devour snorted. He suddenly extended his hands, grabbing something in the sky. Just like pulling open a curtain, he easily tore the sky apart, revealing a dark void. Then, she turned around to look at Lord Zhou, then got in, disappearing into the dark void. The sky then slowly closed, returning to its original state. This, Lord Zhou gawked and dropped her jaw. She thought that Lord Devour would use the teleportation talisman to go back like the last time. She didn't expect that he would tear the void and leave. How strong was he to do that? Pondering for a while, Lord Zhou suddenly disappeared, teleporting to Z Island. Chapter 445. Divine City, Immortal Massacre Pavilion. Recently, the Massacre God Guard was in a good mood and was in high spirits. For so many years, the Divine City had always been the strongest power in the continent. However, they never expected that they could command the world and no one dared to disobey them. As the Divine Lord didn't care about worldly affairs, the Massacre God Guard naturally became the monarch-like figure of the continent. That bastard, Yi Qinghan, is still in seclusion. The Massacre God Guard sat on the main seat high above and looked down at the trio in front of him as he questioned loudly with an unfriendly expression. My lord, I have brought men over 3 times over the past few years, but I didn't receive any definite news. Yi Qinghan should still be in seclusion. Yi Jian bowed down and replied respectfully. The Massacre God Guard snorted and questioned, Are you sure that he isn't pretending to be in seclusion? I am sure about this. Yi Qinghan has deep feelings for the Yi family. Among his 3 women, Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingyu are not shrewd people. If they are lying, I will be able to tell. Yi Jian said with absolute certainty. He did not dare to guarantee Yi Qingqing's words, but Yi Qingwu's temperament was very impatient, and Yi Qingyu was even more pure. They were definitely not people who were good at disguising. You guys continue to wait for news in the hidden city. Remember to report back immediately if there is any news. The Massacre God Guard waved his hand impatiently. Yi Jian bowed and led the 2 of them out quickly. Then, he flew directly towards the hidden city. After Yi Jian and the other 2 left, the Burning God Guard walked out from the side hall and asked anxiously, My lord, what should we do now? What else can we do? Even the Purple Island Divine Lord doesn't dare to enter. No matter how many people we send, they will die. Can we only wait? The Massacre God Guard sighed and said. Wait? The Burning God Guard was confused. Wait for 3 years. Didn't the Divine Lord say that the Divine World will be holding the Manor Head Challenge competition in 10 years? That woman will definitely return to the Divine World. There are still 3 years. 3 years later, even if Yi Qinghan is a tortoise, he will still crawl out. The Massacre God Guard revealed a ruthless expression as he gritted his teeth and said, When the time comes, I will let him die without a burial ground. Qianjun, just you wait. 3 years later, I will let the entire Yi family accompany you in death. When the Burning God Guard saw the distorted face of the Massacre God Guard, he sighed in disappointment. Fatigue appeared on his face as he slowly retreated. This absolute domain is too complicated. I've only managed to fuse half of it after so many years. If this goes on, I'm afraid I won't be able to succeed even after 10 years. In the Dream Palace, Yi Qinghan stood up and twisted his body. He had been fusing for several years, but he had only fused a small part of it. Now, there were only 3 years left. Once the 10 years were up and he was teleported out, the speed of his deduction would be halved. Most importantly, he didn't know if his deduction speed would be half as fast after he was teleported out. He didn't know how many years it would take to complete the deduction. Should I cultivate my battle chi to the peak of the Sage tier first? He thought of another problem. The cultivation speed here was 5 times faster than in the carefree pavilion. If he was teleported out, just cultivating his battle chi alone would take a long time. Hee hee. Little man, why are you wandering around here? Why aren't you continuing to comprehend the laws? Are you complaining that time is passing too slowly? Why don't you accompany me for a year or two? Yi Qinghan's hesitation made the enchantress roll her eyes. She turned around and scolded, let me tell you. Actually, the speed of comprehending the laws here is at least 5 times, 10 times, or even 100 times faster than outside. Do you really think it's easy to fuse the profound mysteries? Do you think it's easy for you to fuse half of it in just a few years? To put it bluntly, if you were to go outside, you would need decades to fuse half of it. Perhaps you wouldn't be able to fuse so much even after tens of thousands of years. What? Why is the difference so huge? Didn't you say it's twice as fast? Yi Qinghan was stunned. He had been comprehending the laws for the past few years. Although it was complicated, he didn't find it particularly difficult. He thought that he would definitely succeed as long as he had time. Bottleneck. The enchantress was both amused and angry. Do you know about bottlenecks? Haven't you realized that there are no bottlenecks here? As long as you keep deducing and comprehending, you can fuse them. The reason why the Dream Palace is the #1 divine tool below the God Emperor is that there are almost no bottlenecks in comprehending the laws here. As long as you have a basic understanding of a law, you can continue to cultivate until you reach the great accomplishment stage. This is one of the high-level functions of the Dream Palace. Do you understand, little man? That's right. Bottleneck. Cultivating here was too smooth. It was even smoother than when he entered the soul stillness state. Everything was logical and natural. Originally, he was still a little puzzled. Now, he realized that it was because of the Dream Palace. Yi Qinghan immediately came to a realization. He didn't dare to let his imagination run wild. He bowed to the enchantress and cupped his hands. Ah. So that's how it is. I understand now. Thank you, enchantress, for the reminder. With that said, Yi Qinghan quickly sat up. He calmed his heart and focused, beginning to comprehend. Hee hee, silly little man. The enchantress smiled. She placed her hands behind her head. Her breasts were even more erect because of the spread of her hands. Her long legs were curled up. She gently bit her delicate lips, and her beautiful eyes moved quickly. After pondering for a moment, she sighed and murmured, "Forget it, little man. I'll help you this once. Being able to enter this place can be considered fate with master. Also, who told you to make me like you so much?" the enchantress muttered in a low voice. She stretched out her ivory-like hand and gently licked her lips. Then, one of her fingers slowly slid down. It slid across her swan-like neck, climbed over her soft breasts, and finally stopped at the little red string on her slender waist. She stretched out 2 fingers and grabbed the end of the string and began to gently tug. As she continued to tug, the red string on the green grass shook violently. It was like a small snake that had its tail caught, struggling with all its might. "Little man, I'll give you a drop of seductive honey. Consider it as me getting to know you. Whether it can help you or not will depend on your luck." Hee hee, go. The enchantress's face suddenly flushed red. Her beautiful face became incomparably captivating at that moment. The 2 white, scallion fingers on her waist suddenly moved. The red string on the grass suddenly let out a soft whistle. Then, it actually bounced up and shook the veil. A crystal-clear drop of water floated out of thin air and silently floated towards Yi Qinghan. Finally, it landed on Yi Qinghan's forehead and disappeared. This drop of water emitted an intoxicating fragrance. In an instant, the entire dream palace was immersed in this fragrance. As the drop of water flew out, the enchantress's entire body trembled violently. Her snow-white skin began to turn crimson. It was very alluring. After a long time, she let out 2 soft moans. Her entire body seemed to have lost all of its strength. Then, she closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. As soon as the drop of liquid touched Yi Qinghan's forehead, Yi Qinghan's face suddenly became hot. The heat spread rapidly. His body suddenly felt like it was on fire. His lower abdomen began to emit a nefarious fire. Smelling the intoxicating fragrance, the commotion became even greater. His mind, however, was completely blank. Then, in a trance, he began to hallucinate. He felt like he was having a wet dream. In the dream, he had intercourse with Yu Qingqing, intercourse with Yi Qingyu, intercourse with Yi Qingwu, intercourse with Yi Qingyue, and in the end, he started a great battle with the demoness. Following Yi Qinghan's wet dream, wind suddenly rose in the dream palace. The sharp wind caused the veil on the jade bed to flutter. The dense qi of heaven and earth in the dream palace actually began to gather above Yi Qinghan's head. Yi Qinghan unknowingly entered a deep state of soul silence for the second time. Chapter 446. Madame Zhou, why are you here? Greetings, Madame Zhou. Inside the small valley on the Purple Island, Elder Lu politely brought Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu out to welcome her. I am here to congratulate Xiao He on behalf of Madame Zhou. There is also a small matter. Madame Zhou cupped her hands and smiled. She looked around curiously and asked, why don't I see Xiao He? Xiao He is sleeping in the unfettered pavilion. Yi Qingyu answered first. She smiled and looked at Madame Zhou. Although they had met twice, she was still very curious about her. Xiao He is comprehending her innate ability. Elder Lu led Madame Zhou into the courtyard and asked Yu Qingqing to serve her a cup of tea. Innate ability. I wonder what Xiao He's innate ability is. The innate ability of a super divine beast must be extremely powerful. Madame Zhou nodded to Yu Qingqing and asked curiously. You don't know the innate ability of a soul-devouring beast? Elder Lu said in surprise. Then, he thought of something and slapped his forehead. He smiled and said, yes. Lord Devour doesn't have the innate ability of a soul-devouring beast, but she doesn't need to use her innate ability in this realm. It's not surprising that you don't know. She doesn't have the innate ability of a soul-devouring beast. Isn't Lord Devour a soul-devouring beast like Xiao He? Their conversation caused Yi Qingyu and Yu Qingqing to be puzzled. Yi Qingyu frowned and asked. Who told you that Lord Devour is a soul-devouring beast? Although Lord Devour is a powerful divine beast, she is definitely not a soul-devouring beast. Elder Lu asked in return. Lord Zhou nodded in agreement with Elder Lu's words. Yi Qingyu stroked her silver hair and said shyly, my brother said that Lord Devour is Xiao He's aunt, and she is called Lord Devour. I thought she was also a soul-devouring beast. Grandpa Lu, from what you said, it seems like the divine beast that Lord Devour's true body has isn't as strong as the soul-devouring beast. Yu Qingqing could hear the hidden meaning in the conversation between Elder Lu and Lord Zhou. She couldn't help but ask in bewilderment. Lord Zhou, who was at the side, suddenly laughed and explained, although divine beasts can all become gods after they mature, they are also divided into grades. For example, me and that civet divine beast from the Savage Mountain Range belong to low-grade divine beasts because our innate divine abilities are relatively low-grade. According to the strength of their innate divine abilities, divine beasts were also divided into middle-grade, high-grade, and the most tyrannical super-divine beasts. Lord Devour's real body was a Kuanping divine beast, a high-grade divine beast, while Xiao He was one of the rare super-divine beasts in the entire god world and hundreds of millions of worlds. Of course, Xiao He has not fully matured yet. Once he cultivates to God Emperor, even if he comprehended the worst law, he can still rely on his innate divine ability to become a very powerful god emperor. Wow, Xiao He is so powerful. Yi Qingyu dropped her jaw, sighing in disbelief. She didn't expect that the stupid Xiao He would have such a powerful background. Yu Qingqing was also a little bit excited. She exclaimed, "Super divine beast, so strong." Haha, of course. Xiao He's father had fought against hundreds of god emperors and almost 10,000 god kings. Eventually, he won all of them. You guys tell me if the soul-devouring beast is strong or not. Elder Lu smiled, his eyes sparkling. He sighed emotionally, then shook his head. There are some things that Lord Devour told me not to tell you. Today, I've revealed too much. You guys shouldn't ask about it. As for Xiao He's innate divine ability, you guys should ask him after he finishes comprehending it. The others nodded. They understood that Elder Lu knew a lot of things, but he didn't want to tell them. Now, it seemed that Lord Devour had told them something. Where's Yi Qinghan? Is he still cultivating? My lord went to the divine world, and he asked me to tell him something. Lord Zhou didn't ask further. Instead, she turned to ask Yi Qinghan. Elder Lu was bewildered. He turned to look at Yi Qingyu and Yu Qingqing. As expected, their faces darkened, and they said awkwardly, "Little Han has been cultivating in seclusion for 8 years. He has sealed the Carefree Pavilion's training room. Moreover, his soul connection with Xiao He has been sealed. He hasn't received any news for 8 years." Yi Qinghan had used his divine consciousness to comprehend the phantom left by the Yao Ji through the pair of eyes in the Carefree Pavilion. He had spent 1 year and suffered for 1 year. Then, he was transported to the illusory palace for 7 years. After 8 years, he hadn't received any news. Even Elder Lu was worried. After all, Yi Qinghan wasn't an old monster who had cultivated for several thousand years like him. Yi Qinghan had only cultivated for a few years. How old was he when he started cultivating? It wasn't normal for him to cultivate for so long this time. 8 years. If I cultivate for another 3 years, it will be easier for my lord when he comes back. Lord Zhou's eyes flashed with joy, and she murmured softly. Because of her relationship with Xiao He, she was very worried about Yi Qinghan. Now, it seemed that her worries were unnecessary. Lord Devour had said that if Yi Qinghan didn't go out, he would be absolutely safe. Seeing Elder Lu and the other two looking at her with doubt, Lord Zhou smiled and said, "Then I will wait here. When Yi Qinghan comes out, I will return to the Dark Castle. However, I don't know if you welcome me." "Hee, Lord Zhou, you are too polite. It is an honor for you to stay in this small place." Elder Lu had vaguely heard Lord Zhou's words, but he didn't ask much. Instead, he laughed and said enthusiastically. Lord Zhou began to stay in the small valley and waited with the 3 of them for Xiao He and Yi Qinghan to come out of seclusion. However, they stayed for 2 years. Not only did Yi Qinghan not come out, but even Xiao He was in a deep sleep. Even Yi Qingwu stayed in seclusion to comprehend the occult mysteries patiently. That woman isn't in the Dark Castle. That 9-tailed celestial fox disappeared too. In the study room of the Lord God Pavilion, a surprised voice was heard. There was only 1 year left until the Mansion Master Challenge in the Divine Realm. Lord God too had been gone for a long time, but he didn't see any movement in the dark forest. Finally, he couldn't sit still anymore. He started to sweep his divine senses over the dark forest carefully. However, he found that there was no one in the Dark Castle. Could they have gone to the Divine Realm? Why isn't there any movement of teleportation? Lord God too's eyes flickered continuously as he checked again. After a while, he shouted to the outside, "God-slaying guards, get in here." The God-slaying guards were enjoying a massage from a few maidservants in the Immortal slaying pavilion. When they heard Lord God too's angry voice, they quickly scrambled and flew towards the Lord God pavilion. Greetings to Lord God. What instructions does Lord God have for me? Tu Weiwei knelt outside the study room nervously and said respectfully. Boss. The Lord God suddenly teleported out and set up a god territory with a wave of his hand. He stared at the god-slaying guards and said, arrange for people from the 3 mansions to check out the dark castle. I reckon that old woman has gone to the divine realm. Remember. Don't expose that it was arranged by the divine city. Otherwise, you can kill yourself. Gone to the divine realm. The god-slaying guards' eyes lit up when they heard that, and they were elated. After waiting for 9 years, the opportunity was finally here. They quickly kowtowed and replied, yes, Lord God. If that woman is really gone, are we going to follow the original plan? Of course. I must get this divine sword. Hee hee. The Lord God lifted his head and laughed maniacally. His fiery eyes lit up with demonic radiance. All right. I'll take my leave and go make the arrangements now. The god-slaying guards didn't say anything else and immediately retreated. They were like bulls in heat as they rushed towards the immortal slaying pavilion excitedly. Chapter 447. Yi Jian had just flown to Dragon City when he was summoned back by a messenger pigeon. The Yi family had a good relationship with Lord Devour, so the God Massacre Guards decided to send the Yi family to investigate. Yi Jian felt bitter after hearing it, but he didn't dare to disobey. He could only fly to Tsang City and gather 2 Yi family elders who had just escaped and sent them to the dark forest to investigate. It was a series of earnest and well-intentioned persuasion, a series of righteous words. Yi Jian sent them to the dark forest to seek help, and the 2 elders foolishly believed him. They left Tsang City secretly, changed their appearances, and headed straight for the dark forest. The 2 of them didn't go to the dark castle, so they barged into the dark forest recklessly. Unfortunately, as Lord Jiu wasn't around, the magical beasts in the dark forest didn't receive any orders. Thus, the 2 of them wandered around the dark forest and angered the 8th level magical beast, Dragon Lion. They were chased all the way and finally escaped. The God Massacre Guards were infuriated when the news reached the Divine City. He ordered the God-slaying guards to kill the 2 of them. Then, he personally took charge and sent 2 secret Hua family soul slaves and a few elites from the Shadow Leopard clan to the Dark Castle with the map. In the end, the Hua family soul slaves successfully reached the Dark Castle with their stealth secret skills. Just as they wanted to enter and investigate, they were all killed by the guardian sacred beast of the castle. The Shadow Leopard clan's experts didn't even reach the Darkness Castle before they were killed by a holy beast in the forest. As the scouts carried the message talisman, all the information along the way was sent back to the Divine City. However, when they entered the Dark Castle, they didn't receive any useful information. No one knew how the Hua family members died. The death of the 2 Hua family experts frightened the God Massacre Guards, and they didn't dare to send more people. If the 2 Hua family members were killed by Lord Devour, then sending more people would be courting death. God Burning Guards, what do you think we should do? In the Immortal Massacre Pavilion, the God Massacre Guards were very anxious. As long as they found out that Lord Devour had gone to the Divine Realm, they could carry out their plan and take revenge for Tu Qianjun. What he didn't expect was that he couldn't find out the specific situation, and the plan couldn't proceed as planned. Sir, this matter is very troublesome. You can go and ask the Divine Master. The Burning God Guard was obviously unwilling to get involved. He blinked his eyes and said, "Ask for instructions, my ass." The Massacre God Guard said with vexation, "There is no information at all. If I go and ask for instructions, I will definitely be bedridden for a few months. It is not like you do not know the temper of the Divine Master. Quickly think of a solution." The Burning God Guard pondered for a while and then analyzed. Apparently, Lord Devour killed the 2 warriors of the Hua family, or the demonic beasts guarding here killed them. The God Lord said that Lord Devour and Lord Jiu aren't in the Dark Castle. It's possible that they are the guardian beasts of the Dark Castle. I suggest that you send a Sacred Realm expert to check. Saint-level expert. The God-slaying guard was even more distressed now. He sighed and said, "It's not like you don't know that the Divine City controls all the sacred experts with soul seeds. If Lord Devour is really in the castle, he will definitely be exposed. If I'm exposed, the Divine Master told me to kill myself. This, I also have no choice." The Burning God Guard said with a sigh. "No choice, I can only take the risk." The God-slaying guard gritted his teeth and made a decision. He said fiercely, "Let's wait for another 2 months. By then, there is only half a year until the Palace Master Challenge. I don't believe that Lord Devour won't return. At that time, let Yi Jian go and check. If it really doesn't work, we can only sacrifice him." TSK, this little man can actually enter the soul quietude space at such a young age. No wonder Dia Wu didn't separate the young master from the Dream Palace. With this secret technique and the Dream Palace, it will be easy for him to cultivate to the God Emperor realm. And this little man has a godly sword and a soul ring. There is a high chance that he will obtain the Dream Palace in the future. Dia Wu, you are still so farsighted. The Yao Ji slept for more than 2 years. When she woke up, she realized that there was wind in the Dream Palace. This shocked her. The Dream Palace didn't even have a door. It was just a closed iron cage. How could there be wind? When she turned her head to look, her eyes lit up. The soul quietude space. It wasn't that no one in the godly realm had comprehended this state. However, the experts who had comprehended this state, as long as they didn't die and were lucky enough to control this state, would eventually become a powerful figure. In the end, they all became great figures who dominated a region. Moreover, they were the kind of people who had extremely strong soul attacks and defenses. This state was indescribable. No one knew how to comprehend it. They just entered it without knowing why. Of course, if these geniuses were discovered by a large faction, they would either be subdued or killed. Furthermore, the Yao Ji saw that Yi Qinghan had only entered the second state. If he wanted to completely control this state and be able to enter it at any time, Yi Qinghan had to comprehend it to the fifth state. It seems like I didn't waste 100 years of my purine energy and a drop of bewitching charm honey. Little man, your luck is so good that I'm envious. The Yao Ji lazily curled up her body. She looked like a sexy little wild cat as she laid there weakly. She blinked her eyes and sighed with anticipation. There's only a few months left. I hope you can take the last step. By then, the first person in the history of the godly realm to comprehend the laws, a genius who directly broke through from the sage level to the immortal general level, will be born in my hands. Little man, hurry up and break through. I'm waiting for your favor. It's been thousands of years since I've tasted a man. I really miss it. The Yao Ji looked at Yi Qinghan's handsome, angular face and his seemingly weak but muscular body. A hint of hunger appeared in her eyes. She stuck out her pink tongue and slowly licked her sexy red lips. Her hands couldn't help but slide under the light muslin. She looked as seductive as she could be. She was extremely enchanting and captivating. Yi Jian was flying at a low altitude in the dark forest with trepidation. His face was as black as charcoal ash. It was so gloomy that it was scary. He felt as if he had boarded a pirate ship. Godslayer guards. *T. On the surface, he had become one of the 4 guards of the Divine City. However, he realized that he didn't have any authority or status as a Divine Guard. The Divine City didn't send him any subordinates and didn't give him the honor he deserved. Although he was the Master God's sole slave, he had never met the Master God. Instead, he felt that he had become a Godslayer guard's sole slave and was doing odd jobs. Furthermore, he realized a shocking and despairing fact. Once the soul seed was planted, it couldn't be removed unless the Master God died. Furthermore, the Master God could destroy the soul slave's soul with a single thought and kill him. Yi Qinghuang was planted with a soul seed. Subsequently, Yi Qingxian and Yi Qingfeng were captured by the divine city and planted with a soul seed. Now, he had voluntarily become a soul slave. He also found out that Yi Qinghuang and the rest's sons would be planted with a soul seed at birth. In other words, his children and grandchildren would forever be the Master God's slaves. This was a tragic fact. However, it was a fact that couldn't be changed or reversed. Yi Qian used to be very angry and almost went crazy. However, things had already turned out this way. If he didn't want to die, he could only listen to the divine city's arrangements. However, the Godslayer guards had given him the order to investigate the Dark Castle. Wasn't this clearly asking him to die? **T. Godslayer guards, one day, I will kill you and replace you. Yi Qian said with hatred. His flying body became even more cautious. He used the tall trees as a cover and headed towards the castle in the middle of the forest.